You know. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Wait, let me just get the right positioning on the camera. I feel like that is... I just don't want the phone to fall like last week when it shorted everything out. What is that? Oh, it's the lighter. What's up, guys? I'm just trying to get this thing straight. There's a certain way I could do it where it never falls, and I always can't figure it out. Do. Oh, that's the light. Why can't it just stay straight? I think that's good. What's up, guys? Robbie's here. I'm here. My sister's here. She's coming back. She's on the other side. Robbie's going to talk to you for a minute. I just got to go get the chat. So, Robbie, we're doing NASCAR. You guys know there's only one person in there right now. So, you can entertain if you want.
So, a little bit of background. I haven't watched or followed NASCAR in a good long while. Personally, I was always a Dale Earnhardt Sr. fan. Was never much of a fan of the son. But things have changed. There are a couple names are still around. Hendrick Motorsports, of course, is a dynasty of NASCAR. We got the Busch brothers. We got Hamlin, Harvick. We got Jeff Gordon, I believe.
Hello, guys. Getting up the chat. I admittedly will tell you that I know very little about Daytona, but Robbie used to watch it, and I figure we are on Sunday, and football's done, and Oscars are done, so why not? We're going to chat about other things anyway, so might as well make an event in the background that we can...
Brad Kowalski's reason.
That one I've never heard of. What is do you know, like, the oldest
Ryan Newman's...
Like, how old do they get?
NASCAR drivers, they're not like football guys, they don't have Jimmy Johnson's still in it. He's got to be probably in his mid to late 40s by now. They don't have like the early retirement really that a football player does. Like, a football player hits age 40 and it's like, wow, that guy's old as shit, But they usually, most of them usually retire. A lot of them start their own race teams once they get successful enough.
That makes sense.
They buy a couple cars and hire some young guns, and that's that.
What's up, Daniel Day? Daniel's one of our regulars.
Okay.
You probably heard his name. I just want to put something over the thermostat because it looks horrible. I've never done it from that angle, and the thermostat is ripped off the wall. So we're gonna put Jesse's little guy.
The covers off.
What are they called? I forget what they're called.
I have no idea.
Guys, what are these called for Star Wars? I wasn't a fan of the new one, so I didn't care to remember. It's like a...
So there's Kurt Busch. I am not a Busch fan at all. I know they're kind of like the Hollywood brothers of NASCAR, but I am not a Kurt Busch fan. I'm not a Kyle Busch fan. Kurt, I believe, was racing with when Dale Earnhardt Sr. was around, and he was very much a crybaby in my opinion. He used to cry and whine that, oh, somebody crashed into me, somebody touched me, don't do that. And to me, that's, in the words of Dale Earnhardt Sr., rubbing is racing. So, kind of interested to see what happens. Good to see Jimmy Johnson still around.
Daniel D, what is up? Do you watch NASCAR, Daniel? Just out of it right now, I'm curious to see how many people we get in the room. I don't watch Daytona. I've seen it bits and pieces at bars.
Yeah.
I know of like Jimmy Johnson and Bush and who's the other big name? Maybe it's Jimmy Johnson I'm thinking. Maybe
were you thinking about Dale Earnhardt?
Maybe I'm thinking of Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Gordon.
Jeff Gordon.
Is he still race?
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. I don't see Gordon's name.
No, I think he might have
I know.
retired.
I heard of Hamlin, Bush, Harvick, Johnson. I think that's it. So I heard of half the main guys, like the big names. I've heard of like half of them.
There's been a lot of new blood.
Like Logano, I've never heard of.
Yeah.
Kels, I don't even know how to say that.
Kowalski,
Never
Brad
heard of him.
Kowalski, he's been around, but he was never like a big. Like I said, he was pretty much a new guy when I used to watch and follow.
Yeah, so this is experimental. I know football gets people. The Oscars, we had a bunch. I'm gonna do basketball. MMA seems like it gets the most, but
where's the guy from Scotland? He were like
Ryan, I know.
This.
Yeah, usually Ryan will probably jump in. But I also didn't normally. I put like a notification up a day in advance. I did it like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
So very limited notification on this one.
Ally, that's the bank that has my truck.
I definitely heard of them. But Daniel just said not too often. All right. So you're just joining for the chat. That's what I figured, Daniel. I figured people will jump in just to chat. That's why in the description I put watching Daytona, but we'll chat about anything.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be guys riding in circles for hours. So we will have a lot of downtime. I feel like the only time it's worth talking about is when guys get passed and when there's like a crash. But I don't even know, like, are there a lot of crashes? Like, do you still see a lot of crashes?
I hope so.
I feel like that's not like as big a thing anymore with technology.
Race cars are still race cars.
And they're bumping, what is it, rubbing is racing?
Rubbing is racing, in the words of Dale Earnhardt Sr., rest in peace.
And that is that a Dale Earnhardt thing?
That's a Dale Earnhardt thing.
Because I'm pretty
Dale
sure
Earnhardt was one of the most controversial race car drivers around in the system.
I didn't know that. When did he start?
Dale Earnhardt literally started in I believe the 50s and 60s.
Oh, okay.
He became famous as just as NASCAR became NASCAR.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know a little bit of history about NASCAR got started as bootleggers trying to outrun each other. It was just bragging rights, who had the faster car. The guy who had the slower car would obviously get pinched by the police, so,
I've never heard of that. That's interesting. Makes sense.
So, it has a lot of roots in the South. It's very deep. Most of the racing teams, Hendrick Motorsports, Petty Motorsports, Richard Petty, they are all based out of North Carolina. Most of the big race teams are based out of North Carolina for that reason, because that's where they started. Basically now guys get fast in dirt track, what they call dirt track racing, which is much more localized than NASCAR. You don't need, there are dirt tracks. Wall Stadium in Brick, that's a dirt track. That used to be a dirt track. Flemington Raceway used to be a dirt track.
When you said brick, I thought you meant I was thinking of the race where they have the bricks. What's the brick?
The Brickyard 500.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
But whatchamacallit? I forgot what I was going to say. The reason I asked is because I could be wrong, but I'm almost 100% sure in Days of Thunder, Robert Duvall, you've seen Days of Thunder?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Robert Duvall says rubbing his racing, and he keeps saying, I'm wondering if that was a shout out to it. It had to be.
Yeah.
Because it's all about NASCAR and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure at one point Tom Cruise even says it to people, rubbing his racing, and they parodied it, but I never knew it was actually.
That was a Dale Earnhardt thing.
That's interesting.
Also, if you ever hear the phrase "pass on the grass," Dale.
See, that's the guy I know. Who's that?
That's Jimmy Johnson.
Who's the other guy?
No, excuse me. That's not Jimmy Johnson. That's Jeff Gordon.
Okay.
He used to run the number 24 Lowe's car.
I was going to say, I recognize that guy, but I thought that was Jimmy. Okay.
Yeah. So he's moved on with his life, obviously.
What's up, Ryan? There's Ryan from Scotland.
Ryan. This one's for you, buddy.
Robbie actually asked, he goes, where's Ryan? He was talking about Daytona. I'm curious. I said before, I'm curious to see how many people jump in with us. Because I don't watch Daytona. I know little bits about it, and I've seen it at bars when I was drinking and stuff, but I've never actually just sat down and watched Daytona. Robbie has, but not for a while, but he's very familiar, much more so than me. Let's put it that way. So I'm just curious to see how many people jump in for a Daytona watch-along chat. But either way, I do live streams on Sunday, so if we're going to do a chat or a live stream, might as well do it to something. I'm always curious to learn new shit. Hello, I'm a bit hungover. Ryan, what did you do last night? Or what time is it? I know I always ask you this, but it's what time is it in Scotland right now? Are you just getting home from the bar? Well, you're hungover, so you must not be getting home. It must be really early. I look your store. Porg, there we go. Daniel D said I like the porg. I could not remember the name of it, but it's hiding the broken thermostat on my wall. I've never had that angle on the live streams because Jesse's gonna come over and join us. So I set it up like that before, but yeah, I didn't want the thermostat broken on the wall. So the porg, if you could see slightly behind his head, you could see something sticking out. That is the broken thermostat on my wall. Jay Skills, never seen a Daytona 500. Well, we will experience it together, my friend. It is 7:30 p.m. in Scotland. I was drinking yesterday. Okay, so Ryan's almost fully.
Ryan's almost come full circle.
Yeah, Ryan, you're almost through your hangover. I would drink with you. I don't know if you want to drink, but I didn't have time to stop at the liquor store. So I will probably not be drinking unless I leave halfway or something.
I have
Alright, so we need to put a hidden camera, in the living room and record mom and dad watching movies, because it's freaking hysterical.
I honestly thought about that, but I'm afraid they'll do or say something like inappropriate.
Like, they're watching Chicago, and my
Say
mom...
hi to everybody.
Say hi.
Hello!
You're on camera.
Jay Skills and Ryan and everybody are in the chat.
Mommy's
Skills,
like,
Ryan,
there's an
Daniel,
awful
Dane,
lot of singing
Raymond.
in this movie. I'm like, it's a musical.
And I told him that earlier. They literally on the job, Dad was like, yeah, we downloaded Chicago. And I'm like, you know that's a musical, right? And he goes, yeah, like, well, there's songs in all sorts of movies. That's literally what they said. They go, there's songs in all sorts of movies. I go, no, but this is literally a musical. Like, you know the difference between a musical and a movie with songs in it. Like, every movie has songs in it. That is
So
the
I'm
point.
like, it's a musical, and he's like, well, I'm
By
just
the way,
saying
you can't watch a
musical
NASCAR
numbers
race
are
without
over.
Skull and Sweet Tea. Doesn't happen.
What is Skull? Oh, Skull. I thought it was a new brand. I'm like, we have Skull Sweet Tea. Jay Skills says it. Great Doctor Who pants.
Oh, thank you. I have yet to watch the new season, but I keep telling Jay that he should watch it.
I know eventually it'll be one of the things I do. Eventually.
Who's your favorite doctor?
Who's your favorite doctor? Jay
Crazy
Skills.
question, of course, the Tenant, right?
Hi, Jess. Daniel D says. Daniel D, I don't know if you were in the chat last time. I don't know. I forget. I know you always pop in and out. Now sometimes you're listening, but you're not commenting. This is Robbie. If you haven't met him, you probably
guys.
did now. You probably did. Michelle is next to the camera. She is a late riser.
Hello. I just bought the exact same logo in a sweatshirt form.
Awesome.
Capaldi is his
I'm
favorite.
like, Capaldi, that's
Hey,
interesting.
that's
So
like
happy
the
I
singer
got
guy.
that shirt yet.
Capaldi is the singer. Louis Capaldi is that singer guy that sings that new romantic song. Just so you know, we have a wide angle, so you're in the shot right now. I'm just letting you know it's a different angle than usual because we're trying to get the whole couch. I just want to let you know so you're not
Where should I go if I want to sit down?
next to Jesse. You could fit.
Okay.
You're on camera like right there. You're kind of on. Your legs
Dude,
on.
it took me a little getting used to him, Capaldi, but once
David
I got
Tennant
used to
is
his
the
character,
goat,
I
says
was
Ryan.
like, yes,
Jay Skill
yes.
said Capaldi. Ryan said. Did you already say
Capaldi was
that?
great though.
Oh. I was like, wait, that sounds like Robbie already said that.
I don't know, I have like,
Full Scottish.
I feel like an emotional attachment to David Tennant for some reason.
Both.
He's like, love him.
Oh, they're both. Oh, he's saying both are Scottish. Does he mean the guys?
Yeah,
Or, oh, okay.
in real life. Like,
I wasn't sure if he meant him and Ryan are both Scottish.
that's cute, that's like, it's like an Uber thing. Cause it is!
Can you pass that down to Michelle?
The Disney store has the best coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's randomly got it.
Daniel D, I enjoyed my. Did any of you guys see my unboxing? I did like an unboxing of the Freddy glove on the channel.
Yeah.
Daniel D is saying that he enjoyed an unboxing.
Look, I have my. I still have marks on my arm.
Yeah, Michelle, even though I told her how sharp it was, she was like 4, and I go, don't do that because people will think I did it to you because it's my glove.
It's actually sharp, and I go to touch it, and he goes, it's not that sharp, so I
I'm
almost
gonna
went like
move the
this, and it, like, I went like that with my finger, and oh my god.
I did it to myself
It's
though.
stuck in the
Have
thing in
you
my
seen
finger, and I was
Tenet
like, what do you mean it's not that
and
sharp?
Jessica
It's sticking in my finger.
Have you seen Tenet and Jessica Jones?
No, I have not. I haven't actually even watched Jessica Jones yet. But my cousin
It's pretty cool,
said
though.
that it's.
It's sharp
Did
enough to
Chris
make
say
marks on
Jessica
my arm.
Jones was his favorite?
Be very
superhero?
careful, guys, because I'm
Oh.
literally balancing it, and if
All right,
anyone
we got the
taps it,
president.
I heard he's a great villain. So.
We got airplanes
How
taking
about
off,
you?
ready for the flyover.
So wait, is Donald Trump like actually driving a car?
No, he's just.
I
There.
heard that he wanted to or something.
and they go to commercial? Why
Yeah,
would they go to commercial when they're flying?
Well, no, that's at an airport. Like they're just filming
Like-
the jets taking off for the flyover.
I feel like, oh, okay. I feel like they should have
NASCAR,
showed that.
NASCAR starts with a flyover and the national anthem.
I didn't know
Best
that.
feeling in the world.
What is,
by the way.
Tenet. I'm thinking the
David
movie,
Tennant.
I'm thinking the movie Tenet with Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan's making the new movie Tenet. That's what I thought you guys
Oh,
meant.
did you hear the hunt is back on?
Yes, and
Yeah.
but they edited it and took a lot of like the gratuitous violence out.
Bummer.
I have to put batteries in it. But
Gratuitous violence.
it makes noise.
If you guys look really good, the angle of the camera, you can see the glowing clock in the gym is the Mickey's gym back there. Because I can literally see it right above Michelle's head. He is great in it. I guess he's talking about David Tennant. Hi, Michelle. Everyone says hi, Michelle, because you are now fully on camera.
Say
So-
that Jessica Jones was your favorite.
I think I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And David Tennant's the.
Was not part of the plan.
Well, as you can see, no one is dressed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a lazy
You're
Sunday.
you're
right?
actually
Nice.
waking
I am
up.
actually dressed appropriately this time.
It's like waking up 10 minutes ago. You're on more time than when you got ready for 2 hours for the Oscars.
Yep.
That's what I said. I said sometimes it's better to just roll out of bed and jump on the stream. Because if you try too hard, you end up being too late.
Yeah.
But you fit.
I am wearing my favorite shirt.
We are all in regular attire. I'm curious. I said before, I think a couple more jumped in, but I'm curious to see how many people jump in for the stream. Mind you, the race hasn't even started yet. I think when the race starts, people will jump in just to get updates. Like on football, when people jump in and out, like, hey, what's the score? I can't watch the game. I feel like people are going to watch, and this is next week. Wilder
Right.
vs. Fury is next Saturday, guys. I'm going to get the pay-per-view, and I'm going to stream Wilder vs. Fury.
It is.
Yes. So we will have that on, but that's Saturday. So that'll be the first time I switch to a Saturday stream instead of a Sunday. But a lot of people want me to do it. Guys in the chat, who watches boxing? Do any of you watch boxing? I think Ryan and Jay Skills might. I don't think Daniel D does. But I've literally been walking around and people are asking me if I'm Wilder. People said I look like the boxer Wilder because he's got a shaved head and a giant orange beard, and I have like orangey brown beard. People literally were like, dude, are you related to that boxer dude? Or like people have even asked me if I was him. Because when I wear my hoodie, I guess I look bigger.
You should just look at him and go.
Ryan says, I think I'll be out watching that.
Ryan will be out watching.
Ray
Ray
says, yo.
hello, brother.
Hey, Ray.
Ray!
But yeah, just out of curiosity, those because I honestly don't watch boxing anymore. I know the names and stuff, but I watch more MMA. So boxing, I saw pictures of Wilder, and he's a bald, furry, bearded man.
First career start in Daytona, so this is the rookie.
Justin Haley,
Oh my
starting
God, it's like a
33rd.
baby.
So for those of you that
He
don't,
literally looks like a child.
for those of you who don't know, the Daytona 500, the reason why it's such a big race, such a famous race, is it's the first race of their championship.
The NASCAR.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of the
Yeah, I thought this is.
Sprint Cup.
Robbie filled me in that this is the first race, like he just said. I thought Daytona was like towards the end of the NASCAR season. I admittedly will tell you, I know maybe a fraction about NASCAR. Probably more than the average nobody, but I know less about NASCAR than probably any sport.
Yeah.
I just-
For those of you that joined late, I think we only had like 1 or 2 people in here. I kind of went over the history. Those of you that don't know, NASCAR got started in Prohibition, and it was rum runner, basically bootleggers trying to outrun
That's
each
right.
other.
I remember
You know
that.
that? I never heard that.
The Daytona race used to take place on the beach, like literally
Oh.
on the beach, and then they built the racetrack.
And was around?
Yeah, well, it was like down and back.
So they didn't. I was gonna say, how did they go around?
And they actually still do a race down there for like really, really antique cars. I think it's like pre-19.
Kind of like they do in Wildwood.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's race.
Yeah. It's basically a gentleman's race.
Yeah, Jesse's seen it.
And the gearhead. I'm a
Last
gearhead,
year,
so
it
I
was really cool.
give you a little bit of
Those are
background
all,
story. I
like,
love fast cars and renting out stuff. So.
Yeah, Jesse said there's all sorts of.
That would be fun. It they like make their own cars and stuff.
Yep.
Have you? Oh, he's saying it's not Wilder. It's Fury. That's the bald bearded guy. Well, Jay Skills and Ryan. Apparently, you both know. Do I resemble him at all? I don't care if I do or I don't. I just been literally since that fight has come up. Multiple people have told me this.
Have you seen the South Park episode about?
And I mean, here I'll give you. Here's my bald
Maybe
head.
a
Take it all
while
in.
ago.
I have now I have a little bit of hair, but if my head is shaved, like clean shaven, people said I look like
Daniel
Wilder.
D likes your shirt.
Thank you. I love
Ryan,
your shirt.
have you ever seen the South Park episode about NASCAR?
I'm sure I have.
I'm sure I've seen it. Yeah. I don't remember too much
Yeah.
about it. But
Wait,
I'm trying my best to fit in here. All right. I got dip and sweet tea. We're good.
Does the episode of South Park, is it where like I feel like there's a crash and like a flaming tire goes into the audience and kills Kenny? I feel like I remember that. Like they're in the audience and a flaming tire like takes out Kenny
Well,
and kills him.
if you look, that's why they have cages all across on top of the barriers.
How-
Yeah, because literally, like flying car parts have killed people.
I've
before.
seen a video in real life
Yeah.
where a flying
Yeah.
tire hit somebody.
Yep.
This guy is monstrous. Look at the size of this guy's arms.
Oh my
Is he a
god.
fighter? I feel like isn't that a fighter?
He's gotta be. It says
Oh,
SmackDown.
he's a wrestler.
It's gotta be,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's a WWE.
Because it
wrestler.
says SmackDown
Is it
something.
Sheamus something? It's very Irish.
I thought he looked big, and then he like flexed, and his biceps is like the size of a man's torso.
So they're trying to get their pre-race interviews in before they start.
Yeah, guys, I thought the gun went off. I went this morning, and it said 2:15 pre-show, 2:30 race time. I jumped on because I thought the race started
I guess
2:30.
it's 3 o'clock.
Starting third, yeah, maybe 3 o'clock.
How is it these guys are so young? Or they start driving cars when
And
they're
if you
like 10?
notice,
Yeah,
they're
no,
really
well, we
I
were
tiny.
mean, a lot of them start with
Yeah, but we were saying, we were like, how the drivers have changed. Like, we only know a couple of the old school drivers now.
yeah.
Ryan says, I'm going to give you guys some tips. They're going to go really fast and sometimes turn to the left.
Yeah.
What?
You kind of resemble Tyson Fury. Fight could be over quicker than McGregor's last fight if Wilder connects early. That said, Fury could potentially avoid him all fight, though. You do have a certain resemblance. Who is the favorite, guys? I haven't looked anything up with that. Who's the favorite in that fight? And if they're favored, is it like a landslide or is it pretty evenly matched? Just out of curiosity. I have not really looked into it, so I don't know.
I think of,
There are plenty of NASCAR jokes
Shake
about
your bait.
cars that only turn left.
if you're not first, you're last.
Talladega Nights,
Yeah.
Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby.
You know what's funny? I was just putting away stuff in the cabinet, and we have shaken bait.
My God, he's also
I was
insanely
like, who
tall.
bought this? I didn't buy it.
He's got to be like 7 feet tall.
My mom used to make shake and bake chicken, and it used to come out so dry because my mom can't cook. And then she would make mashed potatoes from like the potato flakes. So we used to, yeah. So needless to say, we ate out
Boogity
a lot.
boogity.
We couldn't eat at home because her cooking was awful.
Ryan and Jay Skills says it's pretty much 50-50, but Ryan says he thinks Fury's got the edge. Would you consider doing a live stream of the Walking Dead episode? It returns February.
Oh,
Daniel
yeah.
D, my mom asked me that
I
today,
just caught up.
and I thought it was the end of March, so I did not know that is next week. I did live
You're
reactions
nerds.
with my mom and Jesse to them, but I probably won't do a live reaction because I find that people get mad when I do it live. They assume I'm going to watch the TV, so we get an uproar in the audience, and then I can't chop it up later to edit it. So I'll think about it, but I either way I'm going to react to Walking Dead. I just don't know if it'll be live because it's harder for me later to throw in the video and edit it up when I do it live. And people literally jump in and freak out because they can't see the screen. So rather than that's what happened in Rick and Morty. We all know what happened with that.
What stock was that?
I don't know, but that's a mid-season break too.
My guess is probably 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's
Because
got,
it's 2:47. But they're also 2 hours behind us. They're in Florida.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
they're not 2 hours behind.
Yeah.
No. Is it?
no, Florida's the same time.
Is it?
Yeah, Florida's the same time. And it said 2:30. When I looked it up, it said 2:30 Eastern time, race time. So it's 2:50 almost. I'm guessing like Robbie. I'm guessing by 3 o'clock. Maybe something's up with the Jets. Because we saw the Jets take off and they're supposed to fly overhead. Maybe they're delayed because
Well, they gotta like.
maybe it's
you know,
like delayed or something. I
They
don't know.
gotta
Maybe they're delayed because
Get-
President Trump
get
is
to an
getting in his
out-
car and
get
he's
to
gonna
an
go around the
altitude.
track.
By the way, if none of you have ever been to a NASCAR race in person,
Oh, there it is. 18 minutes, Ryan. Countdown to race. 18 minutes. So it doesn't start till 10 after.
yeah. So, yep, there they are taking off.
The Jets are taking off. I
If
think
you've
Michelle
never
was
been
supposed to
to-
fly one and she
If you've
overslept.
never been to a
We missed the
NASCAR
jet
race,
ride.
it is the coolest feeling in the world when those things fly over the stadium and the ground is shaking.
You ever been to Pocono Raceway?
Yeah, I've been to a race in Pocono and I've been to a race in Dover.
Everyone say hi to Aaron.
Hi.
Aaron was in the chat last week. Aaron is one of the newer guys to the chat, but I think he's been watching my videos for like months. I think, Aaron. I could be incorrect. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think last week you were newer to the chats, but you've been watching videos for a while. Regardless, welcome, my friend. We're just all chilling. I have a different angle. You can see us all. We're just gonna chat and watch cars go
We
fast
got
in
Jesse's
circles.
Valentine's Day present
Oh, that's
in the
Pizza Hut. That
background.
looks so good.
Robbie bought these for me. Beautiful flowers Robbie got me. for
I was trying
Valentine's.
to grab your sweatshirt when you were.
Oh, there's Dale Earnhardt. They're doing a little throwback here. It's kind of cool.
I haven't seen a Friday's episode of Life on Mars yet. Ryan, it was probably, without spoiling it, in case any of them watch it one day, it might be my favorite of the season. Put it this way, I've only seen 4 so far, but it's either my favorite or my second favorite. The only other one I like better is the first episode because it kind of explained everything. The other 2 are good, but they're like self-contained, and none of them really give you any clue as to what is happening yet still. So even though I really liked the last episode, it's still, I have no clue what's going on. And obviously that's intentional because I follow it. And when I re-edit it and I rewatch it 2 or 3 times, there are, so far in my mind, there's no clues to what is going on, but I'm still very much enjoying it. One of my favorite, I think one of you, I forget who, it was probably Jay Skills. One of you told me it was your favorite episode of the entire series, and it was very good. So I'll agree. It was one of the better ones. But yes, I think when I get on to the episode 5 is this Friday coming up. I think after that I might start editing them up.
XFL? What the
And
heck is that?
that is the WWE. It's run by Vince McMahon. It's like a new football league that Vince McMahon is running, and everyone in the chat keeps telling me to watch
Is
it.
it indoor?
Yeah. And Ray was watching it last week drunk.
So it's arena league.
Yeah, like Arena League
I was
football.
ready.
Ray literally said him and all his friends last week were watching it, and he goes, "Dude, you should totally live stream XFL. It's amazingly fun." And him and all his friends,
Ray
cousin
didn't even
Chris.
know it was the Super Bowl when we were watching.
Ray's in the chat. Ray's in the chat now. Ray, how do you feel now after having recovered? Because Ray was like, maybe I'm just enjoying it because I'm drinking. How do you feel now that you are a week past? Is XFL worth trying? I only didn't do it this week because we had Daytona, and next week I got Tyson Fury, the boxing fight. So I've had like a major event to occupy us, and last week was Oscars. So I haven't jumped into basketball yet, and I haven't really looked into XFL. Ray might not even be in here anymore. Ray said hi before, but he might have stepped out. Oh, XFL, yeah, people are really liking it, Ryan
I have
says.
to go on a beer run. I'll be back. NASCAR and beer, man. Great combo.
Ray is still here, and he says it was entertaining in the sense that everyone is new. So it's like, I guess it's like a fad.
Oh, so it's no like famous football players.
No, it's all like,
Yeah, it's all arena.
So
it's all
here's-
probably like college.
They got the president coming out.
I knew it. I knew he was gonna be here.
Is it
Oh
the
my god,
president?
he loves
Yeah.
his NASCAR.
really?
I love
Yeah.
that. Everybody loves NASCAR.
Donald
If
Trump.
nothing else,
I
you
read
watch
about it in the
you
news
watch
that
NASCAR
Oh, there's Melania.
just to watch the crashes.
Donald Trump and Melania are walking out live.
Oh my god.
Who, guys, those of you who've seen XFL,
The amount
Are
of
there
security
famous
in that
people?
place.
Didn't it like
Oh my
not
God.
look like her?
Yeah.
Like,
Really?
it looked like
So
her.
little tip. The Secret Service flies 2 days ahead of wherever the president's going.
Just to like map it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
she's like, God damn it,
Set
another
up
presidential
plans
thing I have to do.
All kinds of crazy shit. So the amount of security getting into Daytona, I'm probably happy I'm not there because that would be ridiculous.
That's why I'm like, surprised he's even there.
But
Oh, what, Trump?
Yeah.
He was in Mar-a-Lago.
I'm just saying, like, the amount of security they need on an event like that. With the
They
president.
probably helicoptered him in. He probably, or
no, they drove him.
Oh, they drove
They
him.
drove him.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
But he probably took a helicopter from Mar-a-Lago to
Probably,
Daytona.
yeah.
I honestly think they're thinking that it's a bunch of rednecks and hicks, and they love Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're like, who would do anything
No.
negative?
I was reading a thing. He wanted to go, and he really wanted to drive a NASCAR car around the track.
I mean, who doesn't? I'd love that. You
Land-
can do that at Pocono, actually.
Yeah, my
It's
dad
like-
lives
it's
right
like-
next to it.
I think it's like $200.
Do you know Effort, PA? Like, you have to drive right through it?
Yeah.
My dad lived there.
Okay.
I used to, like, stay with him, but he had to move back to
Can you
Jersey.
throw me the? Well, hand me it. Actually.
So Pocono and Daytona.
I just don't want the anthem to be too loud. They are saying XFL has NFL football players that aren't in the NFL anymore.
Yeah,
So there are
I
famous
remember.
dudes. So there are like new dudes that couldn't make it that I would probably know, and older dudes that don't get. So they said, like, I don't know if you know these names, but Landry Jones is in it.
That sounds familiar.
Cardell Jones. They're all like guys that were like in college really good that didn't make it, or
Yeah.
like guys that won't get rehired kind of thing.
My neighbor thinks he's still going to be Arena League. Even though
They
he's
actually
35.
bless the thing. They have a guy blessing the track.
Like I
That's
said,
right. I
Like
like
the
that.
baby. Like
Nas-
the sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, it's like they're like actually.
well,
doing
like I
it.
said, NASCAR's deep seated
Oh my
in the
God,
South,
Donald Trump is
so
so
religion in
hilarious.
the South is pretty strong.
That's pretty
Um,
intense. I'm surprised it's still like that.
Mhm.
Farts in Did you hear that?
Farts
It sounded
in
to say
Jesus'
farts
name.
in Jesus' name.
Farts in Jesus' name.
You had to have heard that because
I
we
heard,
both
I
looked
heard that.
we both looked
I
at
heard
each other
that.
and laughed.
Farts in Jesus' name.
Farts in Jesus' name. I don't know what he said. For it's in Jesus' name, maybe? For it's in Jesus' name.
United States Air Force, Joint Base Anacostia.
Her name is Nalani, and it's Melania. That's very close.
Milani.
Nalani Melania. It's Nana. It sounds like something interesting. I'm turning it down a little because I don't know what gets you strikes, and this is a song. So I'm
It's
being,
also a national anthem, though.
I know, like watch
Like,
the
I feel like you can't
screw your
copy-
patriotism.
Yeah, I feel like they aren't gonna come after you if somebody hears the national anthem.
I would hope not. National anthem, guys.
Where was I watching something where somebody was like singing the national anthem and they were making up weird lyrics to it? I can't remember.
What is
My brain doesn't work anymore.
Poor Jesus.
The wind.
Jay Skills said, "Poor
See the
Jesus.
flags?
He gets such bad
Farts in
press
Jesus?
lately.
He gets
Jesus.
such a bad
Jesus
press.
is always getting bad press." From what I understand, it's made up of players that couldn't. Oh, Ray's reiterating what I just said about XFL. Daniel D saying, "Does anybody know anything about Avenue 5 on HBO? Is that the new show with Dr. House? They have all the jets streaming over the track. I was gonna say field.
I wonder if they'd be missing
Melania does not move her face. She just looks miserable.
There are babies
Like,
everywhere.
that's why I've been miserable too.
No.
I was married to Donald Trump.
I have an umbrella to shade my children from the
What if the guy? What if like the lead jet did a brake check on the guy as a joke? He like brake checks
Well-
the other jet.
So in the 2001 Daytona 500, they actually did a missing man formation, which is where one jet peels off.
Really?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I
I feel like most of that is computerized controlled now.
Top Gun.
the amount of smoke?
Goose!
Where is
That's
Trump?
just for show.
Where
the smoke
is
is
actually
just-
Trump
It's
though?
computerized.
The smoke from the jets though, that's just
It's not
they
computerized.
no, that's
Yeah.
they just have smoke tanks that they hit when they fly over.
The-
Sometimes they do them in color, like they'll do them in the colors of like red, white, and blue. Yeah.
The XFL could end up being the unofficial G League of the NFL, or like the AHL or the NHL?
Is the the NFL like?
Oh, the AHL
What is
of
it,
the
the
NHL.
XFL? What's it called? XFL? What's it called again?
XFL.
Okay, can girls play? Because I want to play.
No,
Alright.
because it's a boy,
Watch-
boys only. We're He-Man woman haters.
Watch it.
He-Man
Watch on
commentators.
Hills. All of our alma mater had a female kicker. a couple years ago.
I mean,
I'm a great receiver.
honestly, Ray, I'm answering questions I don't know the answers to actually. Ray, do they allow girls to play? Even if, like, I'm assuming there aren't right now, but could they play? Because there are. Honestly, the girls' division in wrestling is bigger than the guys now. So there's a good chance Vince McMahon allows women because he knows women sell tickets. So it isn't like a matter of like.
Sell tickets.
Yeah, it honestly isn't a matter of guys and girls. He will do whatever to make money.
A new career for you.
Yeah, like there's a good chance. Oh, I just remembered I didn't hit. See, this is what I did last week. I never clicked the box on it and my phone died.
Oh, like, have you not been recording this
No,
entire time?
No, because we wouldn't see each other. No, I literally, this is last week, I plugged it in, but I forget I gotta turn the box on manually, and it died during the Oscars, when that's why I didn't see. Those of you who were here last week, I missed Best Actress because my phone died, because I never turned, even though it was plugged into a power charger.
Alright, it would have just missed me screaming about
Yeah.
Renee Zellweger.
Michelle just freaked out about Renee Zellweger for 5 minutes. But that's all you missed. You missed great actress.
I'm
Best
sorry, I'm
actress.
staring at my phone. I'm playing zombie game that I need to meet a quota on. So
Meanwhile, she yells at me for looking at my phone.
Some of them-
while we're eating breakfast, sure.
Some of them in the chat, some of them that watch are in our group.
Really?
Once in a while they'll
Good
jump in.
choppers.
Like El Loco will jump in sometimes.
NASCAR
And
is
Debs
popular in
has
South
been in a
Korea.
couple.
Yeah.
I remember when Top Gear for Dare drove through a town in the deep south. NASCAR sucks straight up the cars. Michelle will probably remember that. I did not watch that exact episode of Top Gear, but NASCAR is deeply rooted.
Top Gear.
They're saying there was an episode where they drove through a town in the deep south
Yes.
with
Yes, and
NASCAR
they were, like,
sucks.
gay, and
It says
sucks.
NASCAR sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they literally had people chasing him out of town with guns. It was
Great.
hysterical.
But yeah, NASCAR is deeply rooted in the South. They're typically most of the big race teams, Petty Racing, Kendrick Motorsports. They're based out of North Carolina.
Raymond said
Earnhardt was out of North Carolina.
NASCAR XFL has women officials, so there are women refs. But he said he's not sure about players. There's definitely officials though. But the NFL has that now too. NFL has at least one that I know of that's a female, but I think she's the only one. There's one referee that is a woman, and there was like a huge deal about it. There might be more now, but when she came out, it was a couple years ago, and I remember they made a massive deal about her being the first woman official. So there might be more now, but definitely in the NFL there are two. Here's Trump. They're interviewing Trump before the race. Watch, I immediately get striked. Like his voice just triggers algorithms that stop live channels.
Don't worry, the Secret Service is totally monitoring.
They shut me down. It says
The
you
black helicopters are coming, guys.
They're just gonna shut me down. He's always been a fan. I never knew that he was
bravery. All right. Yes, you're going in a car that's going to 189 miles an hour. I understand it's a little dangerous, but I mean,
is the top speed of these?
Usually about 180, 189.
Can they push 200 if they need to?
I think so. So basically, NASCAR did this whole thing, and it was very controversial, where the NASCAR cars have to be built a certain way, and that way is uniform across every race team. So they tried basically making it more about the driver than the actual car, but a lot of the old school classic NASCAR guys were like, what the hell? Like, the whole point is to get the faster car, right? That's how you win.
Gotcha.
So like, but yeah, like now they have all these neck braces and harnesses and all this stuff to keep them safe. The neck brace is actually what killed Dale Earnhardt Sr. Dale,
I do remember.
for those of you that don't know, when Dale Earnhardt Sr. crashed, which was at Daytona in 2001, he was not wearing a Hans device, which is basically a collar that goes around your head and holds your head dead straight, right? So, like, if you see that thing that's tethered to it, that's tethered.
They're loading the cars now, guys.
Yeah, the drivers are getting in the cars, but that's tied to his helmet to keep his head straight if he gets in a wreck.
Gotcha. I do remember
that was around when Dale Earnhardt crashed, but it was optional whether you wanted to wear one. It was not in the rules that you had to wear one.
Gotcha.
After Dale Earnhardt died, they made it a rule you have to wear one. But Dale Earnhardt actually looked at it and said, no, I don't like it. Because I don't know how much you guys watched Dale Earnhardt race, but if you look in all of his races, whenever he goes around a turn, his head is actually like out against the net on the car. Like almost hanging out the window, yeah.
That doesn't seem safe.
Well, it was just the way he was used to racing, and it was the way, he learned to race in cars that didn't have all that technology, so he liked being able to see where the car was in the middle of a turn.
Ryan, what do you mean you can't find a stream yet? Still looking. Of what, Ryan? Another one of NASCAR, you mean? I don't know if I missed something earlier. You said, do you like the new Misfits character? I actually do really like the character, but Nathan was my favorite, and my favorite character in Misfits in season 7, they just brush him off. Like, they never ended his character. They said in real life he started a new show, and they just are like, oh, he went on vacation and he never comes back. And it was my favorite character. So season 3, they replace him with another guy that's almost exactly like him, look-wise, mannerisms, personality, and I do really like him. He's a good character. But they took out my favorite guy to replace him. But Ryan, I do like the new character. I just hate that they didn't give, like, Nathan a send-off. I don't want anyone to tell me, but I'm curious if he pops back in before the series is over, like, just as, like, a cameo. I'm curious, but no one tell me, because I want to be surprised. But part of me wonders if he is.
Ryan says
to watch NASCAR. So we're the only NASCAR live stream right now. Awesome.
Jay skills some serious crashes in this, right? Only time I ever see it is in those most deadly type shows. There's always some poor driver trapped in a burning car. Daytona was always, the big crash race. So was Talladega. Talladega is in Alabama or Tennessee. One of those two. But Talladega was a night race. So Talladega and Daytona were the big crash races. Typically, there's a lot of stress going into Daytona. There's a lot of positioning because, again, this is the kickoff to their season. So whoever wins this pretty much can carry that momentum through the season.
Ryan's saying not on YouTube. Ryan is saying he can't even find a channel to stream because he has no cable. He said normally like sporting events have like streams you could download or something. He said he can't find a stream, so he can't watch it. They're about to start, guys. Everyone's in the cars. I don't know if they have a countdown or something. What do they do?
Well, they aren't even moving yet.
So, what do they do? Do they do like a 1, 2, 3?
So what'll happen is they'll all come out of the pit. They'll all get in their lineup behind the pace car, and then the pace car usually does a couple laps, 1 or 2 laps. And then
what does that mean? Why does it say like Hamlin inspection, Blaney backup, transmission, engine back? What does all that mean?
That just means I believe that means like what they're pretty much what they're checking. So they have the driver has a pre-checklist of everything in the car.
Yeah. Okay.
And then once everybody says they're ready, they'll come out on the track behind the pace car, get themselves in starting position, which they raced yesterday for. They usually have a race the day before to figure out who has pole position. Where you're starting in the line of cars, basically.
Based on the countdown we saw before. The president's about to do something live. I don't know. Raymond wrote, though, under my presidency, we have the best NASCAR ever. Nobody has better NASCAR than me. Everybody knows that. Quote.
Big deal.
What is he doing? Is he going to sing a song? There we go. The
Okay.
president just started us.
Second best feeling if you ever go to a NASCAR
He looks
race
so
live
excited.
is thousands of horsepower starting all at the same time.
Mr.
Right.
Trump got to do it.
What?
It rumbles.
Oh yeah.
You hear it? It's like really like thunderous. I just don't want to turn it up. The funny thing is, a lot of it we could probably do now because I don't think I'll get copyrighted for cars going in circles.
So, yeah, that is the coolest feeling when the bleachers are shaking because that's how much horsepower is literally starting all at one time.
See, like
I
this
feel
will
like
get
something
me.
funny's gonna happen.
I know, but that's the kind of stuff that, like, see, I don't like when they play a random song because I'm afraid I'll get stopped. Do not play Wild Things So Loud, TV. They started their engines. The race did not take off yet, though. But the countdown said 3:08 exactly. So it's 3:08. They're probably delayed or
They're
something.
probably getting out on the track right now. They're probably.
Yeah, Ryan said we don't have the channel here. Oh, we already read that. You'll love Rudy, I feel. The actor was in the film This Is England, which is an awesome film.
Rudy the football?
Rudy, yeah.
Rudy the football movie?
It can't be Rudy. Rudy's the name of the guy. That's the guy in Misfits.
Oh.
The new character in Misfits. I literally thought the same thing. I'm like, I've seen
I
Rudy.
was like, Rudy!
I'm like, Sean Astin is the guy that plays Rudy. Yeah, no, Rudy, you'll love Rudy, I feel. The actor was in the film This Is England, which is an awesome film with a great spin-off series. I'd already seen him in that, so familiar with him from Misery. Yeah, see, I do like Rudy. He is, honestly, I didn't think you can get more, like, gross and weird than Nathan, but Rudy seems to do the job. The only thing is, I just really like, the reason I started watching Misfits was because I loved Umbrella Academy, which had Robert Sheehan, who is from Misfits. So I watched Misfits mainly because of Robert Sheehan, who's Nathan. I didn't know that halfway through the series, I'm not even halfway through. There's 3 full seasons left. But like I said, if it's going to be replaced by someone, Rudy seems to be the guy for the job. I just wish I had a goodbye. Even if you killed him, like, I feel like they must not have known because they killed Nathan and brought him back. And then he just goes away the next season. It's like, why kill him and bring him back? Yeah, well, it's a very good show, but basically I don't know why they do the things they do. It had to be for a reason. 5 seasons, and I just started 3. So, they started their engines, still no one has moved.
They started the engines, they're probably waiting on that's the pace car right there.
The two
Yeah, see those
Maroons?
Maroons? Yeah. The president's still in the way.
Yeah,
Get out of the way, Trump!
The pace car's a Toyota Highlander? Really?
Did you see TRD was all over everything? And that's like a big Toyota.
Yeah, well, so
performance.
TRD is, the Toyota
Racing division.
Yeah. That's actually what it stands for. Toyota Racing Division.
My friend used to have a Tacoma and literally had it like track ready, and he had all TRD shit.
Okay, so the president's getting the hell out the way.
The president's limos are moving.
Scoot, Mr. President.
Are they starting it? They might be behind the
pretty
pace
fun.
cars. That'd be pretty cool.
They're definitely running late, guys, because it said 18 minutes, and it's been over 20 minutes, because I looked at the clock. It should have started at 3:07, 3:08.
So here they go. Oh, no, okay. The pace car is like a Mustang or something that's in the back there. Actually, it's probably another Toyota.
Is this normal?
Toyota like took over NASCAR, and it was like a huge thing. And everybody was like, what the hell? What's wrong with Chevy, Ford, and Dodge? Like, so.
I love the camera shots on the wall. And you see the cars go by really quick. I love the camera shots on the wall. Does he mean my wall, or he means like in the race?
Like on the, behind Earth?
I don't think I could see anything there now.
Behind the heater?
I have a stream with French commentary so far, LOL. Ryan says, Antonia Thomas, who played Alicia in Misfits, is in a U.S. show called The Good Doctor. She does an American accent. Not sure if any. My parents watch The Good Doctor.
They love that
I have not seen it, but my parents watch it. It's the kid that has like autism or something. That's a surgeon or whatever. My parents love that show, but I never watched it, and I don't ever talk to them about Misfits because they've never seen Misfits. I gotta
So
check it out.
The presidential motorcade is starting their race.
Oh, so that's what Michelle was saying, that they were gonna do a lap.
All right, yeah. So the motorcade is doing a lap with the cars. We got the president doing a lap. They're starting the lap.
He's telling them, "Go, come on, move."
Who's all the red cars? Like the 3 red cars.
Those are the official cars, probably the race official cars.
So the president and like what looks like Secret Service are following on the outside of the track, and the cars are following them. Like, how come some cars are going off the road? Like
They're trying to get in starting lineup.
Oh.
So basically, they raced yesterday, right? Based on your times
That's
yesterday,
your place.
that depends where you start in the field, because they don't start from a dead stop.
Like one lap.
The beast, tail of the
They'll
tape.
go 1 or 2 till everybody's in position, and then
Look at that.
you'll see the pace car pull off.
The beast.
So the presidential limo apparently weighs 22,000 pounds, is 18 feet long, 2 feet shorter than my truck.
7.
By the way, 22,000 pounds is what my truck weighs
That's
with
insane.
with a trailer.
I was gonna say
With shit.
our biggest dump truck is not even 10,000 pounds.
Yeah. So they're comparing it to a car.
Yeah.
So cup car is 3,500 pounds, 16 feet long. They can do upwards of 200 miles an hour.
That's insane. The limo.
I love how they didn't tell you how fast the limo will go, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's confidential. Sorry.
Look at the rear. The rear on it's
Yeah.
jacked up.
It's on a 1-ton truck frame. And it's got, like, Obama bought that. And it made, like, headlines.
beast.
It's like IED proof. Like, you could drive
Yeah.
over a bomb and it's not going to go anywhere.
That's insanity.
The man
That's why it's so jacked up. Because I'm like, why is that?
It's on a 1-ton truck frame.
I'm looking and I'm like, I've never seen a caddy that beefy, but it's because it's like a one of a kind. They're flying now. They're actually going pretty quick. 22,000 pound limousine. That's crazy. They almost went fully around. Ryan's saying he got a stream now, I think. Okay, got the race on now. Pizza ordered too. Let me know when you see green flag so I know how far back I am. As soon as we see the green flag, I'll let you know, Ryan. It's got to be starting any second. They're almost fully around the track.
I believe that's a turn dealer.
What if the president drove the limo and like gunned
They
it around
said
the track?
they were
and,
gonna put the number 45 on the door of the limousine
For who?
for him.
Oh, for the.
Yeah,
40.
and then that idea, I'm pretty sure, pretty much what they're politely saying is the Secret Service said, no, you're a fucking nut job. Like, we're not doing that. That's way too dangerous. Like, could you imagine the headlines if he crashed?
Yeah.
Like, president dies in NASCAR crash. Like,
That's America.
that'd be horrible.
So here goes. Ryan said, let him know. Let me know when you see a green flag. Is that the start?
There's
Yeah.
a green
I see a
flag.
green flag.
Yep. that's
Ryan,
the
they got the green flag. The president just went through the finish line. They got the green flag up. So it started like 3:15. 3:15.
Yeah, see, they're pulling off. So
Now the president and his guys are
they
pulling
might do
off.
one more lap just to get the president out of the way. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
because they got to go all the way back around the
That's
pit
what I'm
road.
thinking.
So
Yeah.
I think they're gonna stay in starting formation for now. Yeah. So he
So the
pulled
president's gone. They're
Yep.
riding out the track.
They'll do one more lap probably. So what they're doing right now is you see a lot of cars ducking and weaving. That's actually warming up their tires. They're trying to get their tires sticky. So they do that to keep the tires warm.
I get you.
Mm-hmm. Traction is everything. You can have all the horsepower in the world. You don't have traction, you're not going anywhere. Sorry. Like I said, guys, I'm a gearhead. So
Ricky, as soon as major events stop happening, I will do basketball. I was gonna do one the last couple weekends, but then I had the Super Bowl, the Oscars, this, and then next week is the Fury Wilder fight. So I'm gonna do that Saturday. It's just every weekend there's been a major event, and I don't want to overload myself with live streams because I live stream so long that I have to have time to do the recordings for Patreon, the editing for YouTube, and I have my actual jobs. So it's just hard for me to do more than one, and there's been a major event every week. As soon as there's not a major event, which is probably soon, I will start doing basketball. I also I'm not in too much of a rush because it's like basketball still got a lot of season left. So I'm not like rushing to get there. But as soon as there's nothing else to watch, I will do it.
So we're looking at back at the third row. That's Jimmy Johnson. Ryan Newman is row 4. Those are the rows you want to watch because the guy who starts the race hardly ever leads it all the way.
Like Harvick's 5.
Yeah. So you want to kind of keep your eyes on the like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th row, because those are the guys that are in a great position to pass people.
Chris Unwin, what's up? How are you, sir? Yeah, this stream is a bit of behind. Ryan's stream is a bit behind my race stream. I mean, okay, like NBA. Yeah, Ricky, I might try out XFL. I'm definitely gonna do basketball. Put it this way, as it gets closer to the playoffs, I'll definitely be jumping in. I'm a Celtics fan, and I know the Celtics are doing good, so of course I'm gonna jump in. But I'm gonna do the more major events first. Like Bush is in the row 9. That's like pretty far back. Is that the row 10?
That's good. I'm not a Bush fan. I'm letting y'all know. If you're a Bush fan, I'm sorry, but you're crybabies.
But yeah, guys, the race. I guess this is the last lap.
Kyle Busch and Kurt Busch, they're brothers.
And that's the last row. Row 12, the last row. Dylan and Nemechek. Oh no, there is more. Never mind, there is more.
No, there's a bunch of rows.
Oh, okay, I thought that was it.
Every 2 cars is a row.
Oh, because they were look at the guys.
So those guys were late getting on the track, so they're gonna probably do at least one more lap. Make
sure
the
last
catch
guy?
up. Yeah,
the last guy's
yeah.
all
So
over the road.
like I said, he's trying to warm up his tires.
It looks hilarious. Like he's like drunk. He's like totally lost control already. As soon as the race starts, Ryan and whoever else wants to know, as soon as the race kicks off, I will tell you, I'm watching it live on cable. So I have flawless, you guys know from football and everything else, every stream has like a lag. I'm watching it on cable and it seems to have 0 lag or the best.
They have them broken up into 2 starting groups. Okay.
I'm assuming, like right now, they're just introducing all the rows. 19.
Yeah, they're letting you know who's in each row.
How many rows are there? I'm just trying to figure. 1, 2, 3, 4,
22, I think.
Oh, so they're almost done. That's row 20. That's it.
That's
row 20.
Okay,
so they split into 10 and 10.
Yep. So it must have rained there. You see the trucks in the front, the side there? Those are track dryers. They're literally jet engines that dry out the racetrack. So it must have rained there like last night or something like that.
Are they saying this is last race? Jimmy Johnson, final season in Cup. So after this, Jimmy Johnson is done?
After the season. After the season, not the race.
What's up, Chris Unwin? How are you, sir? I just seen row 12. Ryan, they finished the rows about a minute ago. It looks like they're about to start. So we are at least a minute ahead of you.
Did you ever see Chris D'Elia's stand-up?
I've seen a lot of
Chris D'Elia, where he like talks about his friend's kid, and he's just like, "Hi, Chris." He's like, "Hi, Chris, will you go outside?"
I'm sure I did, but I saw a lot of his.
Hi,
I watch his
Every time I
podcast all
hear
the time.
Chris now, I'm always like, "Hi, Chris."
Bobby Lee and him are really good friends, so they do
Really?
each other's podcasts. So I see him
Hi,
all the
Chris.
time. He like literally right now he's got about 30 or 40,000 followers.
His stand-up is hysterical.
He was one of the guys. He's one of the guys that when I showed you the Jewish comedian that freaked out about Kobe Bryant, like said all that horrible stuff.
Yeah.
He was like really good friends with Joe Rogan and Chris D'Elia. And Chris D'Elia on his podcast the day that the guy did it was like, I know you guys know he's a friend of mine, but I don't know what the hell he's thinking, so don't like ask me questions. And him and Joe Rogan were like they're really good friends of his, so they were getting like ridiculed because of the guy's comments. But yeah, I watched Chris D'Elia all the time.
Kyle Busch is the favorite to win this.
5-1, yeah. So I did see that in the beginning. They had all the odds, and most of them were like, I didn't see anyone. Yeah, 5-1. That's crazy to me that
Bobby.
there isn't like an extreme favorite. Like 5-1 is the highest guy. I am still mad at the Niners and Jimmy G. Sorry about that. Wait, I'm still mad at the Niners and Jimmy. Oh, for winning. I mean for losing. I know what you mean.
Bobby.
For a second, I was like, what do you? I'm thinking in reverse. Ricky, it's all right. My favorite teams in NBA is the Magic. If you could do Ricky, I'll keep that in mind because I like doing games for people that watch certain teams. So if we have a Celtics Magic matchup, I'll be more prone to do it.
Oh my god, we have to get Dobby a Celtics jersey.
We have to get Dobby a NASCAR jersey.
Oh, we gotta get Dobby.
So they're actually talking to Kyle Busch right now in his car.
Yep.
So it has not started yet, I'm guessing?
Yeah, no, they haven't. They're, like I said, they're just getting everybody set.
Guys, I didn't realize how much time they milk this.
Yeah.
I literally thought the race was going to start at 2:30. It's almost 3:30 and the race hasn't even started yet. I will remember this and learn. But I literally ran home from work and jumped on. Cause I literally thought I was going to be like missing it.
I need to put something in the crock pot.
By 2:30,
Hey, somebody
ran
hit my
here.
car, man. That's not fair.
I ran. Celtics beat the Magic last time. Dylan, the racer Dylan, is 500-1, and I thought he was a good driver. I don't know who. I saw the name, but I don't know anything about him.
Yeah,
But he's
new.
500-1 to win. 500-1. The first time I watched Daytona was Chase Elliott's first race, I think. When was that? I don't even know.
Me neither.
I saw his name.
I was probably in the hiatus I took from NASCAR.
All right, here we go, guys. Hopefully it starts. Because in my mind, someone told me the average race goes like 4 hours. And I'm like, all right, so it'll be done by 6:30. It didn't even start yet, and an hour went by. So this could go a while. But we will see. We will chat it up and watch cars ride
Drive around
fast.
in circles.
See what's going on. It looks like they're about to go. They're going fast now. Like, I don't know the routine. I don't know, like they've been going in circles for a while now. They got a pace car. The race hasn't officially started. There is a pace car, and they're just going in circles over and over and over. How many laps do they do? Does anybody know how many pace laps do they do? Because the pace car has just been riding in circles with them. How many cars are there? There were 20? There were 20 rows.
20 rows, two
and
cars.
2 cars a row.
around,
So I guess, but there was
40
one guy in
cars.
the back by himself, wasn't there?
You probably had.
There's either 40 cars or 41, because one guy was by himself, but I didn't see a 21st row, and it said 2 names. So I'm guessing there's roughly 40 cars, give or take. They're still announcing everybody. I just put a bet in for Ty Dillon for $2.50. It's 500 to 1.
Euros.
Oh, euros. $2.50. Well, 2.5 euros. So he'll win 1,500 euros on a $2 bet. Good luck to you, my friend Ryan. That's not a bad bet. 2 pounds to win 1,500
See, those are
pounds.
the bets that I make.
No, yeah, it's never a bad bet.
Who said that?
Brian did.
No, wasn't Ryan the one? that
Pounds.
said
Oh, what am I saying?
Ryan
Euros? Oh, it's
gambling?
pounds. I was saying euros. He bet 2 pounds,
Wait,
2.5.
who was saying when I found
Probably Ryan.
Ryan.
Ryan and me talk about gambling all the time. It was probably Ryan.
My kind of bet.
The road, the pace car, they're coming around again. Why are some cars, why is that one car all the way off to the side? I
Because
guess-
he's late getting on. They probably had a
Oh, so maybe they're
mechanical
waiting for
function.
people.
Yeah.
Ah,
Had a problem getting it started. Something like
Shouldn't
that.
they get disqualified?
They usually give you a shot.
well, now he's in the back. Maybe that's his penalty. He gets thrown in the back.
You sit back there. Think about what you do.
Just a bit of fun to make it interesting, Ryan said. Doobie-doobie-doo. Not bad. Not quite. What does that say? You probably know what that is because it's something I don't know. Is that something that I don't know about NASCAR? Leicester.
There might be a race they do in Europe. They do I think one race in Europe.
Jay Skills, what is that rate? What are you writing there? None of us. I don't know what that is. It says Leicester 2016. I don't know if I'm saying that right. What is it? Leicester?
I don't know.
Is that a race?
I have no idea. I know.
That's a football team. You say it. You say it like Leicester. So it's Leicester 2016. I don't know what that is. Is it another race? I'm assuming because you're saying it's like that. Now there is down to 1 pace car. They got rid of every other
Yep.
pace car.
Yeah.
So
So like
this-
I said, they'll break the groups up till everybody gets on the track. Then the second pace car will leave. And now they're probably getting ready to start here.
Who's this
next
dude
lap.
flying up? Look, when this guy, look, there's a guy
That's-
flying up.
Yeah, they're
He's
probably
catching up.
waiting for him. Yep.
And there's another one. See the red car, or is that another pace
That's
car?
a pace car.
Okay.
Getting probably.
Oh, yeah,
he
it's stopping, I
He
think.
took Penn Road.
Okay.
Penn Road.
All right, guys, there's one pace car left. They've gone around 50,000 times without even racing yet.
One English soccer Premier League. Beat me to it, Ryan.
Dillon, Harvick, Busch, and Hamlin. Those are the guys. Austin Dillon. See, there's two Dillons. There's Austin Dillon and Ty Dillon. I thought the other Dillon. Maybe that's what you're thinking, Ryan. Because Ryan was saying I thought Dillon was good. There's a guy named Austin Dillon, Ryan. Are you getting him confused? Because Austin Dillon is favored more so than Ty Dillon. Much more favored. He's like one of the top guys, they said. I'm wondering if you're thinking of the
Jimmy
other
Johnson.
Dillon.
I hope Jimmy Johnson pulls one out on his last series.
I love how I know why because you said it. I just think it's so funny how they're
Yep.
swerving together.
It's like me and Miracle when we played the arcade game.
Yes.
Okay.
I just think it's hilarious.
Boogity boogity.
Ryan said maybe
She's
I
actually
did.
Really good.
Ryan thinks maybe he thought it was the other Dillon.
She like won.
Yeah, because
race car games, so like.
Ty Dillon is 500 to 1. Austin Dillon is like 13 to 1. So it is much different.
I'm amazed.
I think this is it, guys, because they're getting. The guy just said we're gonna get ready to start. Here it comes. Official race car.
Is the Toyota Camry.
It's a 2020.
What a shame. I remember
Toyota
when they were
Camry.
Corvettes. Like, if you got a Corvette pace car, they're worth like a couple $1 million.
I remember the purple one with the yellow that came
Yep,
out where
yep.
you could buy it.
Yep.
So it's a 2020 Toyota Camry TRD edition, though. So it's probably
What a world
Macked
we live
out.
in. What a world we live in. Japanese car manufacturers leading the American race.
and their sponsor. I mean, they're one of the
Oh,
biggest
yeah, yeah.
sponsors.
Like I said, I remember.
How
when
many
they
fit
broke
in the
them.
stadium? There's got to be a
There's a
ton.
lot.
Because
And they said they're sold out.
unlike
Yeah.
a football
They're
stadium,
sold out.
the track is
So
big.
that's yellow.
The yellow flag is up.
It's gotta be like what, like 200,000 people.
They're crossing the line, but I don't know what that means. Right now, they're still just cruising. They're just coasting along.
I like the car with the teeth on it. Just past. See it? It's like the fourth or fifth car.
What about
The
it?
teeth. Look at the car with
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
right.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
the teeth. Who's driving that one?
I still didn't. I know what you're talking about, but I didn't see
That's
it.
him each way, so if he comes second or third, I still win, but I won't win the full 1,500 euros.
So he just has to Ryan. He just has to place top 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They have gone over the finish line again, and they're still doing another lap, like another pace lap. I don't know if there's a set amount or they just wait till everyone's ready, but it is lasting a while. It is after 3:30 where I am, or it's just hit 3:30.
It's 3:30 where I am too.
We have been we have been streaming.
Dale Earnhardt Sr., boys.
Dale, oh, is that the guy?
They just did a whole montage of Dale Earnhardt.
It's
So
just
afraid
blowing
you're
my
gonna
mind.
hurt my toe.
We've been live streaming for over an hour already, and it didn't even start.
How many hours is it?
4 hours.
It makes sense. I mean, it's 500.
500 miles.
That's like crazy because like 500 miles is how many miles? Basically, I think it's like 500.
Basically 500 laps. 500.
No, I'm
The
just,
track is equal to
okay, yeah, because it's 530 miles for me and my dad to drive to Cincinnati, and it would take us like 8 hours.
All right.
Yeah,
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is gonna wave a flag.
it would take us like 8 to 9 hours, depending on how fast we were going and how many stops we'd make.
So is this it? Is this like the lap coming up now?
I hope so.
For the love of God, guys. I just wanted to start so I know what's going on. Right now, they said race start was 3:08. It's almost 3:38. The furnace might have kicked off.
No, his
No.
feet are like.
No, but it actually got significantly
Now that you said,
colder.
Yeah,
The furnace might have kicked off. I just don't want to get up and check because
I'm freezing.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta make a bathroom break. So all that rain's gonna scoot to the north of them. They're fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so I was in Ocala I went to Florida for a couple days. I was in
Okay.
Ocala.
Yeah.
So that's where Daytona is. It's
Yeah.
like direct line
What
across.
is it? What did you just went to go? Or that's-
Yeah.
I was there for the testing for the 24-hour race like 12 years ago.
Ocala?
No.
Or Daytona?
Daytona.
Oh, Daytona.
Yeah, they had the testing for the 24-hour race, and Patrick Dempsey was driving. You know,
I feel like I remember.
McDreamy.
Yeah, I feel like I remember that for some
Yeah,
reason.
it was like 12 years ago.
Now everyone stopped and they went to commercial break. So I guess now
I'm
is
gonna
the
go
final lap?
pee.
Yeah, just watch it.
Yep.
The
Don't
ground,
look at the
because
camera.
like even like a stutter will knock that off the thing. It's balancing by a thread.
That was so not graceful. I'm surprised he pulled that off.
I'm like honestly worried.
Don't be
couldn't-
jealous. I can do it. You can't.
I'm afraid to.
Like,
'cause
even
the
the-
last
even the
two
ground.
times I walked by.
Even shaking the ground might knock it off. It's literally
I gotta go to the
completely
kitchen.
balanced.
I'm hungry.
We all
ate.
We all ate breakfast when you were sleeping till 2 in the afternoon. I actually brought it home too, and I don't even know where it is now. It's in the fridge somewhere.
Oh, sorry, I slept.
You have failed everybody. No, I'm just joking.
I did. I did not think I was going to sleep that long, but don't feel bad. I was having like nightmares, so.
Don't feel bad. I'm having. Don't feel bad because don't get mad at me because I had nightmares.
I was having nightmares. I was having my PTSD nightmares about riding on my mom's school bus. The kids making fun of me.
This movie is supposed to be very good.
My mom made me ride her school bus until I got my driver's license.
That's a little crazy.
Yeah, my mom's crazy. I don't talk to her.
Jay Skills says, "You look very cold, Michelle. I think you guys are in the mountains, right?" Jay Skills, I am in the mountains,
They're
but
not
I
like
think
big mountains. They're like little tiny hills.
it is like 30. It is like under 30 degrees right now. Last I checked, it was in the 20s. And sometimes when it gets really cold, my furnace will shut itself down, and you have to manually kick it back on. I have a feeling it kicked itself off because it has dropped like 10 or 20 degrees in here since I started the live stream. But I don't want to go check because I'm waiting for the race. Once the race starts, we can take breaks. I just don't want to go away for the start of the
Where's
race.
the where do you have to go? Down
In the
to-
basement on the other side.
Ew.
Basement on the other side.
Ew.
Ty Dillon finished 6th last. Oh, Ryan said Ty Dillon finished 6th last year, even though he's 500 to 1. That's crazy to me. I don't know why he'd be 500 to 1. 500 to 1. And what did it say? Pronounce Leicester. They won the English Soccer Premier League and they were 5,000 to 1. And they won. So they actually did. When was that? Oh, in 2016. That's insane. Was there like a lot of people that bet it? Because 5,000 to 1, I cannot imagine people would bet that. Is this normal that they would stop and restart and maybe something was wrong?
Something happened, maybe.
And are they getting out of their cars?
Oh, it's a rain delay.
Oh my God, it's raining, guys. They stopped it because it's rain delay. I was going to say, I'm like, they're all getting out of their cars and shit. They have postponed it right now. They're all getting out of their cars and covering them with tarps. So the race didn't even start. It's 3:35 and the race is held up. Some people did win the bet. I remember there was an article about them. Joshua Johnson, hello.
I hope Jimmy takes it though.
It's funny that Joshua Johnson is talking to us right now, and Jimmy
Johnson's on the.
Yeah, they're literally interviewing Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson just got out of his car. They're tarping up all the cars.
They're on a rain delay.
They said, what is it, a red flag, they said?
Red flag.
Red flag, rain delay. Everyone's cars are friggin' tarped up.
Red flag is basically they close the track for some reason.
So what
Whether it's
happens?
A crash
They
or
just
that.
wait it out?
Yeah.
What if it keeps raining?
Then they'll cancel the race.
Guys, we might have no Daytona. It is raining right now. They have delayed the rain. They never even start. What happens if it's in the middle of the race? They'll stop the race?
Yep.
It's too dangerous.
The cars will slip.
Yeah, they'll slip, fishtail, and all that fun stuff.
Do they know now? Did they? I know. Yeah, how rude. Jay Skills is like, don't they know you're live streaming? How rude of them to have rain. They have rain. Some people did win, blah, blah, blah. We were all
Wait, did the
tied to
stands
it.
just clear out that fast?
Nah,
It
or
must
did
be
it?
pouring.
Oh, because yeah, they're getting soaked.
They have literally, it's a sold out race. They have every seat filled in that stadium.
They're not looking like they're getting rained on though. Oh no, it is drizzle. I can see, but it's not like really bad.
Pansies.
Is it like even if it like drizzles, like anything, they just don't? I guess they don't.
Yeah,
If they
think
can't
about it,
keep
you
up
don't-
with drying the track, yeah.
Yeah, and besides, like, you don't take your car out when it rains.
That's
You
probably
follow
when the start. That's probably why the start was so delayed.
If you paid me millions of dollars, I would drive my GTO in the rain.
Yeah, but it's too dangerous.
I'll
It's
die.
sliding
I'll
over.
die for the race, for the love of the
For the love of
race.
going fast. You live your life a quarter mile at a time.
This
For
is.
those 8 seconds unless you're free. Fast and Furious reference, by the way.
I didn't even think that was like an option. I thought if it like rained, I thought they just played through the rain, or like not played, like drove. I get it.
You know how my dad smashed up his car? I told him
Driving NASCAR in the rain.
driving his Corvette in the rain on the Pocono racetrack. I told him, and it was raining that day, I'm like, Dad, please don't take your car out on the track. And he's like, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I'm like, please don't. Hours later, 6 hours later, the car is being towed in the
I thought they
driveway.
retired number 3. How is he number 3?
Of what? Him?
Yeah, he's in the car number 3. I thought they retired that after Dale Earnhardt
I thought you
Sr.
meant he-
died.
Don't know.
See, this is what happens when millennials who don't know anything about history start running NASCAR. They let numbers that were retired back on cars. I'm a little mad about that. That guy deserves to get dead last.
Todd 0864. Is that hat Sami Zayn? Me? I'm the only one wearing a hat.
I'm not wearing a hat. And it was
Todd, do you mean the hat behind me, Todd, or the one? I'm wearing a camo hat. The one behind me is the Super Bowl championship hat when New Orleans won. I don't see any other hats. Are you talking about on the TV? Todd?
There's 2 hats over there.
They're all Saints hats. Oh, this one over here is a Saints hat too. I can't. Actually, that's all off camera though. This is a Saints hat. They're all Saints hats. I still have. Oh, hat was a typo. What is that? Oh, is that Sami Zayn? Oh, the hat part was a typo. I don't know who Sami Zayn is. Do any of you know who Sami Zayn is? No? I don't know who Sami Zayn is, Todd.
Oh, big
Oh,
crashes.
see? Todd. He's saying I look like the wrestler, Sami Zayn. Someone earlier was saying I looked like the boxer that's fighting. Which one was it, Wilder or Fury now? Now I can't remember. Fury? People are saying I look like Fury, the boxer, because I have a shaved head and a giant brownish-orange beard. But now he's saying I look like a wrestler. I guess that's... Or you mean Robbie? Fury. People say I look like Fury. Who looks like the wrestler, me or Robbie? I'm assuming me because I'm doing the talking and you said me. But...
The guy was warming his hands. A piece of his car is on fire. He's on the racetrack like this.
I see that. Yeah, they see that he says it too. Apparently a lot of people tell me I look like Fury. So I'll take it. He's a champion boxer, so I'll take that compliment. People have told me, I don't think this at all, but people several times have told me I look like Tom Hardy, and I don't see it at all. But I take that compliment too, because I think Tom Hardy is a good-looking dude, and he's making millions acting, so I'll take it. I don't think that one at all, though. I could see the Fury one. I could see that, because the beard, and I have a shaved head and everything. I could see that one. You might have some gypsy blood. Do you have Irish ancestry? Jay Skills, I'm 50% Irish, 50% Italian. I'm half and half. The Irish side of me, though, the Italian side is 100% 50%. The Irish side, though, is slightly mixed. Like, it's a little Irish, a little... Like, Irish is the majority, but it's like, I got a little Dutch and a little Scottish and something else. But, like fractions of a percent kind of thing. The majority is Irish-Italian, so I just tell everyone I'm 50-50. It's like, my grandmother was 100% Irish on that side. My grandfather was adopted, but he had Irish in his blood from the birth parents. We just don't know what he was. We did, like, ancestral type things, and there's little pieces of everything. So, I just go with Irish-Italian, but I'm definitely Irish. Let's go Chevys, Todd says. Todd, where are you from, bud? You're new to the chat. I haven't seen you before. We are all usually my live streams are a bunch of the same people. We get new people in all the time. Just curious. For a second I thought they started real quick. I'm like, what just happened? In case anybody's wondering, they are on delay.
Oh, he went in hard.
What was that? Why did it flop? What was that like?
So they're if you guys ever see when there's a crash, there are flaps on the top of the car they come up. That is a change. No, that's a change in wind direction. So they stay down if the car's traveling forward, but the minute the car gets sideways, the wind will rip them up. And basically what that's supposed to do is keep the car from starting a flip.
Okay.
Right? So it changes the wind going over the car.
So it's almost like an air brake, kind of, almost. Like in the sense.
It's not for braking,
but like it helps.
It's more just to change the air direction so that the car
doesn't fuck up.
It tries to keep the wind from getting underneath the car, basically. And that's why they all have those real big spoilers on the front now.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to prevent as much air from getting underneath the car as humanly possible.
Gotcha.
Right? But those flaps on the roof are to keep, when they go into the grass or something like that, it's designed to change the wind so the car doesn't start to roll.
Gotcha. Makes sense. He is 41. Kurt Busch. 40. I was going to say, I've heard that name for so long.
Crybaby.
2004.
Just like his baby brother, he's a crybaby.
21st year in the Cup. So he was racing since I was in high school. That's crazy. I was going to say, because I've heard that name forever.
Kurt was in before Kyle. Kyle's his baby brother.
Oh, I was going to say I heard more about Kyle Busch.
Yes, okay. Kyle Busch is the main crybaby.
Okay.
He's not too, Kurt's not god-awful, but Kyle Busch is an absolute crybaby. Like, you touch Kyle Busch and he'll be like, hey, you tried to wreck me on purpose, man. That's not fair.
Kurt Busch looks
old.
Chubby. He looks like he got chubby, too. Yeah, like I said, most of the car drivers you see are skinny.
Well, the problem is you can't get in a Nascar and be fat.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because
literally, the reason the wheels pop off, if you ever see them, they put the steering wheels on the steering shaft, is so they have enough room to get their body into that seat.
That's why I'm surprised, because most of them are like children. They look like small children. They're like young guys that look like children. Kurt Busch so far
has been around for a long, long time too.
Kurt Busch so far was the heaviest racer I've seen. If you guys are wondering, we are not talking about the race because they're in a rain delay. They were doing the last pace lap. They kept doing laps for the pace car. I'm wondering if people weren't ready or they were hesitating because of the rain. And the skies look pretty clear.
Yeah, the sky looks blue.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the sky
maybe
looks
it's a sun
clear.
shower or something.
But they docked all the cars and they tarped them and they're literally all out of their cars. So everyone jumped out of their cars and they're walking around talking together and they're just hanging out. There's a good, I mean, even if they load up right now, it's going to be like another 10 minutes.
Yeah, see, that's a track dryer. They're drying the track, which means it's probably stopped raining.
They're drying the track, like Robbie said. They have trucks that do so. I'm 50. Jay Skills is saying I'm 50% Irish too, 40% English, 10% Swedish. Did one of those rip-off tests too?
Yeah, they are rip-off tests. Now the government has your DNA.
DNA. Todd, what does MN mean? I don't know if that's he said.
MN?
Yeah, I said welcome to the chat. How did you find us? And he said MN. I don't know if that. Todd, what is MN? Is that a typo again? I'm horrible with translations. But he said, let's go Chevys. Todd, I'm a Chevy guy. I got a Pontiac GTO, but it's a Chevy LS2 setup. So it's, vet engine trans.
Oh, you gotta take that car out sometime.
I know. Michelle wants to see it too. I only take it out in beautiful weather. Yeah. Hey, Jay. Yeah, stick to it. And it's all worked out. It's got, I had it dynoed and it's like 550 to the wheel. 6-speed, yeah, 6-speed. It's 550 to the wheels. So it's got it's probably got like 7. I have a GTO in my garage, but I only take it out in the summer if it's beautiful. It's probably got like close to 700 engine horsepower, like 550 to the wheels on a dyno. But it is a beast. And I use it as a daily driver in the summer. But I've gotten other cars over the years, so I try to only use it when it's like pristine out. Because even in like a drizzle, it'll fishtail all over the road. Still no start yet? Ryan, no.
I lose
Oh,
my food around.
Oh, Todd is saying he's from Minnesota. Todd, welcome from Minnesota.
Minnesota, eh?
We do this every week. Not all of us, but Robbie's been in a bunch. Michelle's in a couple. We usually do it every week, and we find something to do it. Last week was Oscars. Week before was Super Bowl. Every week before that, I did football. We're going to do basketball. We're going to do boxing. We're going to do MMA. We're going to do XFL. So feel free to join us and subscribe and like, my friend. Still no race start yet, blah, blah, blah. First time watching your channel. Todd, check out some of the videos. I mainly do reactions and reviews and stuff like that, but I jump on for tons of sporting events. Massive sports fan. I don't do a whole lot of Daytona stuff, though. I said racing's my least watched sport. I just figured might as well do it because it's a worldwide watched event, so might as well check it out. Yeah, you betcha. All right. Since the guys aren't even in their cars, I'm going to go check the furnace, guys. I want to make sure the furnace is on because it feels like it's getting colder. I'm going to run over real quick, check the furnace. I'll be right back. But Robbie and Michelle are here. Joshua Johnson don't like racing either. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. I got to go quick. I got to go slowly, though, because I don't want to shake the camera off its pedestal. I will be back in a moment.
Joshua Johnson, yeah, this is the first Daytona I've seen in probably, I want to say 6 years maybe. So, like I said, I know all the older guys now, Jimmy Johnson, the Bushes, even though I'm not a fan of the Bushes, but the Bushes, most of these guys, like the guys that are the favorites, I've never heard of before.
Look at my fingers.
Yeah, isn't that like a guitar thing? Like when you start picking up guitar, like your fingers bleed, and then like after that they kind of get calloused.
Playing until my fingers bled. Yeah. No, this.
I want Jimmy Johnson to win since it's his last season. Joshua Johnson, I'm with you 100%, buddy. I would love if Jimmy Johnson won his last Daytona 500. That would be absolutely awesome. I'm not a Busch fan at all. So that's kind of the only option I got left. But no, now it's his last season. I really hope he pulls one out here.
I wish I knew the chords for that song.
It's funny, Michelle said about the government having your DNA.
It's so true, though.
Before I took the test, I asked my dad if he'd done anything bad in the past, just in case my DNA linked to any crime.
That's why I'm making both my parents, like, my mom did her DNA. I'm going to make my dad do his, because I don't want the government to have my DNA. Big Brother's watching.
He was strangely mute about it, LOL. That said, nothing happened in the end. Hey dude, did you see Birds of Prey with Jay? I did not. I've only been like.
It was awesome.
That was. You were here for that? Okay. Yeah, I did not. I've only been on 2 or 3 streams.
Sounds really out of tune.
Musical interlude.
Yeah, musical interlude. I'm not a guitar
What were
player.
you
It's really hard to play this because like the strings are really heavy. And they're far away from the frets. This is why I don't like acoustic guitars.
I love Victor Zess. I don't even know who that is.
I don't know who it sounds familiar.
Yeah. Chris, my name's Rob. That's Michelle over there. Ryan, how did you meet Jay's sister? So Jay's sister and I met at a bar that we both frequent often at the time. And we pretty much just started talking, became friends. We started dating probably back in September. So, hope that answers your question. He's Black Mass Little Crime Buddy.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Is that a Birds of Prey thing? Or? Okay. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't here for the Birds of Prey thing. Michelle was.
I was so excited about it. The next morning after I saw it, I literally made my own Harley Quinn costume and was running around all day pretending I was Harley Quinn holding a bat.
Weren't you in the Harley Quinn outfit for the Super Bowl?
I was, yeah.
Okay. I think I passed out after that. I missed
passed
that
out,
somehow.
Wait, no, it was the Oscars? Wait, I don't even know.
Or was it the Oscars?
It
It
was
was
the
the
Oscars.
Oscars, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
fell
like
asleep.
passed out.
Yeah, you guys went to sleep. I was still up. But the week before that, the Super Bowl, I passed out at right after halftime. I basically have like narcolepsy because when I come here, I just eat and sleep.
Yeah.
It's like my
uncle has narcolepsy. He used to fall asleep driving
I
anywhere, any time of day.
yeah.
It was great. Not really.
I don't really have
So-
narcolepsy, but I basically.
I love Michelle in her Harley Quinn outfit. Chris Irwin.
Yeah, I was wearing it last week. It's hard to play guitar without.
Ryan, hope that answers your question, buddy. Any other questions for me? Anything at all?
I need a piano because I suck at guitar. I'm not a guitar player.
Jay, I need a piano.
They have a piano in the other room.
Oh,
I started playing it one day. It's just out of tune.
yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm just like I have a thyroid disease. I have like it's called Hashimoto. It's like a autoimmune disease, so that's
Okay.
why I'm always tired all the time. So I just joke around and say it's basically like narcolepsy because I literally fall asleep everywhere and then I
Right.
just don't wake up.
I'm gonna change my profile name. Are you a firefighter? Daniel D. Yes, I am. I'm a volunteer fireman. So basically, I run into burning buildings for free.
I put out the fire with gasoline. You remember that David Bowie song?
Yeah, maybe.
The song, the lyrics are, I'm gonna put out the fire with gasoline. Putting out the
Batman,
fire.
what's up?
Your
Welcome to the
favorite.
chat.
Of stacks of butter toast.
Yes!
That's what I got from the diner for you, and I had other stuff too, but I'm in a rush. Sorry. I just gave
That's
you that.
alright.
Thank you, sir.
So you don't know. I'm stealing it. 2 cubes because I had it. I couldn't
That's
balance it. I literally couldn't balance it. I'm like, I'm stealing Robbie's cubes.
Daniel D. Yes, I'm a firefighter for 2 departments.
Water too.
Both of which are volunteer departments. In other words, pretty much if like my phone goes off right now, I'd probably leave. But so we aren't sitting in the firehouse, and we don't collect a paycheck every week for it. But that's about it. That's heroic, man. Yeah, I mean, I look at it as it's just a job. You know, it's a job that has to get done. I don't really think of myself as a hero, but thank you for saying that. That's much appreciated.
I work for the local Zelda division.
You must be on call a lot.
I
So
battle.
pretty much the way on call works is, or the way we determine who's around is whoever is in the area code.
Did you say hi to Batman?
I did say hi to Batman.
Hello, Batman. I always like to say hi to new people in the stream. What's up? Batman, where are you from? How'd you find us? Always curious when we have new people. Sorry to overtalk, Robbie.
No problem.
You must be on. Oh, we already said.
Yeah. Yep. So the way it works is basically if we're around and we're not inebriated or too far out of town,
Thank you.
we get a call, and whether, if you're busy, you're busy. You're not, you can't make it, you can't make it. That's kind of the way it works.
I am the same person as Chris Unwin. I just changed my name. Oh, Batman. I should have known because he always goes with DC stuff. It used to be DC fan. Well, not always. I've seen you without DC a couple times.
Ryan.
But it's always
Chris.
Batman. Gotcha, bud. I should have known that, like I said, because he went from like DC fan to something else. But he
Yeah,
always
he
has something.
said he was going to change his profile.
Oh, gotcha. Chris Unwin. I didn't see the higher ones, but yes, they're still talking to the racers.
Yeah,
they're not even in their
just
cars.
trying to kill time here.
Do you think it looks really sunny out? So it's either like a sun shower.
No, those are clouds.
Like, I mean, there are clouds, but it's very blue out. It's not like gray and it's not like a dark, gloomy day.
No, but you can see those are rain clouds. It's hard to see though.
It doesn't even look like it's. That's what I just said, Ryan. Ryan's saying the same
You
thing.
can see like the clouds.
But like even on
but there's like blue back there.
Like,
There's
and
like stripes of clouds.
and
but-
you'd see it raining on these guys.
Yeah.
They're literally just.
and he's
chilling.
in a t-shirt, and
Yeah.
they're chilling like.
Well, and you can tell that the sun is shining on them because that's east right there,
Yeah.
and behind them is west.
I'm unfamiliar with racing, guys, so I don't know how long they wait. Maybe they're just like Robbie said before. They had trucks drying the track. Maybe it drizzled just enough for them to delay it, and now they're just drying up the track because, I mean, it could take a while to go around and dry. The trucks drying the track have to crawl. So the length of track they have to cover, I guess they could just be drying it up. But I just hope we get a race at this point. But by the time it starts, we're going to be live streaming for 2 hours before it even starts. But they're showing
Yeah, that's the western sky.
Western sky. They're basically just showing the same thing over and over again, guys, because they have nothing
you can see,
else to
look,
say.
the track is still wet. This is not drying. It's probably really humid too.
The bride is going to go around drying it all day.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't even
Hey,
look,
look,
oh,
look. That's pretty.
yeah, and it is cloudy over there.
Yeah.
Batman, I miss you filming in your room, Jay.
I miss you, Billy. Well, you still get to see all the reactions. Everything else I do is in my room, so you get a taste of both worlds. I told you guys, my camera broke. That's why I stopped streaming in my room. But then when I found out that cable beats live streaming, I mean, streaming the games and the stuff and the events, it's like a minute to 2 minutes behind live. And I would literally have people texting me updates as they happened, and I would find out before it even was shown to me. So as soon as I found that out, I started doing it here. And also, much more room. Others can join. In my room, I have
You can
one
just
chair.
live stream me sleeping.
Yeah. Like, see, if I live stream from my bedroom, you'd see Michelle sleeping, and everyone would have to sit on, like, my hassock or my, like, bed. I don't know. It's not as
I'm
comfortable.
pretty sure everyone would just want to watch me.
I gotta
Yes.
dry it, but the track is so large it could be raining on only one section.
Yep.
The 22-year-old guy who just got interviewed is 1,000 to 1.
Yeah, that was I saw his name.
Yeah.
Namachek.
Yeah.
Namachek, I'm assuming. Yeah, I was watching him interviewed. 22. What's the youngest guy? I think, did they have the youngest guy before?
They can, they'll usually start, like, if you're really good, I think the youngest guy I ever heard of, I think, was 19 or 20.
It's gonna
Seems
take a
right.
long
Like,
time.
he couldn't even drink legally. I was like, holy shit, this guy's making millions of dollars driving a race car around in circles, and he can't even drink.
Oh my god, no, I would never do that. No skydiving. for me.
Jumping out of a
Nope.
perfectly good airplane.
Nope. Nope.
One thing I'll
Nope.
never do.
Oh my god, that guy's going in fast. I want to know you might know this, but if Robbie doesn't know this, one of you guys Google it for me because I can't. What kind of heat do those trucks throw off? Because there are trucks.
They're jet engines.
That's what I was going to say, because
Like,
they're literally
literally
drying
jet engines.
instantly.
Mm-hmm.
They're blasting to the ground and it's drying like wet puddles instantly. That's got to be intense heat.
Sleeping. That's kind of creepy, though.
I never even knew you would see Michelle sleeping. That's kind of creepy. No, well, Batman, just so you know, Mr. Chris Unwin, I don't film, like, when you guys see me filming, Michelle's not sleeping in
I'm
the
not.
bed.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying, if I did live streams, half the time you would see her because she's usually sleeping all the time on
Yep.
the weekends.
Yep.
But when I'm filming videos in my room and stuff, she's not, like, laying it there. She's like, I do those when I'm, like, coming home from work and I'm by
I'm
myself.
not here.
Yeah, that would be funny. If, like, if you, like, cut off that thing and, like, she's just always there. I would also be, like, yelling while she's sleeping, because you guys see I laugh and scream and yell. Yeah, Jesse's making something. What the hell was she making? My sister's making something. I don't know what, but she was, like, I don't know, grilling something up on the pan.
Where's
I was just
Dobby?
telling everyone I have like a thyroid disease, so
I
that's
miss
why I
his
sleep all
cat,
the time.
Dobby.
Yeah, where? Oh,
Dobby!
Dobby,
Dobby's around here somewhere.
I honestly think Dobby gets afraid of Michelle when she plays the guitar, or maybe Michelle in general.
Dobby!
Nothing against Michelle, but Dobby, like Robbie and my sister,
Hang on.
sleep with Dobby.
I got
So
something.
I live here, so Dobby's used to me, and Robbie and Jesse sleep with Dobby.
And I feel
So-
like other cats.
Yeah, and Michelle has 4 cats, so I think Dobby's afraid because it smells the other cats, and
Yeah,
because
she
she's
does.
getting used to
She
it.
heard the bag. Look.
And Michelle also plays the guitar and stuff, makes noise. Dobby's terrified of noise. Is she coming?
Yep. I just saw her trotting down the hallway.
Dobby, where are you?
There she is.
Up there's Dobby. There's Dobby, guys. Watch, she might attack your bread. She will literally grab it out of that thing and run away, so watch the thing.
Yep.
They can't see her over there.
Yeah, she's all
She's like
together.
right off camera.
She did come right up to me though. I'm just gonna move this because she does not like it.
Yeah, just watch the
I know,
balance.
I
Yeah,
know,
like
I know.
the
I'm
slightest
just gonna put this
movement.
right over.
Come on, Dobby! Oh, she just went back in the bedroom.
Yeah, because I
She
scared
was
her.
here for like all 10 seconds.
I just moved the guitar so that way she'll come over.
There's Dobby. The Bubba Wallace guy looks like
Russell Wilson.
I didn't see him.
Joey Logano raced the Daytona 500 when he was 18. I just looked it up.
When he was 18, he raced.
Yeah.
Hearts and Jesus.
I'm wondering when that was though, because Joey Logano is one of the favored guys or one of the higher guys. I don't think he's favored necessarily.
I love you, Daniel D.
Chris Unwin ain't my real name. I just used it from It Chapter 2. Chris Unwin. The name Chris Unwin is in It Chapter 2? I don't recall that name. Well, who's Chris
I wonder
Unwin?
how much it is to rent that boat.
$5.
At Daytona, I highly doubt that.
Probably a couple thousand.
What does it say on the side of their
I
advertising?
can't
SS
even read it.
better.
It's spinning too much.
Batman, what is it from? Which character was Chris Unwin? Or is that like a play on words? Because I don't remember Chris Unwin.
Do they have any more alcoholic beverages?
I do not.
Okay, that's probably a good thing.
Young homophobe who viciously beat Adrian. Oh, his name was actually Chris Unwin? I know exactly who you're talking about, but I didn't know that was his name. Interesting. Was that his name in the book too? I guess I read them all, yeah. I have to check out, Ryan, I'm going to keep in mind Bubba Wallace. Next time his name pops up, I got to see. He said he looks like Russell Wilson from the Seattle Seahawks football team. I have a cat named Olive, Daniel D says. Why is it? What brings on that name? I'm always curious how people choose cat names. Why Olive? Does he have an olive color to him or something? I'm Batman now. Batman, you are Batman now.
I can see it.
I could see it, yeah. He brought up Bubba Wallace. I could see it. A little lighter skinned, and he looks a little chubbier. Russell Wilson, he has the face though. I could see it in the face. But Bubba Wallace has like a chubbier face, I feel like. With the sunglasses on, he does. Without them, not so much. Yeah, that's what Ryan, we saw with the sunglasses, we saw just by coincidence. He must wear them a lot. Because the picture Robbie got.
Now?
Yeah, they did that commercial in the Super Bowl. Jonah Hill commercial for Coca-Cola energy drink, if you didn't see the Super Bowl. They're doing all sorts of commercials. They're milking this for advertising because there's no race.
Yep.
What is that, little biscuits? He just ate
I
all the
don't know,
Geico
but
biscuits.
I want them. They look yummy.
Biscuits.
Little scones.
I left Alfred at home. He was annoying me. I get it.
Dude, Alfred's the man. Which Alfred, though? I like Michael Caine was a good Alfred.
Batman. Michelle has a
Michael
question.
Caine was the best.
Who's your favorite Alfred?
I'm
Batman.
going to go with Michael Caine. Michael Caine's the man.
Honestly, Michael Caine is so... I love Michael Caine so
I
much.
just love him.
Yeah, I gotta go with Michael Caine. It has nothing to do with the movies. Even though I love the Christian Bale Batman movies, Michael Caine is just, in my mind, a perfect Alfred.
Yep.
I don't even remember the name of the actor who was Alfred in the Michael Keaton ones. I remember the actor, but I don't remember the actor's
I don't
name.
remember either.
And I also do like Jeremy Irons. Jeremy Irons was
I
Alfred in the Ben
love
Affleck.
Jeremy Irons.
Yeah, and he was.
Yes.
So he's a good one too.
He's a good
Jeremy
one, too.
Jeremy Irons.
You know he's the voice of Scar, right? Lion King Scar?
It was her name. Oh, Daniel D said the olive cat. It was a rescue cat. It was already your name. So I'm now Daniel. I am curious. You must find out the reason. Daniel D, do you look at your cat and you think, I see why they named it Olive? Because sometimes maybe it's got like a dark olive color. Because there's some cats that
All
are
right,
like.
they're taking the tarps off the car, so that's a good sign.
There we go. Robbie's right. They're taking the tarps off the cars, and the racers are getting lined up by the cars. So we're looking like we might have the start of a race 2 hours after.
Thank God.
Cole Custer. I cut my ear, guys. If you guys are wondering why I'm playing with my ear, I cut the inside of my ear.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. I think I just did it when I like went like this. I think I did it to myself.
What's up, Roland?
Rollin 666, what's up? What's going on, ViewMaster and crew? How are you, sir? We have been on stream for almost 2 hours. We started at 2:20. It is 4:02, or no, 4:06. And the race hasn't even started yet, Rollin. Was supposed to start at 2:30. Then they said 3:08, and then it started raining. We have been live streaming for 2 hours with no event even starting yet. But it looks like they're getting ready. They're clearing off the cars. The weather looks good. We got the racers. It looks like they're about to start jumping in their cars. So we might have an event. I started worrying we might not even get a race at this point. Logano is such a punk. His dad tries to fight his battles for him. Todd, I really don't know much about that dude.
Yeah, he's new to me since since I left watching NASCAR, I guess we'll say.
And Batman's favorite Alfred is his Alfred. Who is your favorite Batman? Who is your favorite Alfred from the movies, Mr. Batman? Mr. Batman. Woo-hoo, Ryan. They're loaded up.
I still can't believe they let somebody take the number 3. I thought number 3 was retired after Dale Earnhardt died.
Does anyone know that?
If anybody's a true NASCAR fan and can figure that out for me, that'd be
Yeah, why is Dale
fantastic.
Earnhart's number
Why
not
is Dale
retired?
Earnhardt's car number not retired?
Well, I'm headed back to the Batcave. Batman, take care. Have a good time in your Batcave. I will come visit you at one point. Everyone's getting
ready.
Up. That's got to be so annoying.
Oh,
Like
those suits are horrible.
And you're in your car ready to race, and then you got to get everything off and reload an hour later. Like
They don't like rain delay starts are usually when like underdogs typically win because literally there's so many issues. Like those cars, you gotta think
are so temperamental.
Are so temperamental about starting and things like that.
Yeah.
Like that, it's crazy when like all kinds of bad shit can start going down.
And I can see the racers being like, you're prepared for a certain amount of time into that car, and now you basically just added 2 hours to your day.
Exactly.
3 was
I can see that.
done, but the car owner brought it back a few years ago.
Ah,
Okay.
there we go. Thank you, Todd.
Thank
And
you,
he
Todd.
said, and Joshua Johnson. Number 3 was unofficially retired, so I guess someone else could still use it.
Okay.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Todd. I like my Alfred in general. They wasted my Butler in so many movies sometimes. 3 was
Austin
gone.
Dillon's granddad, who was in the Hall of Fame, drove number 3.
Ah, that's cool.
Oh, so he's related to Dale Earnhardt.
Oh. Austin Dillon's.
Grandfather.
No, but who's? Do you know the Dillon that's a grandfather? Is that Dale Earnhardt?
It's gotta be. He's the only guy who drove the number 3 car.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Is Austin Dillon's grandfather Dale Earnhardt? Because Robbie's saying only one rode the 3 car, unless it was way before like even Earnhardt.
No, Earnhardt was number 3. Anybody in NASCAR.
Speaking
Earnhardt
of
was
Batman, Jim Gordon and Bane in the new Harley Quinn
Fans were
cartoon.
very receptive when 3 was brought back.
Rollins 666.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like I was a Dale Earnhardt Sr. fan. I mean, if it's his grandson, I guess, like somebody's saying, then I mean, I guess that makes it a little better. But I don't know. To me, that number should be retired forever. But because Dale Earnhardt was Dale Earnhardt was Dale Earnhardt. I mean, that guy was such an amazing race car driver. It's amazing. Richard Childress is his grandpa. Okay, so Richard Childress was very good friends with
So he might have used
Dale
number
Earnhardt,
3.
Dale Earnhardt Sr.
So I guess he used number 3.
I guess so. Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt were like really good friends. So that makes sense.
I've seen the new Harley Quinn cartoon. Batman says, "Yeah, I saw Birds of Prey last week with Michelle. Very good movie. A lot of people are mixed reviews about it. I enjoyed it. Michelle enjoyed it. I actually thought it was one of the better DC movies recently, but I've not seen the Harley Quinn cartoon. But lots of people are telling me about it, like saying like it's one of the best things to come out of DC in a while. Not counting like Wonder Woman stuff like that, but." People are raving about the Harley Quinn cartoon. I haven't seen it, honestly. But I will check it out at some point. I do like the character. I like Birds of Prey. Guys, if you're jumping in, the race hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, they were on a rain delay.
We are like literally 2-hour delay right now. If you count everything, was supposed to, oh wait, no, not a 2-hour. It was supposed to start 2:30, then it said 3:08. So we're on about an hour rain delay right now. So we've just been chatting.
But they were dusting off the cars, so
yeah. They're
everybody's
getting ready.
getting helmets on.
Yeah, the racers are getting in their cars and they're getting their shit up. So it should be going soon. Like I'm thinking in the next 10 minutes our race will be going. Dylan is like the grandson of Childress. I don't know if he actually is. Is his grandfather? Based on Birds of Prey, Black Mask, or Victor Zsasz? Batman, definitely Victor Zsasz. I love Ewan McGregor, but I thought his character was very odd and wasted. Where Victor Zsasz, I thought was very cool. I like Victor Zsasz.
Todd, thank you very much for that clarification. So Childress is a race team owner. He owns Childress Racing.
Okay.
So Todd is saying that they own the numbers. Right?
Okay.
So he always kept the rights to number 3.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Okay. Now it's clicking. Like I said, I took like a 6-year hiatus from NASCAR, so half these people I don't know.
If Ty Dillon wins me 1,500 pounds, I'm flying over to your house to celebrate. Ryan, I will take the night off. I will take the next 2 days off and welcome you, and we will go drink. Now we have something to look forward to. I'm going to hold you to it. If Ty Dillon wins 500 to 1. 500 to 1. I'll buy the drinks. You fly over here. All the drinks are on me. You just fly over here. We're good. I know where to go. We'll go visit that bar in New York.
And even Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt won a lot of championships. He did not win a lot of Daytona 500s. Believe it or not. Swear to God. He won.
Engines are going.
2 or 3. I'll look at it.
And there's number 3. There's Austin Dillon. So they started their engines. They're in their cars. They got the cages are up and everything. They haven't moved yet, but the engines are going. They got Johnson loaded. Here it goes. Everyone's backing off the track. They're getting their races loaded. I liked Victor Zsasz better as well, even though Victor Zsasz didn't have a very long part. Batman, you are correct. But if you think about it, neither did Black Mask. I feel like Black Mask, he was in it more than Victor Zsasz. But Black Mask didn't have as much screen time as I would have wanted him to. And I feel like he was like kind of wasted. I don't know. Like even though Ewan McGregor did a good job of acting, I just feel like there's only so much an actor could do. And I feel like he didn't have enough screen time. The time that Victor Zsasz had on screen, I feel like he did what he had to do. And he was scary. And here they go. The pace car is leaving and everyone else is following.
Todd, the sooner we're going to run out of bourbon. That sounds like a serious problem, my friend.
Todd, usually, specifically me and Michelle, sometimes Robbie and Jesse will join, but specifically me, I usually do shots for every new person that jumps in the chat. So I owe Todd a shot. Batman isn't new, but he's got a new name, so I'd make an exception. But whoever's new in the chat, there was someone else, or maybe I'm thinking of Batman. There was someone else, though, too, that entered before. But usually I do shots for like every touchdown in football. I do shots for newcomers, stuff like that.
We should do a shot for every pass.
That would be great, yeah.
Oh my God.
That'd be a little intense. But I literally work this morning, and honestly, if I knew...
work tomorrow morning,
yeah.
So...
If I knew it was going to be rain delayed, I would have went and got liquor. But I didn't want to miss the stream, and I scheduled it for 2:20. I got home at like 1:45, had just enough time to set up and start, but now I have no liquor. So I also don't know how I do that because, like I said, like Robbie said, what is it? Like every time someone passes a lead racer, we'd probably be drunk by a quarter through the race. The race better start soon. What movies are you going to look forward to for 2020? Wonder Woman, the Black Widow movie, the Rick Grimes movie is set to come out this summer. I haven't seen a trailer or heard anything else about it, so I'm wondering if that's delayed. But I'm a big Walking Dead fan, so I'm curious to see that But yeah, mainly Wonder Woman, Black Widow. I know there's a bunch. I can't think off the top of my head right now. What else? Eternals is coming out in like, I don't know, end of summer, early fall. So basically, the comic book movies. Basically, you got all the comic book movies, but they are rounding the track, guys. We got the pace car, and we got everyone catching up. So we should have a flag soon. Black Mask had quite a bit longer part. Maybe he did. Both were funny, though. I'll give you that. And like I said, the acting was great. I had no problem with the acting. I just thought the character didn't seem like they used him as well as they could have. But, like, not bad. A good time to take a shot watching this would be every time there is a new race leader. That's what, Ryan, that's kind of what we were saying. Like, every time someone passes the lead racer, do a shot. But I've never watched a full race. I feel like that happens a lot.
Yeah.
So
this
die.
is cool. They're giving you a little setup of what the car gauges look like. Everything's on a digital screen now. I mean, I remember when they used to do the in-view of the race cars, they used to literally have you could see the autometer. Autometer's a gauge manufacturing company, but you could see autometer gauges. Like, they had the big, tachometers.
Yeah.
So, like, see how digitalized everything is now? That's crazy.
All technology. Jimmy Johnson. So they're rounding the track doing pace laps. As soon as it kicks
There's
off.
my boy. So guys if you're new or didn't hear me, I'm pulling for Jimmy Johnson because it's his last season. I would love him to win the Daytona. He's also an old school race car guy. He's always he's been around for a while.
Rollins saying the new Candyman film's coming out. I can't believe it's coming out that quick.
Number 3.
I've heard about it, but I honestly didn't know that. I didn't know I knew they were making a Candyman. Is Tony? I mean, I'm expecting that Tony Todd isn't coming back as Candyman, but it'd be cool to see him in like a cameo in there. I couldn't imagine they wouldn't. I still see Tony Todd at every movie convention, like horror conventions. Tony Todd's at like every one of them I go to. So the dude is still very involved in the horror community. So even if he's not playing Candyman, I'd be shocked if Tony Todd wasn't at least in the new Candyman. But I am looking forward to that. I just didn't know it was coming out that quick.
We should rewatch they came out with a movie, a biographical movie about Dale Earnhardt.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know if I seen that. Was it called 3?
Yep.
I did hear of that. I never seen it, but I did hear about it.
Vomit.
Watch that. Don't stop.
Maybe it's your cat.
Quietly.
We're trying to get your cat back on camera.
Dowdies.
All right, guys.
Just a whole
When they're
crinkled
shaking
bag.
this, but this
You
is
might
black.
have caught. Jesse might have come back right in time. They're now riding the track again.
Did they start
No,
yet?
no, they're just got in their cars
They
again.
had a rain delay.
They
Really?
Yeah, they just got in their cars again. They're taking off.
Todd is asking, what is your shoe of choice,
Oops.
Fireman?
Right here, boys.
There's Dobby. Dobbers.
What? I'm trying to show you.
What is
So that's that is Skull Berry Blend pouches. Which is hard to find unless you have a local Wawa.
Wawa.
Tony Todd is listed as the Candyman in the cast right now. That would
Really?
be awesome.
In the remake?
Because he's saying, what are you looking forward to this summer? I said, I don't really know what's coming out.
I'm excited for that.
I did not. I thought he is getting very old, but you weren't in the room when I was telling him. He's at every horror convention I go to. So
Yeah, we saw him. Remember?
Yeah,
He was at the Walker Stalker convention.
He was at the last one I went to, Monster Mania.
Yeah.
He was literally having
I
drinks
was gonna
of
do
bourbon.
him, but then we did. Remember we did the guy from Boondocks
Yeah.
instead.
They're like, after the convention's over, there's a bar in the hotel. And someone gave me an inside tip and said, if you go to the bar after midnight, oh my God, the pace car went off.
Here we go, boys.
The pace car has officially went off. It's lap 1. We are into the race. That's officially the start. Boom, right there. That was the start. The green flag by, what was that?
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. So the flag, when I said boom, that was the official start of the race. Lap number 1
Out of 200.
out of 200 laps.
So excited.
And Stenhouse, how do you say that?
Stenhouse.
Stenhouse is in first. That's it, guys. It's over. Bye.
Stenhouse won.
Here we go. So you
So
guys
they're
get to
already
determine
moving. Here comes Kolowski.
the next time, just to give you guys, like now that the race is going and we know, when they pass the first lap, I'll go, this is the second lap. That way you guys can tell how much behind your stream is if you have a stream up. Because I want to see like how far ahead I am. The second it goes lap 2, I'm going to say lap 2, but I didn't say it yet. It's first lap. They're flying.
3 wide going.
That's it, lap 2. It is officially lap 2 now. So that'll determine how far behind you guys are. But here we go. I'll say
All
when I see
Chevys
lap
and
2.
Fords in the front. Thank God they're American car companies.
Ryan's going to tell me when he hits lap 2 because we want to see how far behind we are. I feel like I'm an entire lap ahead. Watch me stepping by the camera.
I love this. There's a Toyota for till the 24th spot.
Ryan is going to tell me when he is, and then I'll know. I want to see if you're an entire lap behind, Ryan, because they're about to hit lap 3 for me. They're coming around to lap 3, and Ryan hasn't even had lap 2 yet. I'm almost even with the stream then, so not too bad. I'll tell you guys lap 3 just to give you a clue, and then
They're already on.
oh, there you go. Yeah, they're already on lap 3, Ryan. They actually are a quarter way through lap 3. So you might be a whole lap or 2 behind, Ryan. They are cruising. That's a Mustang. We got a Mustang.
We got all Chevys and Fords in the top 10.
So
Thank
far,
God.
Stenhouse, yes, Stenhouse is in a Chevy. Ford is the top 3 beyond him. But Stenhouse has led so far the whole time. No one's taken the lead.
Kowalski just moved from like
Yeah, he was way behind.
16th to
Yeah.
5th.
Yeah, Kowalski just
Kowalski,
jumped
he's
like
coming
double.
with a vengeance.
Where
Where's
is
Johnson?
Dillon? Ty Dillon. Dillon's not
20th.
even in the running.
Ty Dillon's.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Ty Dillon just jumped in. He's catching up. He went in 20, 19, 18. He just jumped up to 16. Now he's back to 7. So Ty Dillon, now he's 15. Ty Dillon just jumped 6 or 7 positions real quick.
This is cool though. They didn't have this in NASCAR
Yeah,
when
they
I
did.
used to watch it.
Austin Dillon is 10th. Ty Dillon is making ground. He literally jumped up almost like 7 or 8 positions quick. Stenhouse is still leading.
Ty Dillon's 13.
Laguno is 2nd. That's what someone was saying. He's one of the more
12.
favored racers. Laguno is definitely in 2nd.
Where's Johnson? So Johnson's just outside the top 10. Yep, Johnson's number 10 right now.
Joshua Johnson, 5 seconds ahead of the stream. All right.
8.
So I'm slightly ahead of Joshua Johnson. Ryan, I think I'm a whole lap ahead of you. Maybe even a lap and a half. Robbie, do you know that the race is split into 3 stages now?
No, I did not.
It's Robbie with, what is it? IE, right? IE. Robbie with IE. But explain, Ryan, because I don't know that and he doesn't know it. If he doesn't know it, odds are I don't know it. Robbie knows more than anyone in the room right now about Daytona. By the way, they're already on lap 5, just in case you guys are keeping track. But yeah, see it says 65?
Yeah.
I guess like he said, they do 65 laps.
I
I guess they take little breakers.
I thought it was 500.
Pansies.
Yeah, I always thought
That
the
doesn't
same
make
thing.
Daytona.
Yeah. Ryan, explain for the sake of me and others, and also why did
Joey
they start doing
Logano's
that?
not from too far away from here. Middletown, Connecticut.
Was it? Oh, I thought it was gonna be Middletown, New Jersey. I'm like, that's really
Middletown, Connecticut. So we got Hill, Dillon, Johnson, Byron, Kowalski, Newman,
Sorry.
How do you pronounce that? Amarola,
Amarola,
Logano,
yeah,
and Stenhouse in the top 10.
Amarola. Who am I
Al-
thinking of? I'm thinking of the girls.
Amarillo.
I'm thinking of Omarosa from the
I'm thinking of
Apprentice.
Amarillo, Texas.
Oh, Amarillo. Stenhouse has led. They're going into lap 7.
Jimmy Johnson's in 8th. Somebody in the chat wanted Jimmy Johnson to win because it was his last
Ty
season,
Dillon
so-
into the top 10. Where'd he
Here we
go?
go.
Yep, he is. He's at 9.
Yep.
Ty Dillon is at 9. Ty Dillon, when I first looked, Ty Dillon was not even in the running of the top 20. He is,
Austin Dillon's, or whatever his name is
He's
down
got-
to-
oh my
down
God.
to the 19th.
yeah, Austin Dillon and Ty Dillon switched, but Ty Dillon was like in the 20s, and Austin was in the top 10. They've literally flip-flopped.
Really? They must have had a band.
They're taking a commercial break, guys, but we're in we're almost at to lap 8. It's almost lap 8, but they're in a commercial break.
Joshua Johnson, I wanted.
That's right. Ryan's saying Ty Dillon started 24th. That's why he was far. So he made some ground quick. He more than doubled his position in a good way in a matter of 3 laps.
Yeah. Because I remember.
You're
hearing
2?
that, like, he doesn't work there anymore.
Oh, there are.
But yeah, I knew him well.
2 65-lap stages and 1 70-lap stage. You don't know how it works, though. Yeah, oh, I don't know how it works, though. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so apparently they do a 65-lap and a 65-lap and then a 70-lap. What is this?
It was a commercial for some car thing, but it was like a monster.
Hey, that's kid from something. That kid in the
Timothy
first.
Chalamet?
No, he's from like. That was weird. He's like a guy from like a TV show or something. It wasn't
How's
him.
the zombie killing down?
I want Joshua Johnson wants Jimmy Johnson to win.
Yeah.
Up Daytona 500.
Ryan is going Ty Dillon. They're doing a commercial right now, guys. So 3 stages, each stage has a winner, and they win points. Then the win of the point. So Ryan's saying,
This is totally ass backwards.
Ryan is saying there's 3 stages. Each stage has a winner, and then the points winner at the end of the entire thing wins.
That's so stupid. You don't even need to cross the finish line first to win.
I never heard of such a
Oh
thing.
my god.
Ryan, when did that start? When did they actually start doing that? Because I
That
never.
is horrible. Sorry, but that is absolutely horrible.
I kind of don't like that myself, and I'm not even a NASCAR guy.
Do any of these names look like?
It is a commercial break right now, by the way, guys. They're doing a lot of commercials. They're milking this,
That would be me trying to get out of a NASCAR car.
We've been talking a lot about Ty Dillon. but-
pulling out.
Right.
Yep.
Steak
Pulling out.
with lobster and mac and cheese.
Oh my god, that looks delicious.
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 Outback!
Oh my god.
We forgot our cheesecake the other night. I was
Did you
really
pay
upset.
for it?
No, they refunded us.
Yeah. Not the person with the most. Wait. No, I mean you get more points for winning at the end. So 3 stages, each stage has a winner, and they win points. Then you win more points for winning the full race. Oh, okay. You get more points for winning the full race, but it's down to points. So
What
they're
are we rooting
Well,
for?
yeah. So the Cup Series is based on points. Like
How do they not
the way
pass
you
me?
win a Winston Cup Series
it's points.
is by
Yeah.
points. Yeah.
Who you going for, Robbie? Robbie said.
I want Jimmy Johnson to win. because
Jimmy Johnson.
I want Jimmy Johnson. It's his last season.
So Joshua Johnson, you got Robbie on your side.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm gonna pick, I'm going Ty Dillon with Ryan, because I want Ryan to win a lot of money, and then he'll come visit us.
Yeah,
Ryan said if he wins like over 1,000 pounds, and he'll literally
Yeah,
fly
so
out, and we'll all go
Ty
drinks.
Dillon.
So I said that's right. But Ty Dillon right now
I
is
want-
in 9th. He's holding steady at 9th.
That's a good
Who
spot
has
to
the
be.
car
though.
that
8,
has
no.
the teeth on it?
We'll see. I know the car you're talking about. I'll have to see it when they show it because I don't know the driver.
Ty
Michelle's
Dillon,
going the shark.
$1 on
Anybody-
Ty Dillon is $110 win.
That's 100 to 1. He's saying when he started it was 500 to 1. So the odds went down because he's winning now.
I just put $1 on them.
Yeah, he was 500 to 1 in the
Should I put
beginning.
$1? Should I put 2 whole dollars?
$2 whole dollars. What was I gonna say now? I forgot.
There's the shark
Oh.
teeth.
The shark teeth car. Anybody in the chat know who drives the shark teeth car? It looks like a shark and it literally has teeth in the grill.
I'm the spoiler. Yeah.
I saw it around. Stenhouse has not lost the lead. Stenhouse has led since the very beginning.
See the teeth part.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
He's got
Unless,
space.
oh wait, I think it's number
They'll
4.
usually let him.
It might be 4.
This
Is that
this
the shark car in number 4? They're all so tight you can't see.
this race is so long that they won't be in a hurry to get out and get past
Yeah.
the guy in first.
But now
you know.
with the way they're
But-
breaking it down,
because
they
the
might
way-
have to play different.
Yeah, but the way they break it down, that's what I'm saying. Like you could let that guy lead till the whole
and then
first
jump.
65 laps.
Yeah, and then jump.
Let him
again.
burn himself out, get tired. you
That's
know.
what I'm thinking. Like Stenhouse has led. It's just into halfway through lap 13.
Yeah, like
Stenhouse is
if
led.
you look, all the moving around has kind of died down with
Yeah,
the top 10
and they're just cruising.
because Johnson, Ty Dillon, they're just holding themselves back.
And
They're gonna
Stenhouse-
get themselves in a good spot to make a pass, but they're not gonna go out and win the thing in the first 3 laps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But Stenhouse is literally, they're all drifting right now. Stenhouse is blowing through fuel. I don't know the exact ratio if you're the lead car, but everyone else is clearly drifting and saving fuel.
Drafting.
Drift. Oh my god, drifting. I'm saying drifting. They're all drifting. Everyone is drifting
Sideways
around.
across the
They're just
Daytona
all
500.
That's it. Thank you for correcting. Drafting. They're all drafting the lead guy, but fuel is going to come into play, I think, right? Or maybe now because they split
Pit
it.
stops.
maybe-
Pit stops do come.
But
into
with
the-
but with splitting it 65 laps, would pit stopping become a thing? It might actually even that out.
Yeah.
Like they might be able to
you
run.
might want to keep your eye on the guy way on the inside there too.
Yeah, what is that?
The inside is always the fastest line.
We're into lap. They're going fast now, guys. It's like they're already up to lap 6. Is that 15 or 16?
15.
They're like I thought it was gonna be like a minute between laps. They're doing laps in like 20. What does it say? Is the fast laps?
So he just did a lap in 190.
Oh, there it is. There's the shark car.
Oh, where is? Oh, in the lead, like closer to the front.
No. It was on the. Oh, you'll see it again. It's behind.
I feel like
It's on
they're.
the side.
What
It's
is with
the
this
side.
guy on
Right
the
there, shark
bottom?
car.
Why is
Hey,
he
He's
so?
it's on the
just
bottom.
trying to make a move. He's gonna hang out down there.
He actually is
He's-
making ground too.
Well, like I said, the way you want to position yourself going into the turn when you're racing is down on the inside, because you're going when they're way up on the outside. They have to travel more ground. Basically, the inside of a curve is always going to put you in a better spot.
Todd seems to know his stuff. He's saying they'll pit around 20 or 30 laps because they're going to have to do tires and fuel.
Probably.
So I guess they are going to pit at least twice a stage. Because if you're talking even if you stretched it to 30, that's still going to be 2 pits at
You
least.
can side draft too. Right?
You can side. Really? I never heard of that. Who said that up top? I'll go back. Let me go back because a lot of people actually said stuff. I wasn't looking.
Chevys don't get as good gas mileage.
Todd is rooting for Chase Elliott. Which car is Chase Elliott? Chase Elliott is even in the standings? I don't even think I see Chase Elliott. Oh, there he is in 14.
Oh, there I saw the shark car.
Chase, I gotta find out which car the shark car is. Chase Elliott is who Todd's rooting for. Not the person with the most points that we saw that before. It's just bonus points for winning the stage. They don't do the points for leading a lap or leading most laps anymore. Damn, that's a long single line. I like it better when they are racing two lines.
I've seen Daytona go 3.
I hope.
When they go 3 wide, it's like that's when shit gets real.
That's why I'm used to like the 2 lanes where they're like side by side. Like I've never seen like one solid line.
When they go 3 lanes, 3 cars wide,
I like
that's when wrecks happen.
that. I mean, I don't want to see anyone hurt, but I wouldn't mind seeing some entertainment. Chevys don't get as good as on gas mileage either. And Stenhouse is leading. Stenhope. I'm thinking of Doug Stanhope from the Man Show back in the 90s. I remember Chris Elliott was leading and ran out of fuel with 2 laps to go. When was that, Ryan? How long ago was that? Chase Elliott running out of gas. That sucks. I've seen that in movies, like where they're like, "We
Quarter
can make
tank,
it."
I'm still good.
Yeah.
Nope.
In the movies, they usually make it. They don't have the guy miss by a lap or 2. But that's pretty miserable.
You
They'll
can
pit around
side
20.
draft too, so maybe that's what that guy is doing way down on the inside.
Yeah, I didn't know you could side draft. I guess it makes sense. The air is blowing off the sides. I guess you could hook like a side kind of and use the force. I guess it wouldn't be nearly as good as drafting behind or drifting behind. I mean, side draft. I mean, does he mean drift too? He probably means
No,
drift.
side draft. He's talking about.
Oh, well then fine. I am corrected. I ride fast cars, guys, but I never watch Daytona. And there is the guy, Old Spice guy, but he's in Progressive.
Yeah, he's the
Hey.
unicorn motors or the what was that thing in Harry Potter? Half man, half horse.
Oh, Centaur.
Centaur.
But isn't that the Old Spice guy, or was that just another guy that looked like him?
It looked like him. See, look, isn't this
I think the shark teeth car is Bubba
no, this is a
Wallace.
different one. This is when she takes him on the spine.
Side draft should slow the front car down.
Ah, okay. Todd is saying a side draft should slow the front car down. Interesting. Stuff I didn't know about racing. Interesting. Good to have guys that know what they're talking about in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm going back. Roland, are you still in the chat? Because I skipped 2 of your comments, and I did it on purpose because I couldn't read them. And now I'm going back because there's a commercial break. And Ryan's asking, are the Devils doing any better? Because he knows you guys are hockey fans.
Nope.
No? Devils
So-
I mean,
Subject.
they had a shutout against the Flyers the other day, which was really exciting. But
But do they have a shot at all? All right, Devils are dead
We're
last.
definitely not.
Miserable.
No,
No chance.
we're gonna be red and white and golfing in April.
I do still want to go to a Devils game though. Would you want to go? There's only a few left.
if it's free.
No, but there's this
I don't-
app called Game Time that I keep seeing on Snapchat, and I downloaded it. You can actually get really good tickets for pretty cheap.
Well, we'll
I
see
feel
how
like this
cheap
is a
cheap it is.
commercial.
Are they on a caution? They're on a caution.
There is a caution right now, guys. On lap 21, caution. Are they saying it's another more rain?
I'm gonna be so pissed.
They're showing the weather. I hope it's not a rain delay again because there's caution flag out on lap 21. They didn't even get a third of the way through stage 1.
I mean, caution's happening all the time.
They're showing the weather. I really hope they're not going to take another delay. They got the pace car out, and there's caution on the track. Was it a wreck? The sky is looking gray now. Before the sky was cloudy but blue, it is looking pretty gray now in areas. I don't see any rain. Their Stenhouse has led all 20 laps, and they're on lap 21. So he is the solid leader so far, but who knows? They're taking another commercial break. It's a caution lap. They're just riding around in circles again. They said there's too much drizzle, Joshua Johnson said. Rain again. They're stopping for rain. The NHL draft should be good for you guys. Then going because you guys are getting the number 1 pick.
Yeah, but that's what we thought like the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Really work out for us.
Rollin 666.
Don't know why.
I feel bad that Rollin wrote all these comments and I was skipping them to catch up on the race. Rollin, if you're still there, I don't want to read your comments if you're not there. I'll wait till I see you come back. But he was basically talking about all the movies coming out in the summer. Morbius, The Purge Part 5, Bob Burgers, the movie.
Really?
Tenet, Christopher Nolan.
Bob
Very
Burgers?
much looking forward to that. Bill and Ted Part 3, 100% seeing that. Conjuring 3.
That's coming out this summer?
Venom 2. Halloween the new Halloween. Coming to America
I
Part
was
2.
very disappointed in the Halloween remake. I did not, or continuation.
And Coming to America Part 2. Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall, everyone coming back. So lots of sequels.
This summer?
Yeah. Bill and Ted 3, Conjuring 3, Venom 2, Coming to America 2, Purge 5, Morbius. Tons of sequels coming out. No one knows what's up with the new Candyman film. If it's a sequel or a remake, the guy who played Dr. Manhattan in the Watchmen series is in the cast of the new film. Interesting. I know the guy you're talking about. What else was that dude in? I can't remember. I feel like Rollin left the chat.
Rollin, why?
Rollin left the chat.
Don't leave.
By the way, my balls are getting busted for leaving for a fire on Valentine's Day.
No, they're not.
No. Yeah,
They're
Robbie
not.
Robbie literally had a structure fire on Valentine's Day night.
I understood.
And they were, I
You
felt,
did.
I mean,
You did.
I'm not going to speak about that, but they were literally in the middle of dinner, and me and Michelle went out, and when we came back, I was like, where did Robbie go? And she's like, right after you guys left, he had a structure fire.
And Dobby stole my burger.
And Dobby
okay?
stole her
That
burger
was
while
why
she
I
was cleaning up.
Because I was like, I tried to grab your sweatshirt, I knocked over the vase of flowers, water spilled everywhere, and then as I was cleaning it
My
up,
beautiful flowers that I
Yeah.
sent to you
I
at
love
work.
them.
That's how you treat
they
them.
are beautiful. And Dobby jumped on the table and she grabbed my burger and literally ran with it.
I like Steph. Steph goes, hello, everybody.
Hey,
Just in the
Steph.
chat. And Michelle is already passed out, of course. She literally is like, that's Michelle. I mean, that's Steph. Steph, you already know her well. She slept all day, and she's the only one
I'm
on
so
stream
sad.
that is sleeping. Dobby always after the food, but hello,
she
Steph.
Is. She actually stole
Hello,
my
hello.
cheeseburger.
Steph, I saw everyone was commenting on my Patreon videos, but I haven't read any of them yet, so I haven't commented. But as you can see, I watched Spaced.
Tarps on the cars again.
Oh
boys.
my God! They parked the cars and tarped them. And all the
Are you
drivers are
serious?
out.
Fist
Wait,
fight.
what?
Just start a fist
It
fight
rained
right
again.
now.
It rained
So
again.
How does that work?
Now they
then?
just dock them. They put you all back in the same positions, and you go back when the rain
Really?
stops.
Mhm.
So now they have umbrellas, and they're walking
Who's
off
that
the
guy?
tarmac.
He's got a bush light, like.
Probably Bush.
Yeah.
It's probably the guy Bush cutting
That'd
out.
be funny.
They're literally going off they're literally parking their cars,
That's
tarping
Kyle
them, and
Busch
leaving,
right
guys. So, we have another delay. Oh my God, Ryan said, don't you have another cat besides Dobby? Daniel D, we
Yes.
have a fatty cat named Puma, who's in his teens. What, 13? 13, 14? No, he's not that.
No, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
He's got like 13.
Why is this so cute? 7,
What year was he born?
2007.
So he's 13. He is 13
Nice
years
math,
old.
honey.
Puma's 13 years old, and since his birth, he has had like a he has like a messed up hip. So
Oh, okay.
doctors said he wouldn't last even a couple of years without having it getting. They were gonna say they were saying they would have to remove his leg or give him an artificial hip. He has lasted 13 years, and he gimps around, but he does pretty good for himself. But he stays to the other side. There's a 2-family house, and he stays on the other side because we don't like to cross-mingle the kitties.
$5,000.
Yes, he's an expensive cat because he's troublesome. A couple months ago, we thought he was dying because he wouldn't eat for like 3 days,
He was just thirsty.
and he had a blocked intestine or something.
No, we thought he did. He was just dehydrated, which threw him into kidney failure.
Yeah.
I almost threw him into kidney failure, which would not have been reversible. I was like, drink fucking water, Puma. So that's why it's always important to hydrate, guys.
Don't you have an... Oh, I read that. Yes, I watched the Spaced episode and the Misfits episode. I just need to watch the Life on Mars one. Steph, question. With Spaced, have you guys seen Spaced?
No.
It's the show with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. I watched the first episode because Steph, that was her her request this month. I thought it was very good, and I love Simon Pegg. I love Nick Frost. Nick Frost was only in it though for like I'm not even kidding, like less than 30 seconds.
Really?
So Steph, just don't tell me if it spoils, but I guess you have no way of answering this if it does. Is Nick Frost not a big part of it, or was it just episode 1? Because I feel like they do everything together, and I feel like he's like so out of it. Like he only did 30 seconds. Literally, like he helped him move his stuff, and that was it. He literally helped him load his van, and then I never saw him again. Also, is the whole show just them like like getting drunk and wasted and doing drugs? I thought the word spaced was because it had something to do with aliens. And the whole first episode, it is pouring now, guys.
Oh, wow.
It is actually pouring. Before I said the sky looked like it was getting gray, it is actually downpouring now. So there could be a long delay now. Like if it pours like that, is it usually canceled? Like I don't know.
Depends how long.
Guys in the chat who know racing, do they like cancel it if it rains like this? Because they're showing Jimmy Johnson interview and it is pouring. They all have umbrellas now. So even if it restarts, they're going to have to dry the track, reload the racers. I don't know how long they go before they call it a day. But yeah, you'll see a lot more of them in other episodes. Okay, so Nick Frost is in it. Also, Steph, without spoiling it, does it involve aliens at all? Or is I'm starting to think that space means spaced out, like we're high or messed up or drunk. Because the whole first episode, the entire show, all they did was drink and do drugs. All they did was get wasted.
They are so good.
Show, not shot. What is that? You'll see him a lot more in other shows. Show, not shot. It must have been a typo somewhere. That Christopher Bell looks really young. I didn't see Christopher Bell. I'll keep an eye out for him. Christopher Bell, the racer, looks really young. Yes, I watched Spaced episodes. And the I already read that. Show, not shot. I don't know what you mean there, Steph. Show, not shot. I am curious. But Todd or anyone, Joshua Johnson, you seem like you know it. How long will they delay it before they call the race and say no more? Because say no more, Monet more. What is it? It is literally, they're 20 laps into the race, and we've been live streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So basically what I'm saying is, I want to know, because if they keep racing, this stream could go for 6 or 7 hours if they start racing again. And not for nothing, guys, I love you all. But I did not eat. I ate lunch. I ate 11:30. I didn't think this would go for 7 hours. I was like, I'll do dinner after. Like, I could hold out for 4 or 5 hours. I don't want to.
Have a buffalo pretzel crust.
I mean, like, no, right now I'm good because I'm like not starving. But if this race is a 4-hour race and they're only 20 laps in, we have 180 laps left, and it's still it's pouring rain. Look at the track now; it's literally flooding.
Actually, it doesn't look so gray outside either.
Like it is gray. Like yeah, look at the sky. The sky is gray as gray could be. It is pouring rain. That would suck if they cancel it. Tell me about it. Like, what do you do? Do they like have like? Do they restart the whole race? Like, or do they just?
I don't know how cancellations work with point. I guess the guy leading at the time that they rain delayed wins.
Hey, like how guys? What do they do if it's canceled?
I'm not too familiar about like the real specific rules about rain delays. And
Like,
things like
do
that.
they redo the anthem? Do they have the president come back out and restart your engines and stuff? Like, what happens? This track is very yeah. Do they see Ryan? Ryan saying what I'm saying. He's like, that is a really wet track. Like, how are they going to dry that and do this now? It is pouring rain. That is like, it literally looks like it's flooding, guys. History of the number, what is that, the number 21, I'm guessing? History of the number 21 at Daytona. And I don't know any of those names. I know AJ Foyt. AJ Foyt was in, the only reason I know that name is in the movie Dukes of Hazzard with Stifler and Johnny Knoxville. AJ Foyt was in the movie. AJ Foyt is on one of the pit crews for the fake rally run.
Yeah.
But AJ Foyt, the actual racers, was there, and they're literally about to knock him out. And he goes, "Don't knock him out. That's AJ Foyt." That's the only reason I know that name. AJ Foyt. Yeah, the whole show I meant is basically their lives and stuff. They get okay. Got it, Steph.
Delicious.
I think it might be blocking my comments that contain cursing. My brother did put a bot up, guys, that blocks cursing because of problems we've had in the past. So it will allow certain words, I think, and if you spam comments, it sometimes will cut out your comment. Like if you write like 3 or 4 or 5 in a row, it'll think you're spamming and it'll like delete your last comment or something. So if you write it all in one comment, it won't do that. It just does it if some people will write a sentence and then another sentence. Sometimes they're not even doing it intentionally, but it will think that you're spamming because people have done that, and we know what I'm talking about in the past.
Do you want to try pretzel first?
I am good, thank you.
Look so good.
I'll try one later.
So even Dale Earnhardt Sr. has only won one Daytona 500.
Really?
Yeah, he's tied with Richard Petty and somebody else for most championships.
Yeah.
But like I said, this race is the beginning of the season, and yes, it's the biggest race. But like, so he's won seasons he's won championships in seasons he didn't win Daytona.
Gotcha. Guys, if you're jumping in, I see the numbers. You're going up and down. If you're jumping
Jimmy
in,
Johnson.
What?
Jimmy Johnson, Richard Petty, and Dale Earnhardt are all tied for most amount of
Wins.
Winston Cup championships,
Oh, okay.
which is 7.
Really interesting.
So if Jimmy Johnson pulls out a win,
he'll
actually
be the only guy.
Yeah.
At 8. So I'm kind
This
of
season,
Yeah.
not this race.
I'm kind of pulling for him then. I like to see Jimmy Johnson's a name I've heard of forever, and he seems like a decent dude. Joshua Johnson's going with him. Robbie's going with him. I want Ty Dillon only for the sake of Ryan betting. And Ryan said, "Did your sister really bet? What did you bet? Just $1?"
$2.
She bet $2. Now what happens with your bets? Do you get your money back? Like I don't even know how that
No,
works.
what do you mean? Why would we?
If the
do
race
that
doesn't
if we
continue.
lose? Oh, I don't know.
Like I've never in my life seen.
I'm pretty sure if the race gets
You just get your money
canceled,
back.
if the race gets canceled though, they're just gonna go right down the line. Like first, second, third, fourth. That's all. Who was? He could be like the guy Stenhouse will be the winner of the Daytona.
That'd be crazy though.
Really?
That's like so
He was
unfair.
in first place. I don't know if I'm right. I'm just saying that's the way it would make sense.
Because like
to
the
me.
guys behind him could be like, I was waiting to pass and then it drizzled, so I mean, I get what you're saying, but like that would be so unfair, and I would be pissed. I would be so pissed off if they declared, look at the track. Look, it's pouring. They're literally showing from the stadiums. The bleachers are drenched. It's pouring rain, and the track is soaked.
Everybody went back to tailgate. That's a turn.
I'm
Dale
curious.
Earnhardt- That's a turn Dale Earnhardt got on right there.
Oh, is it?
The backstretch, yeah. See, that's the last turn.
During what race?
2001 Daytona 500.
Oh, it was in Daytona by now. This guy is
That
basically
turn
saying,
right there, like right by his elbow.
yeah.
Not last turn in his fairway is where he died.
The guy is basically saying we might have a long wait. He's basically saying it's pouring rain. The bleachers are practically empty because everyone ran
And
inside
it
the
was a
high.
sold out. It was a sold out stadium.
Miserable. Yeah, but my sister bet $2, Ryan. I wonder if I get paid if Ty Dillon was leading when they canceled it. That's what we're trying to figure out, Ryan. We're like, is the leader at the time the winner at this point if they get canceled? I don't know. I wonder if I read that. According to what I read, they can choose to wait and run it at night if it lasts too long, call the race and declare a winner if it's over 50% finished.
Okay.
So they could call.
So they aren't over 50%
Yeah.
done, so they're just gonna race tonight then.
So they either do it tonight or the next day.
Oh.
So according to that's Joshua Johnson, who's seen it. It seems like him and Todd know the most about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not, and he said he just read it according to what he just read. So they will only declare a winner if it's 50% done. That's not the case. So they can't declare a winner. So it'll either wait till tonight or do it tomorrow. But I mean, we'll hang out and talk and see what happens. But it looks like we might not have a race because the way the rain's looking and the track looks, it's going to be another hour before they even if the rain stopped right this second, it looks like it's going to be like an hour before they even clear the track and load the racers. Insanity. But let's keep reading because there's a lot of comments. Did your sister really bet? I commented on the Patreon about Simon Pegg / Nick Frost Alien movie. Steph, I did see that comment. You said it was called Paul.
Oh, Paul, that's actually
Yes.
a good movie. I remember that.
See, I think I was getting confused. I've never seen Paul. So I think when I saw the name Spaced and Simon Pegg, I just immediately thought of the Alien movie, Paul. And now that is, so it has nothing to so, Steph, I said this the other day. What was I watching? Oh, I was watching Marriage Story, the movie, and someone told me Scarlett Johansson dies at the end. The whole movie, I was on the edge of my seat awaiting her dying, and I loved it. I was like, oh my God, she is such a sweetheart, and she's a mother, and I thought she was going to die. And even to the very end, if you guys saw Marriage Story, the very last scene is... Spoiler alert. Yes, Jesse's right. Spoiler alert, this is the end. But if you don't want to know Marriage Story ending, the very last scene, she runs into the street to tie her ex-husband now, because they get a divorce. She ties Adam Driver's shoe.
Aw,
And I thought when she turned around to run back, she was going to get hit by a car. Because it literally said, Rainbow, it literally said there was 5 minutes left in the movie and there was credits still. So I'm thinking, oh my God, this is the last scene. She's going to lovingly tie her ex-husband Adam Driver's shoelace, turn around and get whaled by a car. And I'm literally grabbing my seat oh my God, here it comes. She's going to get blasted by a car. And she walks across the street and the credits roll. And I'm and then my friend tells me, oh, another spoiler alert. If you haven't seen Jojo Rabbit,
I haven't seen Jojo
well,
Rabbit.
then I'm not saying the spoiler alert. But we will not.
Well, you need to stop hanging out with this friend if he keeps misleading you.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. It made the movie better, I think. I honestly think it made Marriage Story more emotional for me because every scene I'm this could be the scene. And then she doesn't die. So I'm I literally was so emotionally invested into her character thinking she died and that she lived. But I don't know. That's why when I'm happy Steph told me it doesn't have to do with aliens and it's Paul. Because I might have watched several more episodes being and what made it even worse, I told Steph in the thing, in one of the scenes in the episode, he works at a comic shop and 3 little aliens run up to the window and are going and making noises. But I think it was people in costumes. But because I thought it was alien related and it's practical effects, I was oh, there's the aliens. And honestly, I still don't even know if those aliens were children in costumes.
Air Force One.
Is that Air Force One? Oh, look, yeah, there's Air Force One leaving. They actually have Air Force One they're showing them land. They were showing Air Force One land earlier because Donald Trump, as Grand Marshal of Daytona 500, started the engines and had jets. Look how beautiful and clear it was 2 hours ago.
Such a shame.
You should watch Paul. It's fantastic. Have any of you seen Paul?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Good. Steph's saying it's very good.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
Yeah. I'll Steph, I actually might download it tonight because I love Simon Pegg as Nick Frost in it. I'm assuming they're in their movies. I will maybe check it out tonight, Steph, because it's one of those movies that just kind of got past me. I had nothing against it. There were certain decades or certain years of my life where I wasn't doing movies. I was dating a girl that wasn't into sports or movies or something. And I don't know. But now I'm all about it because of YouTube. I have to stay alert of everything. So I didn't see Rollin back in the chat. Rollin, if you come back in, let me know. I hope Rollin didn't think I was ignoring his comments and left, because Rollin's always in my chats. I don't think he'd think that. But he asked me a whole bunch of questions when the race started, so I wasn't reading the comments, and I never answered them, and it looks like he might have left.
You bastard!
I'm a horrible man. If rain makes the rain canceled, they decide the winner if it's over 50% race completed. If not, it's the next day. So Ryan's saying it's most likely going to be tomorrow if it stays rain delayed.
Well, I will not be here.
Yeah, I won't either.
I have work.
Yeah, I have work tomorrow. I have work 9 to 5.
Maybe
and
we'll
then
watch. Maybe we'll watch the Dale Earnhardt movie.
Maybe we'll watch
I'm
highlights.
kind of in a NASCAR mood now.
What? No, movie.
Yeah, I
There's a
literally,
Dale
guys.
Earnhardt biography.
If you guys know my
Biography
Mondays,
movie.
I work 9 to 5, and then I go to the arcade and work 6 to 1 in the morning. So I literally do like over 12 hours tomorrow. If Daytona's tomorrow, I can't do it.
No,
I can't
watch
do
it tomorrow,
Mondays.
That's what I'm saying.
So if it is rescheduled for tomorrow, we will not have a Daytona 500 stream. This will be it. If it's tonight, I'll still try to do it, depending on how late it goes. Because I have work all day tomorrow. I can't be up till like 2 in the morning watching guys ride in circles. And we've already been on for almost 3 hours. We've literally almost did a 3-hour stream. I did it on 2:20. I jumped on. It's over 2.5 hours.
Damn rain.
The rain has messed us up. But I'll keep reading through the comments. So we already know that the race can't be called. It's either going to be tonight or tomorrow. We already know that. I just checked the radar. The rain's not moving along too fast. It has been rather rainy here on the east coast of Florida.
It looks
Oh,
like it's
Steph.
raining here.
Steph, that's where you're from, right? Steph's from Florida. That's what she's saying. The rain, and she's
Well,
saying,
Daytona's on the east coast of Florida, so.
Steph, where, like, how, if you are
Are
Florida,
you at Daytona?
are you at Daytona? And Steph's husband's from the UK. That's why she always says it in the chat. But I mean, maybe not the UK, but from Europe. Maybe it is the UK, but from Europe. But Steph, how far are? I mean, if you're in Florida, she'd know. But she's saying on the radar, the rain's moving very slow, and it's looking like bad. It's looking bad according to the weather report.
No.
But Ryan said Paul is okay. Paul's decent. Have you seen Shaun of the Dead? Ryan, I've seen everything else. We were talking in the court. If you watch,
Shaun of the Dead is so amazing.
if you watch Spaced, I talk about how I love the Coronado trilogy, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End are the Coronado trilogy. World's End is my personal favorite. I love Shaun of the Dead, don't get me wrong. And Hot Fuzz is really good too.
Shaun of the Dead is the best.
I told people, I think because World's End came out when I was a heavy drinker, and the whole movie is revolved around binge drinking and going bar hopping. So I think because of the way I drank when the movie came out, I related to it
I love
a lot. But The World's End was, in my mind, one of the best. Shaun of the Dead is second, and Hot Fuzz is my third.
Shaun of the Dead was so. I remember seeing the preview for Shaun of the Dead and going to see it in the movie theaters. Me and Mom and. Who was I dating at the time?
See, this guy's saying what I said. He's saying this got to be so frustrating for the racers. You like mentally prepare.
It's gotta be. I mean, not just the racers. Their
Everything.
pit crews,
Yeah.
their mechanics.
The
Have gotta
fans.
be royally. I mean,
The
yeah, the
spectators.
fans too, but because like there are people that make their entire weekend. Like I
Yeah.
know guys who would take a week off just to go to Daytona.
And you prepare for
you know what I mean?
like you're
like they buy their ticket, like they buy their pit passes and their parking, like their tailgate spots a year in
Yeah.
advance. Like
there are probably so many drunk people right now
so
that are
bad.
soaked and pissed.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm assuming I'm assuming more than 50% of the spectators are drunk and tailgated. So now they are wet and miserable, and they don't even have a race to watch. They're probably freaking out. What does this say? Daytona 500, pole sitter finish. What does that mean? 2000. Oh, that's in 2009. For a second, I thought it was 2019. I'm like, how's that guy? It's Stenhope. Or Sten. I keep saying Stenhope. It's Stenhouse. Whatchamacallit? Steph said Daytona's about 3 hours north of me. I live just west of Palm Beach, West Palm Beach.
Oh, I have family that lives down there.
So Steph would know. She's 3 hours away. Steph, is it raining real bad where you are? I mean, 3 hours away could be different, but you are checking the radar. But I'm just curious if it's really bad where you are 3 hours away.
I have friends that live.
Hot Fuzz is my favorite of the trilogy. Steph said Hot Fuzz is her favorite of the trilogy, but she also loves them all. I'm surprised. Not that I mean, Hot Fuzz was great, but most. Where do you put it? What are your ranks of the three?
Oh, definitely Shaun of the Dead first.
What would you say?
And then I would say, oh, who thought that? I would say
I've
Hot
never.
Fuzz second, only because of the whole shootout scene at the end.
I mean, most people say World's End is the worst. I think it's the best, but I will admittedly say the majority of people I talk to say World's End is the worst. I think it's the best, but I have reasons for it
I would
'cause
say
of how I saw it and everything.
third, but not like by
Fair.
far. Yeah, like it's not like it's a close second and third.
But like Steph saying Hot Fuzz, I don't like just like I'm saying everyone puts World's End last. I've never seen anyone put Hot Fuzz first. Like 99% of people I talk to put Shaun of the Dead first, and Hot Fuzz is either second or third, like World's End. But I don't know a whole lot of people that put Hot Fuzz first. But it's also like your taste. Like it's a cop comedy. Yeah,
Basketball movie?
yeah. It's by the guy that did The Accountant, and it's a true story. I forget of what college, but it's a true story of a coach in college, and it's by the director of The Accountant, which I thought was a great movie. I don't know I think Rob, if you haven't seen it, it is. You know what it is? He's basically like if you don't, do you know of it?
The other day.
It's called The Accountant, which makes you think like that's boring, but he is like I think he's like a savant or an autistic like, and he's literally like all he can focus on is assassinating people. So he is like an accountant, but he's like for hire mercenary kind of, and he literally like is like James Bond, Jason Bourne kind of guy, but like no one expects it because you talk to him and he's like an accounting genius, but behind the scenes he's murdering people and he's like a friggin' vigilante. But a very good movie. Definitely, I think you'd really like it because it's like a shoot 'em up kind of action movie.
Okay.
But yeah, like when I first heard of it, they're like, "Dude, you need to see The Accountant with Ben Affleck." And I'm thinking like, is it like a lawyer movie or something?
I saw a
Like,
movie with him in it. I forget the name. Like we watched it, and it was like how he lost his job. And I was like, okay, this is funny, like cool, but like not.
recently,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I saw that. Like Gone Girl.
They
Gone Girl
got
is
the
another.
track dryers out
They are.
again.
They're drying the track again, so maybe they're gonna start. They're drying the tracks.
Oh yeah, he's got like the sun.
Yeah.
Right around Christmas. And it's like works for this like huge corporation, and he's like the whole movie they're like firing people under him, and like his one friend's
It was
like,
all about like the
feel
layoffs in
shitty,
2008.
Like, yeah.
I
So
don't
you
even
feel
know.
shitty like these people work for this company for so long, and like you're just firing them, and he's like, well, it's gotta be somebody, and then he ends up getting fired one day, and it's like, it was pretty good. It was kind of boring.
They just came back from commercial and said that they'll keep us posted. Now they're showing 2019's Daytona. They're literally showing 2019's Daytona 500 because there is no 2020 right now. So if you guys are jumping on late,
Program alert.
I was going to say don't get distracted and think the race is going. They're literally showing the start of the 2019. So they're starting at lap 1 and showing the original race from last year. But yeah, I don't know the movie you're talking about, but I'll have to. I'm curious. Let me see. I just checked. We already saw that. Fall is decent. Have you seen Shaun of the Dead? Daytona's about 3 hours. No, I already read that. If they had Daytona 500 here, you would never get through a full race due to rain. Ryan said. So that's Scotland. It's raining all the time in Scotland. I heard that, but I've never been.
They used to have. There's a British car manufacturer called MG.
Oh yes, MG midgets. They have a little MG midget. There was a car called
Or
MG
no,
midget.
excuse me, Triumph.
Oh,
Triumph.
Well then, they did not have a Triumph midget.
No,
It was an
no,
MG
no.
midget.
But yeah, they always. I'm sorry, it was a British. Well, they started motorcycles. There's a Triumph.
Yes,
you ever
my
heard of
dad.
Triumph
Yeah, my dad
motorcycles?
was a huge motorcycle.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
like
they built
Indians and
cars.
Triumph. I remember the Triumph cars.
Yeah.
It was in
TR6, yeah.
and it was in what's the race car? Forza.
Yep.
In Forza they had,
Yep.
and the other ones.
Yep. So, they always used to say about because the Triumph is built in England. It's an English car manufacturer. They always used to say it would only run if it was raining outside.
Intense. But yeah, I used to be really big with Forza and Gran Turismo.
I love Forza.
And they had Triumphs and stuff like that. My dad is a huge motorcycle, still is, but he can't ride anymore because of his heart. But he loves Indian motorcycles. Triumph opened like a store on 22 or 202. They opened like a new bike shop. But yeah, my dad's a big bike guy. Below me, right below where I am, is a garage. And he has a Road King there. Nice, shiny, chromed out Road King. But he doesn't ride it anymore because he had a heart condition and the doctor said no more bike riding. God forbid he has an episode. Eventually he's got it, but I asked him and he's like, I like to just go down and look at it. So he won't sell it because he wants to look at it. But
I'll keep it here. You can look at it.
he like has not probably ridden it in 5 years at least. And it's literally, he bought it brand new. It's a 2002. A 2002 Road King. Bought it brand new off the showroom floor. Has like 1,000 miles on it. So it's almost 20 years old and it has 1,000 original miles and he's the original owner. Beautiful bike, but he hasn't used it in forever. I'll stay on your stream until the WWE pay-per-view starts. When is that? Todd, when is that? Is that tonight? WWE is having a pay-per-view tonight? Someone said XFL is on at some point. Whoever was telling me, when is the XFL game on? Maybe I'll switch over and watch some XFL so we can see what it's about. Because right now, they're literally just replaying the other one. We're watching last year's Daytona. It's actually tricking me too because Stenhouse is in first here. Yeah, Stenhouse is in first here too, and it's the ninth. And Laguna is catching. But this is last year's Daytona.
Maybe they switched to the
No, it says, see on the bottom, you were watching Daytona 2019. So it's almost like the same two guys who were leading last time are leading in 19. But I'm going to head out to work on some other things. I'll be back for the race. Joshua Johnson, take care, bud. I got an 09 Road Glide. I know what those are, nice bikes. I'll stay with your stream until WWE. I don't ride much, Todd said. I've never rode. Honestly, the funny thing with me, guys, is I have 700 horsepower GTOs, and I've always had fast cars. I have an SRT Jeep that has over 500 horsepower, but I am terrified of motorcycles. I've never rode on one, and even if I'm on the back of one, if you go over like 20 miles an hour, I will jump off. I don't like the fact that first off, if I'm not riding, I don't like riding on someone else's bike because I'm already terrified of the fact there is nothing like preventing you from dying.
Yeah.
So I will not ride on another person's bike. But me, when I'm riding, I can ride a motorcycle.
I have dirt bikes. I grew up on dirt bikes.
Yeah,
I want a road bike, but
I'll ride dirt bikes and stuff. My fear of bikes is other drivers. I'm not afraid of my abilities.
my cousin elbowed a woman's window out once.
Accidental.
She was merging into a lane.
I think you meant like accidentally hit her.
No, he was like, boom! Hey, I'm here.
My father went down on a bike before Jesse was even born. My father went down on a bike, and a tractor trailer ran a stop sign, and my dad had to go down on his bike and went under the tractor trailer and wore his kneecap got sanded down on the asphalt, and he walked to a payphone and literally called an ambulance because they said if he wasn't wearing a helmet he would have died. So ever since then, I never saw it. I was 2 years old when it happened. But because of hearing things like that and the fact my dad is a phenomenal bike rider and almost died, I don't trust other people. So I won't ride bikes. It terrifies me because of other drivers. I am a good driver and I can ride a bike. That's why I'll do dirt bikes. Because dirt bikes, you don't have to worry about other drivers. Granted, other riders can hit you, but you're not going 100 miles an hour on asphalt usually. You could, but you're usually not. I'm going to head out. I saw that. Don't ride much. You learn to be super defensive on a bike. I feel you, Todd. But in my mind, like my dad's case, it literally, a tractor trailer ran a red light. So he literally was in the middle of the intersection. All he could do was go down. So even if you're super defensive, sometimes you got no choice.
We also live in New Jersey.
Yeah, we live in New Jersey.
Everybody else in New Jersey drives like absolute assholes.
Yeah. So you guys, I don't know who's from Jersey or who has been to Jersey, but we are literally known as having some of the worst drivers in the country.
Absolutely.
So
we have a circle, like a traffic circle in our town. At least 3 times a week, there's somebody that drives the wrong way around the traffic circle.
Happens. I've not physically ran into people, but I've seen people do it countless times, and I've lived in this town for 30 years. All the time they do it. But my brother lives in Pittsburgh now, grew up in Jersey, lived here for 20 years. He comes to visit all the time, And every time he visits, the first thing he tells me is as soon as he gets into Jersey, he forgets how horrible the drivers are. He mentions it all the time. So for him to have lived in Jersey for 20 years, he's 40 now. He's literally 40 years old. So half his life he lived in Jersey, and half his life he lived in PA. Because he went to Edinburgh University and then moved to Pittsburgh. So if you add up the years, he's been half in PA, half in Jersey. Ray, if you're in the chat, that's an interesting fact for you if you didn't realize yourself. I just realized you've literally split your lifetime now in Jersey and PA. That's pretty funny. But Ray always mentions the first, like we all went for dinner. We were all going for dinner, and I'm like, they're like, Ray, you want to drive? And he's like, no, because like I hate Jersey drivers, and I'm not used to it. So even people from Jersey immediately realize how frigged up Jersey drivers are when they leave the state. But Todd is saying we got some bad drivers in the Twin Cities too. He's from Minnesota. So makes you want to sell the bike. Yeah, that's why specifically in our case, my dad was told by the doctor, do not ride your bike. So the fact that we have the worst drivers in the country, and my dad already should be driving because of his condition, we won't, I mean, even if he tried to, he can't get out because I have him blocked in with cars. But even if he tried to, he couldn't without telling me. So, but he doesn't even try to. He knows the status of his condition, and he doesn't try to. So, the status. All I know is we are literally watching the old Daytona.
I was taking a mental nap.
Anyone in the chat know when XFL? I know. I think he's passing out.
He's just taking a mental. He's like, shit, I'm on camera. Pretend like you were awake. Pretend like you were awake.
JD Gibbs. Oh, was that him?
Joe Gibbs Racing.
Oh, who's JD Gibbs?
JD is Joe Gibbs Racing.
I mean, but like, was he like a famous racer?
He's
Or like
their race car owner.
owner. But who is that old dude?
Oh,
Like his father? Because this guy, it said 69. He's younger than my parents.
Pick crew maybe?
Yeah, because that guy's what? Here's the Wilder Fury fight.
69?
I said he's older than my parents.
I
No,
thought
it said
he
no.
was
He was born in 1969.
Oh.
I said he's older than younger than my parents because he was born in 69. XFL starts in 50 minutes. Ryan said, guys, because I planned on streaming till 7 o'clock for the race, I'm gonna jump on XFL. If this race, Ryan's saying in 6 o'clock. Ryan's saying at 6 o'clock XFL starts. I'll hang on here till then, and maybe we'll check it out. I'm curious.
Did Michelle go to sleep?
Probably. Yes, I don't know. I'm assuming Michelle went back to sleep because she vanished.
On ABC right now.
We have terrible drivers here as well. Steph is saying in Florida. We have terrible drivers here as well.
Yes, we do, Steph. I was recently in Florida. I was way on the north end. I was in Ocala. Yeah, we're pretty bad down there.
I was.
But the thing is, they're not as condensed as, there isn't as much traffic because it's such a bigger
So
space.
it's just in certain areas.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Well, I was gonna say it's probably because I don't know because I've never lived in Florida, but I am told that's where people go to retire. And the next statement from Steph is, and the next
What is
step.
happening?
I don't know. The next statement from
Oh,
Steph was
WWE commercial.
that it's mostly senior citizens that live where she is. So that is what I was thinking. Everyone that I know that lives in Florida says that it is mostly senior citizens.
Yeah, it's a retirement state.
She said auto insurance is also insane.
Really?
So because of the senior citizens running up the accident rates, I guess, their insurance is higher.
Yeah, but I also got you.
Oh, wait, and Todd is saying there's an XFL game on right now. I'm going to go over to that, guys, because we are watching last year's Daytona while there's a rain delay.
I've never heard of this.
What channel is your XFL on?
No, XFL.
I never
It's new.
People told me about it during football season, but I thought it was like a summer. There it is. Yeah, it's on ABC. We're flipping over, guys. There's an XFL game on right now. It is the Dallas Renegades versus the Los Angeles Wildcats. So, we're going to watch the XFL for now. Arena football. There looks like there's a decent amount of people in the stands. So we got Dallas versus LA. The Renegades, who failed to score a touchdown against St. Louis in their season opener, hope to turn that around against the Wildcats. So the Renegades are 0-1. So last week was the first week, so they actually started the week after the Super Bowl. Ray told me that, but I wasn't sure if Ray told me last week is when he watched, but I didn't know for sure. So here we go. We're gonna learn the rules of arena football. Or XFL.
Will I tell you if the NASCAR goes around?
Will Ryan, are you telling me? Are you asking me? Will I tell you, or did you mean you'll tell me? I'm assuming Ryan meant I'll tell you if it does. Right now, guys, if you're jumping in for NASCAR, we're watching XFL because NASCAR has had 2 rain delays and it might not happen today. They're saying they had the trucks out drying the track, but it's on and off rain. We might have a rain delayed Daytona. So right now, 3rd and 16, Dallas is losing by 3, and according to the stats, Dallas lost last week, but they might have just got the first down. 3rd and 16, and he dove, and I think he got the first. I'm curious to see players I recognize or know the names of. Todd Gurley, but he's not playing. Todd Gurley's on the Rams, but Todd Gurley is not playing. He's just on the sidelines with the commentator. So we got Todd Gurley over here. Do you want me to? Ryan, yeah. Ryan, I'm going to watch XFL, but if you see anything that says it started again, let me know. Because I'm going to periodically check, but put it this way. They didn't even clear the track yet, so it's a good 30 minutes before they even begin again, if it even happens. Because they got to load the cars. They got to get the racers back on the track. They got to dry the track.
Start everything.
Yeah, there's at least...
That's the thing is like these rain delays can throw big wrenches into these races, these big races like this, because like I said, all those cars, that mechanical wear of starting and stopping,
Yeah.
and starting and stopping, and getting it up to temperature and bringing it back down, and getting it up to temperature and bringing it back down. All that stuff is very...
If you like cars, you and Jesse should watch. There's a show. Those of you who like cars, there's a show on Netflix right now called Fastest Car.
Oh, really?
And they literally take...
I think
Every race has like a rice burner, a supercar, an American muscle, and a like newer technology. Each race, and they literally allow you. There's no limits. You can modify the car however you want, and you all race. So like every race has a supercar, a rice burner, an American muscle, and like all this. And it's up to you. You could tell the other racers what's under the engine, or you could go in and be like, no, I'm not telling you. So some of the guys are cocky and they're like, I'll tell you right now, I got like 1,200 horsepower under this motor, and it's like a little rice burner Civic. And he's literally like so fast, he's got rolly bars. But like you're in a lane, and they literally say like, if you can't control your car, they'll disqualify you.
Yeah,
so
well,
you can't
basic,
just like rip it off the line.
That's basic drag racing rules.
Yeah.
Basic drag racing rules. If you cross the center line,
But
either way, if you cross the center line, you're disqualified. You lose the race.
So every episode, they have one race and five or six cars. They do one race each episode, and then after they get 6 winners, they have one race at the end. That's the finale, and the 6 winners race each other, and they get like I don't know, like $100,000 or something like. They get a lot of money.
We should do a drag race one night.
Like a real one.
Yeah, like stream.
Like film it. That would be cool. People always ask about my car. I haven't driven my GTO since I started
NHRA.
because I've had it. This is a little over a year I've been doing it, but I haven't had my GTO out. I had my GTO out twice this summer, and the throttle body blew on it. So my friend ordered a racing throttle body, but I never had it put in because GM went on strike, and I never got it till after the winter kicked in. So by the time my throttle body came, I couldn't put it
on
in.
the road and that was
Exactly.
Going to bed for the winter.
So I have not shown my car on live stream or anything because I've not driven it since I've YouTube. But I will do a live stream, show my car. I'll even rev it a little, do some burnouts or something for people.
Burnout.
Yeah, it's always good fun. I change my tires all the time. People are always like, "You're burning up tires," and I'm like, "I bought a car like this to burn up tires." Like I didn't. Like,
I was worried about how expensive the tires are. I wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah, like I dropped 20 grand into the motor and stuff. I'm not gonna care about buying $500 tires.
I was like this guy. My dad and I went to the New York City boat show, and this guy was like,
Dallas touchdown.
my dad goes. This guy walks up to the salesman. He's like, "What's the gallon per hour burn on this boat?" Right? And the salesman literally deadpan looks him dead in the eyes and goes, "If you have to ask, you can't afford it."
Exactly. Like you don't want
dying.
it. No, I that's like all my cars get like 10 miles a gallon. If my Jeep, on
Your team
average,
probably does like 15, right?
tell it because I rev it everywhere. It's averaging like 11 or 12,
Okay.
counting highway and city. If I go highway, I could get 15, 16.
Yeah.
But I'm averaging 12 miles a gallon in my Jeep because I am always going. I'm always like around locally.
I'm pretty mean to my diesel, and I get like 13 city.
Yeah, I think it's just like that thing just burns it up. Like, and you have a diesel, so it burns a little more efficient, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I blow
Still,
through
it's a
fuel.
6,500 pound
Yeah.
truck.
My GTO though, I'm surprisingly my GTO. If I get on it, I'll get like less than 10, easily less than 10 miles a gallon, and I use super fuel. But if I do like highway, I've done highway to Wildwood. I can almost get like 20 miles a gallon if I'm doing highway because I'll just coast in high gear.
You have a 6-speed, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll just throw it in 6. I'll
Well,
throw
like,
it in
I
6 gear
came
and just
home-
coast.
I pulled a truck for my buddy, like a old military truck he bought. We came home 2.5 hours in Pennsylvania, like out of Pennsylvania, and I was getting 13.6 doing like 65, going uphill,
That's not bad at all. Yeah.
and I had 9,000 pounds on the trailer, so I was pretty stoked. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm over
That's
12
like, yeah.
miles a gallon.
Like-
I'm
like-
coming home at 65 miles an hour with
Exactly.
uphill at 9,000 pounds. I was pretty excited.
Anybody like that's what I always joke because everyone else 20 is bad for anybody else. I'm
Yeah.
like I'm lucky if I could hit 20 and I'm like celebrating. Like I hit 20 miles per gallon
Yeah.
in my GTO.
Yeah, that's
Most
like
people are, that's like horrible.
everybody asks me when I get like, what do you get fuel mileage wise? I'm like, oh, like if I air mine out on the highway empty, I'm like, I don't know, 20, 21. You know, just like you said, 6 gear, let it coast,
Yeah.
like 70 miles an hour. I'll get like 20, just under 20.
But yes, but that
Which
is
again,
like,
not bad for a crew cab, long bed, 1-ton
Yeah.
pickup. Like,
but like Robbie said about the guy with the boat, you don't buy cars like that if you're gonna pick on it. Like if you're like
you don't buy diesel trucks for fuel mileage. You don't buy sports cars for fuel mileage. You know.
yeah, there's like exceptions. I don't go like, I wish I knew this GTO got such bad fuel economy. I wouldn't be putting 700 horsepower into a motor if I didn't know what I was getting myself into. What was that with Chris Rock in March 2nd? They just had a commercial
What's
for
that
a,
FX on Hulu?
that's weird.
Found out
What
what
is
it
coming
was.
out on Hulu? They just had a commercial with Chris Rock, March 2nd, some Hulu show. What the heck was that?
No, I think it was a montage of like a whole bunch of shows on FX.
But why did
They
they show
were
Hulu?
FX is going to be on Hulu.
Oh.
But I don't know what movie that
Oh,
was.
so
on
like,
there.
I get what you're
So like,
saying.
it was a movie that he was on.
Do you ever
that
see
played
Walking
on
Tall? That was a
Yes,
great
I love that
movie.
movie. there's an original too. I've
There
not seen the
is.
original.
I saw it.
Walking Tall with The Rock.
Movie
No, I
Walking
know that
Tall.
one. I didn't know there was an
Yeah, there's an original. I forget who's in it, but it's one of those like Charles Bronson type guys from like the 70s or something. There's
Yeah,
also a
it was old.
sequel. There's
Yes,
a
there
sequel
is.
with the guy
Which was not nearly as good.
with Kevin Zorbo that played
Yeah.
Hercules in the
Really?
show. Kevin Zorbo who played
Yeah, the
Hercules.
the second one's not nearly
Yeah.
as good though.
It's really bad. Yeah, it's not even like worth checking out. It's
It's
horribly
really it's an
B-list.
hour and a half. You'll never get back.
Yeah, it's B-list and horribly done. It's literally a cash grab for those of you who love Walking Tall. XFL's in a commercial break because Dallas just scored a touchdown, and I think they scored a 2-point conversion. It's coming back now, but I want to see the score real quick. I think Dallas, it was 6-9. So if it was a 2-point conversion, it'd be 14-9. So they didn't convert. 6-9. So they must have kicked the extra point. I'm not sure what happened, but it looked like they went for 2. But it says they got 7 points, so I don't know what happened. But Dallas is winning. They're 0-1, I think. And LA is 0-2. Oh no, they're both 0-2. So it has been on for 2 weeks. So Dallas and LA are both 0-2. So they've been playing. So
0-2 or 0-1? It looks like they're both 0-1.
Oh, maybe my eyes. Okay, never mind. I'm correct. Thank you. My eyes are horrible. Robbie is correct. It says 0-1. So last week, I was going to say that means they started on Super Bowl Sunday. That'd be so dumb. You start a brand new league on Super Bowl Sunday. So yeah, so they're
I'm
both.
interested to see how this goes though.
Yeah, I'm
like,
curious.
Like there could is this gonna be like the farm teams for football teams? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the farm league, like baseball has.
Here's Ryan with some info. So that's why they did go for it. There is no extra point kicks. After touchdowns, teams try for a single point by running one play. So it's like a 2-point conversion from the 2-yard line. So exactly like 2 points. So for 2 points, you could start from the 5-yard line, or for 3 points, you could start from the 10. So there's options.
Wow.
So there's no extra point kicks. There's either you start from the 2 for 1 point, the 5 for 2 points, or the 10 for 3 points. So they went from the 2 for 1 point. I was going to say, it looked like they did a 2-point conversion, but they only got 1 point. So if you guys catch, I am very observant. I saw the 2-point conversion, but I guess there is no such thing in this game. So that is interesting to know. Very weird. How did they establish those rules? That's really interesting.
Man, I mean, like, he just makes his own shit up.
Like, I like it, but, like, that's really interesting that they give you the option. Like, I mean, it's cool because if you're down by a bunch of points, you can just keep going for 3 from the 10. But Aaron is back. What's up, Aaron? Welcome back, my friend. There is no
watching the Daytona 500.
Oh, and he missed that easy interception. Dallas just missed an easy interception. The guy's murdering himself on the field. But yeah, Aaron, in case you're wondering, Daytona, I'm going to flip over real quick just to see what they're doing. But Daytona is rain delayed. They even took the drivers off the tarmac.
And they started playing the 2019 Daytona 500.
They're playing
which
the
leads
old
me
one.
to believe that it is significantly delayed.
And there's a commercial break on Daytona anyway.
Ugh.
I'm going to stick with it just to see. But they replayed 2019 Daytona. It doesn't look like we're going to get the Daytona 500 today. Ryan is saying if it goes too long, they redo it tomorrow. And I can't tomorrow. Robbie's got work all day. Jesse's got work. I got work all day. We will not be able to live stream it. So if it starts in the next hour or so, we'll run with it. But I don't think that's going to happen, guys. So we're flipping back and forth. I'm watching. I'll go to the XFL because I'm assuming Ryan also told me that he would inform us if the Daytona started, and it don't look like it's even close. Up. Was that an interception?
Looks like it.
They either intercepted or kicked it off. I'm pretty sure they intercepted because it was like, I think it was like first or second down. Let's see what happened. Oh, no, it was a return, so it wasn't an interception. So Dallas, it was 3 and out. Dallas returned the ball. And
We're talking live to the coach right now.
Yeah, 50-yard punt return. So 40-yard punt return. What, Ryan, you seem to know the rules. Are there field goals? Or is there no kickers at all? Can you kick a field goal for 3 points? Or is it all play? Because I would actually really like that. Honestly, I hate the aspect of a kicker. I just got used to it because of football my whole life of watching. But I would actually, I mean, I'm assuming if there's no extra points, that maybe they just don't use kickers. But I don't know. Because right now, if there's field goals allowed, Dallas is in field goal range if they're allowed to. But I don't know if there's is. That was the longest beer run of my life. Aaron, I was going to say, Aaron, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like trying to remember what you said. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you said I'll be back. I'm going to get beer. And that was hours ago. That was like literally
What
like.
happened to you, Ryan?
Yeah, Aaron. No, that was Aaron. Aaron, are you all right? Or did you just get caught up? Or was it the busiest liquor store in existence? Dallas first down the side. They're out to almost the 15. So if there's field goals allowed, they're well within reach. I think there are field goals for 3 points. All right. So I was going to say, Ryan, I'd be surprised if there weren't field goals because now you're actually, I'm okay with the extra point thing, but if you don't incorporate kickers, you're like kind of like eliminating an entire position, which I don't really mind because I don't care
I
about
saw the
kickers.
uprights, so I was like, wow.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Robbie said he saw uprights, which would make sense. Why would you have them without a kicker? So 1st and 10, Dallas is on the 16. Up the middle, almost first down. They're at the 7-yard line.
Goodell cannot be happy about this.
Oh yeah, I hope it succeeds because I don't like Goodell.
Me neither.
And I
think
want
he's an asset.
I would just like options. Like I mean, this is cool. It happens right after football, so there's something to watch. 2nd and 1, Dallas is in 1 more yard and they got the first down, but they're on the 7, so they're probably going to score. Here we go. 2nd and 1. I wonder how much these guys. Anybody know how much these guys get paid? I'm curious if they're like doing it on the cheap just to like get the thing going, or if they actually get paid a decent amount. And he got the first down. It's going to be 1st and goal on the 2-yard line. What we got? That was the biggest beer run of my life. I think they're on. Aaron's like, I got a little hookup going on. Aaron, you got a little hookup going on with the liquor store or with a woman and you got delayed because of the beer run? I'm not sure. He said, I got a little hookup going on. See, to me, a hookup could be you got a hookup with a girl, so you got delayed because you hooked up with a girl, or you got the hookup going on at the liquor store. I have friends that have owned liquors or run liquor stores, and I go and they literally I hang with them and we do shots and drink beers in the back. So I'm wondering if you got delayed because you did a little of that and got a head start on the drinking, or if you have a lady friend, my friend. I'm back. Are you watching XFL? Joshua Johnson, we put on the Dallas game. Dallas is about to score, and they're winning 13-9. I got refreshed on the rules by Ryan. I now know there are no extra points. There are 2-yard, 5-yard, and 10-yard options as far as points after the goal, or after the score, I should say. So, watching some XFL while we got no Daytona going on. I'm actually going to run in the room on this. If they score here, I'm going to leave you real quick with Robbie and Jesse. I'm just going to go in my room and change the title to Daytona/XFL.
Why you start a different one?
Because I'd have to shut it down and restart, and I hate doing that. Because everyone in the chat would have to get out and back in. And I got like 15 people in here. All right, Dallas scored, guys. Touchdown, receiving touchdown by Dallas. They're now winning 19-9. I'm actually curious to see what they go for, because this is like strategic now. Do you go for 1 and go up by 11, so it's 2 possessions? Because now it's technically not 2 possessions. It could be, look there, see, 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. That's really cool. Hey, Ryan, 3 points is actually from the 12, or is that the 10? Oh no, it is the 10. You're right. I'm seeing, because look, they got a weird box. There's like, what is it? Why do they got like a soccer box?
Basketball, dude.
Is
It's
it,
gonna be basketball.
or is that
all
for
over again.
soccer? It almost looks like soccer lines. I feel like they're using a soccer field because I feel like there's lines that would be used in soccer. So they're going from the 2-yard line. Did they get it? He might have got it. Signal is no good. They went from the 2 for 1 point, and signal is no good. That's actually a really cool. I like that because you never know what they're going to do, and you could be down in football. 11 points is 2 possessions. In this football, it could be 1 possession because 1, 2. Oh no, it's still 2 possessions, but a point can matter. Like the option could come down to.
Yeah, it changes the.
Yeah, the whole.
No, I think you're right. Because if you get a 3-point conversion, right, that's the same.
No, but then you'd only get 9 points because 6 for the touchdown, 3 points, so you get 9. But I'll go back.
No,
All right.
you get.
Yeah. So yeah, like
You get 6 points for a touchdown, 3 points.
Yes, you get 9 total.
You get 9 total, so you can get max amount of score. You get 9 points in a regular game.
Yeah,
you can only
7
get
or 8.
7. 8.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So it does change because you can get 1 more point than
So
football.
you could eliminate a possession.
Yeah.
Like if you're down a touchdown.
Yeah.
And you go for a touchdown and the 3-point extra point, you could, you know what I mean?
But so far, it looks like the both touchdowns I saw, they went for 1 point. So it looks like most teams
Probably
play.
early on.
LA went on the outside on the punt return, got past midfield, but he got knocked out of bounds. But that was a nice little punt return. It looks like most teams go for the easy point though.
Yeah. Well, it's also early. I bet you later in the game, like as the
And Dallas
game
also
gets
leading.
left. Yeah.
Yeah, Robbie's right. As the game goes on, because it's early. Well, actually, what quarter? Is it a 4-quarter game? Oh, yeah, it's 4 quarters. Oh, no, it's almost over. But Dallas is leading, so they're going for easy points. Yeah, if LA, right now, LA is down 10. So LA could
It's in the 4th quarter already?
Yeah, see, it's because this is the game that's over. The new one starts at 6.
So
yeah, it's already 4. The game's almost over. So LA needs to score twice, because even if they go for 3 points, they're down by 10.
bombed it.
Touchdown!
Oh,
Touchdown, LA! We got a good punt return at Spruce. That's the guy they were saying with when Todd Gurley was talking. Spruce had the most yards on the team. He's got over 100 yards now. And a touchdown. So now they're down 4 guys. What will they do?
Go for 3.
Because there are field goals. So they could go for, but I mean.
They could go for 3.
But they
Like
might.
Dallas gets the ball back, they hold Dallas to 4, but Dallas has to kick it away.
But see, they're down 4. They might go for 1 point or 2. Because if they go for 3 and miss, they're going to be down by 4. They want to get at least 1 point so they can tie it with a field goal. Get what I'm saying?
That's true.
They're going to probably go, in my mind, but they're not. They're going for.
On the third.
They're going to go for 3 points on a 10. They're going for 3. Even though they're down 4 points, they're going for 3. I don't think that's smart. They should have went for like 2. Because either way, they got to kick a field goal. You know what I mean?
Already throwing a flag.
Oh, there's a penalty on the defense. How did they do that? Now, did they get half the distance? Dallas had, oh wait, no, they're saying.
Yeah, Dallas had 12.
Oh yeah, because LA had the ball. I forgot that LA had the ball. So what do? They're going for a 3-point play, which would have been from the 10-yard line, but with the penalty, I'm assuming they're moved up half the distance. That was what football would be. Yeah, they're half the distance. So now it's a 3-point play from where you would have gotten 2 points. So they actually got an easy break. Quarterback sneak, catch made. So they got 3. So they went for the 3 and they got it, but they're down 1 point. So they need a field goal regardless. They need a field goal. But it got them 3. And there's 4 minutes, and they only get 2 timeouts. You see that? Instead of NFL, they get 3 points in NFL. They get 2 timeouts. They get 3 timeouts in football. They're only getting 2 timeouts in this. That was pretty good coverage too. They slipped that ball right in there. That's where Joshua Johnson agreed with me. They should have went for 2. Because going for 3, you're taking all the risk for no reason.
Yeah.
You can't why go for 3 when you need a field goal anyway? I understand going for 2 over 1, but there's no point in going for 3. It's like a pointless point. Unless Dallas scores really quick right now, there's no point in that extra point. But whatever. It's a 1-point game, and it's both teams are winless. So either way, we're gonna have a first win for one of them.
I wonder how overtime works.
Oh, and Aaron said the hookup was sexual. So it wasn't a hookup at the liquor store.
That a boy, Aaron.
Hold up.
I
Go
assumed,
get you somebody.
I assumed it was. Good. It's and he goes even further. It's a threesome kind of friends thing. But enough of that.
Damn, son.
Aaron, good for you. Good for you, sir.
You earned the beer.
Yeah, you earned your beer. See, I usually drink and then look for the hookup. You look for the hookup on your way to beer. I like it. But going back to the chat, Ryan said, I'll be right back. I'll still say if the race starts, though, because he's paying attention. So Ryan stepped out real quick, but he's paying attention. Joshua Johnson said TDLA. They should go for 2. I think this moves so fast compared to NFL. You are right, Joshua. It feels like that at least. I agree. It's moving very quick. I feel like the fact there's no extra points makes it move quicker and stuff. Sounds like the hookup was also a 3-point play, says Todd. I agree with Todd. Good comment there. 3-point play for Ryan.
Like dirty or the hurt one?
The hurt one.
Oh.
So Dallas has the ball.
Is it?
Guys, I'm going to go. Who's the
Oh, no,
after?
it's just-
Who's the 6 o'clock game? Because whatever the 6 o'clock game, I'm going to change the title to Daytona 500 / whoever's playing
How about your mother?
the afternoon. Because might as well get some people in for XFL if we're going to watch it. I don't see it. Someone said there's a 6 o'clock game. I don't see it. Oh, wait. I'm not on it. That's why. Where is the 6 o'clock game? There we go. Oh, no. That's this game. Guys, what channel
Maybe it's not after that.
and who is playing? Because I don't see it. No, because it's after this is Eyewitness News. I don't see any XFL unless it's on like ESPN or something. Anybody know where the next XFL game is on? They might move it to FS1. Fox Sports 1. It's Seattle, Houston. Aaron says, yeah, he's joking around. Sounds, Todd. So they're saying it's Fox Sports 1.
Sports.
I have to find what that is on my channel. It sounds like they're going, simmer down, simmer down. Simmer down now. Simmer down now. what was that, Mad TV or was that SNL? That was SNL, right?
No.
Yeah, it was the girl that does the cheerleading. What's her name?
Yeah.
What was her? Sherry O'Terry.
O'Terry.
Sherry O'Terry. I just have to find what channel is FS1. There's ESPN. It's got to be around here. ESPN. I want actually just out of curiosity. Let me make sure it's not one of them. Okay, it's not ESPN. It's not the Yes Network. It's not MSG. There's the Devils pregame. FF. There we go. It's saying it's on. Okay, there we go. 6 o'clock. Got it. So it's 5:33. Or does that say 83? Guys, I need
What?
eyes.
That says 6 to 9.
83.
Yeah, it's on at 6 o'clock. 6 to 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Is that, what is it, Jess?
583.
583, okay. If I forget, remind me. After this game is over, we'll flip over to 583. And the game is ticking down, so I'm going to wait till the end of the game because there's almost down. Is there 2-minute warnings in this? Curious to see. Is the clock going to stop?
5, 4.
Yeah, 3. I'm assuming there is because they're waiting. Yep, 2-minute warning. So there are 2-minute warnings. So we have the 2-minute warning in the Dallas-LA game. And then I'll flip over. They're saying it's Seattle. So because I don't really know much about XFL, Aaron wrote that, but he didn't finish his statement. He's writing more. Aaron, I don't know anything either. I'm learning as we go. I didn't even know if there are 2-point conversions. I didn't know if there were field goals. I didn't know if there were extra points. I didn't know anything. I was wondering if you have seen Bombshell yet. Aaron, I have. Have you guys seen it?
No, I went to look for it the other day. It's not on books anymore.
I probably deleted it because it was a screener and it was shitty quality, and I thought everyone had seen it. When a new copy comes out, I'll get it for you guys. But I did see Bombshell. I thought it was very good. I mean, it was like the type of movie I probably wouldn't watch again just because it was based on true stories about the women of Fox News getting like sexually harassed.
Yeah.
So it was a very good movie, very well done. The topic was interesting, but it's not like the type of movie you're like, I need to watch that again. So probably will never see it again. I also thought Nicole Kidman was in it, Margot Robbie, and Charlize Theron.
I knew Margot
So, like,
Robbie was.
Like women-wise, it was like an all-star cast of women. But like I said, it was just like, it's not like I want to see that again to watch the crazy action scenes.
So I watched The Joker, Uncut Gems, and Parasite. And Robbie has watched the last 30 minutes of every one.
What did you think?
Actually, you watched the first half of Uncut Gems and you fell asleep.
What was your opinion? What do you think of the three? What was your favorite?
Of the three,
Jesse is saying,
Parasite.
just in case, because I'm screaming, I don't know if people are. Jesse said she saw Uncut Gems, Parasite, and Joker this week.
Joker.
She saw them all after the Oscars aired. But they actually saw Uncut Gems while the Oscars was on. But those are three that were not, well, Uncut Gems wasn't nominated. It was snubbed by everything. But opinions, what did you like best? Rank them.
All right, so, well, definitely Parasite number one.
I honestly didn't see enough of either one.
What would you say based on what you saw?
Parasite was my least favorite. But
Least favorite.
Really? You
Yeah.
watched that? Yeah, he also
I don't
watched,
like
the last
movies
15
I can't
minutes.
understand. Call me closed-minded, but I don't like movies I need
read-
subtitles for.
You gotta
Alright?
read
Well,
subtitles.
not
I just
only-
don't like it.
Not only did you need subtitles, but if you didn't see the beginning, you would not understand.
Yeah,
So
watched
you
like
were
15
really
minutes
behind.
of it.
So, but what was your favorite?
That's why I watched it without him.
Oh, Parasite?
It was definitely Parasite.
And then what, Joker?
I would say, okay, so
I like Joker.
I liked Joker. It would be Parasite, Joker, and Uncut Gems would be last. Uncut Gems was good, and I think that Adam Sandler was amazing in it. I think he did get snubbed. The movie overall was a good movie. I liked it, but I wasn't in love with it. I don't know. I think it was good. It was a good movie. Would I watch it again? Probably not.
I get
The
it.
ending was, that was good, but Robbie fell asleep halfway through it, and he was like, it
Sorry,
was kind
some of us have to
predictable.
work.
Shut up. My point was that you kind of described it best. You were like, it's kind of predictable, and I was like, yeah, okay. That was kind of predictable. Like now that I'm the type of person where I have to watch the movie and then I need like a full 24 hours afterwards to just think about it and think about like what I watched and how I feel about it. And when you said that predictable, I was thinking about everything and I'm like, yeah, it was. Like the whole like like when he like keeps trying to, you know, convince people. Spoiler alerts. It's not really a spoiler, but keeps trying to convince people to kind of like help him out with his bets or like his gambling or like you know like oh like I'm gonna give you this and you better be back on this day for it. And he's like yeah totally. It's like you know he's not going to like you know it was kind of predictable.
But it was based on a true story. That's why.
It was. I know you said it was based on a true story, but
Yeah, that's why. Like some people were like, some people literally was like, I didn't like it because that's so fake, and people were like,
no, I'm
they
not
did.
saying
No,
it
no,
was
I'm not
fake,
saying. I'm not saying to you.
Like he goes to his friend, and he's like, here, like.
So you just know he's a
spoiler
degenerate.
alerts.
You know he's like a degenerate.
Yeah, it's like take this ring. You better be back for it
Yeah.
on Friday, otherwise it's my ring. You know he's not going to be back.
No,
for
I
Friday.
get what
He's
you're
gonna
saying.
Forget.
I know
And
you're
then
not
it's,
saying
you know,
this.
it's like things like that. It's like it was good. It was good. I liked, and it was fast paced. I'll say that.
Oh my God, Dallas just scored a. Oh, and he got it. Dallas just scored a touchdown. He almost got pulled out of bounds. So Dallas on third down, Dallas scored a touchdown. But no, going back.
Yeah,
like
it's
people,
like,
I'm not saying you're saying this, but people literally were going, that is such a stupid movie. Who would ever do that? And people were like, it's
Yeah.
fucking real. It's a real story. It's like true.
I
Like
will
it really
say-
did happen because people were ragging on how stupid it was.
As predictable as it kind of was, I wasn't really bored with it. Again, I just didn't think it was this mind-blowing movie. I thought it was really good. I just didn't really love it, but I will say it was very fast-paced. I wasn't very bored with it.
No, it's
Like
nonstop.
it was, it was constantly like boom, 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 like excitement and something going on. So it was like, yeah, even though it was kind of predictable, it was still exciting to watch, and it was fun to see Adam Sandler in that kind of a role because he's not ever really in that kind of a role. So, yeah, he was great in it. I think he did get snubbed. Overall, as a movie,
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been best.
Yeah, out of the three you said, it's I loved Uncut Gems. Joshua Johnson is saying, do you still recommend I see it? Joshua
Yeah.
Johnson, I thought it was great.
I would go
It's just we're
rushing
comparing it to Academy Award nominated films.
I have a big problem with I love.
Oh my
Trey.
God, they fumbled on. I don't know what that
And
means.
he fumbled and
They fumbled it on the 1 point play after.
He was just like bleh.
Also, guys, we'll go back to the comments in a second. I mean, I don't want to get too much out of the realm of things. It said when Jesse was talking, it said on the thing, there's a totally different thing after the 2-minute warning. They actually, I couldn't read all of it because there was so much on the screen. But it said once they go past the 2-minute warning, it's not like football. They actually stop the clock on certain plays. Like NFL, you could run the clock out. I was like, why isn't the Dallas team just running the clock? For some reason, on certain plays, the clock will actually stop. And it's totally different from NFL. And they were literally on the screen flashing, these are the differences between XFL and NFL. And it was so much crap, I couldn't read it. But I also don't have my glasses on, and I was struggling to read the things I did read. But it said something of the effect of, in between plays, there's a 5-second runoff, but the clock is stopped. So you can't just take the clock to 0 in the XFL, I'm guessing. And look how close they are.
Onside kick.
Why are they so close together in the kick? They're literally like right in each other's face. And look, none of them can move. So the players
They have
can't
to wait
move.
for the guy to catch the ball.
So I didn't know that either. On a punt, they have to wait till the guy fields the ball. That's interesting too. I'm learning as I go, guys. I've never seen it before. But there is 59 seconds. LA is down by 7 because Dallas missed the extra point. They went for the 1-point play. They missed. So now LA needs a touchdown and a 1-point play to tie. But they could they could score and go for a 2-point play and win. But I feel like I don't know. What do you do in XFL? Do you go for the win or do you go for the tie? It's still, winning is winning. It's still the same type of game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the.
Will LA score another 50-yard bomb? Here we go. They're going. He's airing it out. And the guy is up. He caught it. But is he out of bounds? Where's the line? I don't think he was in bounds. Yeah, out of bounds. Because did you see there's like 2 lines? There's like a line and then like kind of like a second line. Look, he catches it past the first line. But he doesn't inside the second line. Oh no, he's even out of bounds on the second line, so it don't matter. Either line, he's out of bounds, so screw that guy. 2nd and 10, 50 seconds. See, I'm still not clear on the clock stoppage because he was out of bounds. And in the NFL, the clock would have stopped. Oh, he almost got sacked. Oh, and it was almost intercepted. It's going to be 3rd and 10, 44 seconds. See, now I'm curious. If LA gets the ball back, I don't think they could take the clock down because of the new rule I just read. I didn't read all of it, though. There were other parts of the rule that I missed. Batman, what's up? Again, Batman's back. Joker just killed Robin. What's up, Jay? All right, I'm trying to read all the comments. Batman's back. Trying to finish the game. I'll come back to the comments, guys. 3rd and 10. LA's ball. Down 7. And he's airing it out again. Caught. Oh, my God, he dropped it. What a moron. It was a wide open right through his hands. So they're going to probably go for it on 4th and 10. I don't see why not unless there's a rule I don't know about that helps them out. Steph says, I watched Parasite, Joker, Jojo Rabbit. I've already seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Steph, what's your ranking of the 4? Give me your 4 ranking. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was one of my. I think it was Ford Ferrari, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and Joker. Those are my top 3. I put Parasite.
I love Ford Ferrari. That was an excellent
I loved it.
movie.
Yeah, I would watch Ford Ferrari every night. But I'm a car guy, so I don't know if that's to everybody. 4th down. Was it intercepted? Oh no, it wasn't. Whatever it is, it was 4th down, and there's no flags. So there's 32 seconds. And it's
I think Dallas gets the ball back.
So now it's Dallas's ball, but now we're going to see the rules, guys, because it's 32 seconds. In the NFL, LA would have lost in the NFL, but there was a rule that I saw before that said they can't take the clock down. So there's a 5-second runoff, but Dallas has 2 timeouts, so they might get the ball back. I don't know. I have to see what happens. The importance of the fumble is that if LA could have returned the ball to their end zone, they would have gotten the points Dallas was attempting to get. Okay, so at whatever point play you're going for, if they go for 3 and you fumble it, you'll get 3 points. Like if you return it the other way. So you could get the amount of points the other team did. Good to know. Joshua Johnson. Also, Todd says it's a kickoff to protect the players. So they're protecting the players so there's not like a blind, the guy that punts returns, he's not getting jacked up at the line. So I understand that too. I like that rule, honestly. It's kind of like college. The XFL has been very entertaining for the first 2 weeks. I do dig, but now see, Dallas is taking a knee. So now I'm going to see exactly what happens. They take a knee. See, now the clock is stopped. There's a 5-second runoff, I think. Or is Dallas taking timeouts? I don't know what's happening, guys. I don't know if Dallas is taking timeouts, or I mean LA. I don't know. I guess LA took a timeout. Now they run off 5 seconds. I don't know what's going on, guys, but the game's over. I got to find out. The next game starts. I'm going to read the rules because I'm not sure.
What's happening?
And there's spreads. They actually have point spreads. You could bet on the games. What, the game?
No, the seltzer.
Oh.
Did you have one of those?
Someone, yeah, I think Michelle got one the other. I think I brought her one. I thought it was Coca-Cola or something. It actually has like an interesting taste. It's strong enough taste where it's better than seltzer, I think. All right, let's go back. Now I'm gonna move. I'm gonna go back to Daytona first. I want to see if they're even looking at the track. I keep saying field. Every time I go back to NASCAR, it's a commercial break. So I'm going to stick with them because there's still like another 10 minutes before the next XFL game. I'm assuming Michelle isn't in. Michelle probably went back to sleep. I don't know how she sleeps this much, guys. She slept all weekend. She slept till 2:30, fell asleep on the couch, and I'm assuming she went back to sleep again. So, I probably ranked them. Steph saying her ranking of the 4. She thought Jojo Rabbit was the best.
I have to watch that.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Parasite, then the Joker.
Okay.
Honestly, Jojo Rabbit, I
didn't really have any interest in seeing it, but I heard it was really good.
Jojo Rabbit, I blame myself for not liking it as much because I was multitasking when I watched Jojo Rabbit, and I missed the first like 20 minutes. And then I missed something really important. I'm not going to say it because I'll spoil it for Jesse and Robbie or whatever. But you guys who have seen it will know what I'm talking about. I missed the first 20 minutes, and then something happens in the middle of the movie that I didn't understand because I wasn't paying attention, and it's basically extremely important. So I missed something, like basically it makes the movie. And I literally had to rewind it, and then I'm like,
you would like that one,
I mean, Jojo Rabbit. Even having missed the important shit, I still thought it was a very good movie, but I ruined it for me.
You know what it is.
And Daytona 19 is still, 2019 Daytona is still playing. So I'm guessing that is it for Daytona, guys. They're probably not going to do anything. I'm going to shoot over to the other FS1 XFL game.
I like Joker, but I honestly.
Have you seen the movie Funny Games?
I was watching.
Um,
Oh yeah, that was like the first ever Adam Sandler
Serious movie.
Yeah.
What was first,
No,
Funny
wait,
Games or Punch Drunk Love?
Funny Games is not the same. Funny People. I'm
Oh,
thinking of.
Funny
Games
is
a
Aaron.
movie, I want to say.
Yeah.
A thriller.
But I think it's like
I was thinking
UK
of
or
Funny
European.
People.
Uh,
Funny Games.
Aaron,
I'm not sure.
Funny Games. I think my sister's right. I'm thinking of Funny People with Adam Sandler. Funny
Yeah.
Games. Isn't it a British or European horror film that it, I know there's a remake. I can't remember if the remake is Funny Games or the original is Funny Games. Steph is saying the rain is over up there, but there's more on the way. Steph is saying it's not raining anymore, but that there's more on the way. So they might not restart it because why start if it keeps raining?
Yeah, they're not gonna start and stop the cars that many times.
Joker was a good movie, but I didn't find it too.
I didn't love it.
Particularly. She didn't find it particularly enjoyable.
Me either. Like I didn't hate it, but again, I didn't love it. I think I have a really big problem with people.
You guys
like,
talk. I'm gonna go here. You read the chat. I'm just gonna go change. Guys, I'm gonna dip out. They're gonna talk
I
because.
just love Joker.
Oh, I think you're saying. I just want to change, guys. I'm changing the title of the video because it don't look like Daytona's coming back.
Shit.
So, XFL, it was Seattle versus Houston. So I'm gonna put that, and I'll be back. I got to tiptoe around the phone so I don't knock it off.
Rankings of the best picture nominees are Parasite, Little Women, 1917, Joker, Jojo Rabbit, Ford, Joshua Johnson, Ford vs. Ferrari, The Irishman, Marriage Story, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I saw The Irishman and I love The Irishman. I thought that was an excellent movie.
So we were talking about this the other night. All my zombies are dead. We were talking about this the other night. I love trailers and I love seeing like special scenes and stuff like that before I see a movie. I don't like hearing too much about the movie, and I get very invested. Like Jay's friend told him that that Scarlett Johansson died in Marriage Story. Like I would have killed him if he said that to me. Because again, you take yourself out of the movie and you're focusing on that one thing and seeing how it correlates to like throughout the whole movie. I don't like when people even tell me that it's like such a good movie or it's such a bad movie. Like people that are like, oh my god, this movie's so mind blowing, it's such a good movie, you have to see this movie's everything, this movie's so good, it's so good, it's so good.
Yeah, that
It's
actually
like,
makes me want to watch a movie less. Like the
makes,
more it's hyped,
yeah.
I'm just like, okay, I'll just get to it when
Well,
I get
no,
to it.
I get excited about it, but I find myself having very high expectations for it because everyone's saying it's so amazing. And I said this to you the other night. I find myself trying to look for what I don't like about it.
Right.
Because I'm supposed to have such high expectations of
Right.
it. And that kind of ruins it for me.
Uh-oh.
And when I was
The
watching...
iPad's at 5%.
Ooh, here, plug it into this. As I was watching Parasite, I felt like I was doing that, where like I heard Parasite's like the most amazing movie ever created, and I loved it. I really did. I loved it. It was a great movie, but I felt like it kind of took me out of it a little bit because I was constantly seeing like, well, what don't I like about it? What's wrong with it? Because everyone says it's so good, and I kind of felt like that with Joker. Like, I love Joker. I thought it was really, really good, but I didn't hate it. I didn't absolutely love it, but I didn't hate it. And I will say again, Joaquin Phoenix was amazing in it. He
I'm just a
created
big
the
Joaquin
shit
Phoenix
out of
fan.
me. Like, and that's how I felt about Uncut Gems. Like, Adam Sandler, amazing. He
Yeah.
made the movie. Movie overall, it was good. Joker, Joaquin Phoenix scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, he played that part creepily too well.
Too well. Like,
Yeah.
I showed you the one scene where it's in towards the very beginning.
I only caught like the
last half hour.
Yeah, 45 minutes, half hour.
But there's one scene towards the beginning where he's talking to he works for the guy, like he's the clown with the signs and everything. And his boss is telling him that he gets mugged and they steal his sign. I showed you this part, right? They steal his sign, the kids steal his sign. And the boss is like, you have to return the sign. And he's like, why would I steal a sign? And like the absurdity of it, like he's looking at his boss like, what? Like, are you crazy? Like, why would I do that?
Yeah.
And in that, you see this like craze, like
I'm
this
gonna kill
thing
you.
in his eyes where he's just like, this is so insane that he's accusing me of this. And you see him slowly go insane. And it's just, he's literally just standing there like this, all wide-eyed with his eyes. And it scared the shit out of me. I swear he like dilated his freaking pupils or something. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how he was doing it, but that's fucking acting. Like, he scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh my god, he made me feel so creepy. And like, his laugh and like, oh, I don't know if I would have liked the movie as much as I did if he wasn't the Joker. He made it.
Yeah, he
so.
really did.
I feel like the
Aaron
same thing with Uncut
Snyder,
Gems.
yes. And they, Miami Watts, Tim Roth, horrifying. Joshua Johnson.
Naomi Watts.
Yeah, that was a typo. Joshua Johnson, I like watching movies a second time and seeing things that I missed the first
Me too.
time.
I love doing
Hinting
that.
at
Yeah.
some big twist. Same. If it's good enough, I'll watch it a second time.
Yeah.
If I really enjoyed it, I'll watch it a second
I
time.
kind of want to watch Parasite a second time because I feel like it was very beautifully filmed.
Yeah.
And it's with a big, I won't say what it is because I don't want to ruin it. With a big twist movie, it's so fun to go back and look and see like where all the little Easter eggs are, like leading to that big secret. I'm sure there's like a ton of things where it's just like, oh my god, it's right in front of you, you know, that like this is where the twist was going. I had a really, really fun time doing that with Game of Thrones. I was about at the beginning of the 4th season, I think. Beginning of the 4th or 5th season, and my friend had never seen it. So I got to rewatch the first 4 seasons knowing all of the spoilers and the crazy shit that I knew. And not only re-experiencing that and seeing like, oh my god, they laid some of this out like right in your face, but seeing their reaction to watching it, which was really fun.
Stephanie, the guy who made Funny Games, is German. All his movies are pretty horrifying. He really killed a horse in one of them. And
I'm
I've
sorry,
never...
say that one more time. Who was it?
Stephanie.
No, who was the...
The guy who made Funny Games
guy
is German. All of his movies are pretty horrifying. He really killed a horse in one of them, and I've never watched another movie of his since. He deserves it. My family has a horse farm, so I love horses. And that's shitty thing to do just for a movie.
That sounds like something Quentin Tarantino would do. I love Quentin Tarantino.
I won't say any. I love Quentin Tarantino too, but he is demonic.
Cry.
I won't. Joshua Johnson.
Like some of the interviews with him, it's hysterical. Like.
Okay, guys. So just so you know, the XFL game, they have kickoff. They just returned the ball to just before the 50. It looks like. Houston had the ball. I won't say Joshua Johnson. I won't say anything either, but I actually caught a hint at it my first time through Parasite and was trying to figure out what was going on. Batman, hey Rob, I'm assuming just saw Birds of Prey.
No, I actually didn't. So Jay and Michelle went to see it. Oh, there's Dobby. Hey, baby.
Did we have something going on that night? What did
Yeah.
we do?
What did?
Was it the installation dinner? No.
No, it wasn't that.
We were doing something. I forget.
Something happened, and then you did actually get a fire call. Which was funny because it wouldn't have been able to go.
Was it Boundbrook?
No.
No.
Hey, Dobby.
Was it one of the big ones?
I don't think so. Oh no, it was a car crash. I think. It was
Oh, the extrication? Uh-huh. So, sorry guys, just so you know, I plan my life around large incidents that happen. That's how my memory works. So
That's kind of how I am too.
so like we're trying to figure out when things happened in order about how far back they were. Aaron Snyder, since I'm doing shout outs to old movies, have you guys seen a foreign film called Run Lola Run?
Run what?
Run Lola Run.
Run Lola Run. No.
I have not.
I'm gonna write that down. Run Lola Run.
Yeah.
I have not. You recommend it? I'm assuming.
Aaron Snyder, you're recommending that it's a movie we should watch? I'm assuming you are, but. Just waiting for the chat to update. So this has like all third, like
I'm coming back.
all these guys are like third pick.
You said that's running out. I'll switch.
I got the battery. Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
one bar.
Oh,
Like that.
very cool.
I had it plugged in.
I was gonna say I'll go get the backup.
It
but that's
doesn't look
good
like
to-
it's. The charging symbol's on, but it's not. It hasn't gone up since.
Hello guys, I'm back. If you guys noticed.
You only have one bar on the bank charger, so.
Okay, yeah, I'll run and grab it if we go that
I'm
long.
good. I have to straight.
In case Run Ronnie Run was better, I don't know what you were talking about. What is Run Ronnie Run?
Movies.
Oh. The guys, just out of curiosity, check out the thumbnail I put up for the XFL. Do you guys like that? I just want opinions. Do you guys? You can even look it up on your phone if you want. The new thumbnail I put for the live stream. Does that look cool? It's the XFL and it has all the teams. I'm guessing there's only 8 teams.
Oh really?
I looked it up and there was only, unless I'm missing something, it looked like there's only 8 teams, which means we've literally just seen half the.
Any on the East Coast?
All I saw was Dallas, Houston, Seattle, and the other one because I literally just looked up what we saw. Who was the LA. I didn't actually look. There's got to be a New York team, right? There's got to be New York. But these are the Houston Roughnecks and the
That's cool.
Seattle Dragons, and they have a really cool dragon like decal.
That's cool that they play all.
Like you can
Bahamas
kind of see
shit.
the dragon wings, kind of, but they have like a dragon like.
It looks like the Zelda.
And see like the Houston Oiler, it's like an oil thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like-
For those of you that don't know, Roughnecks is a slang term for oil workers.
Really?
And they used to be. The funny thing is, it's a giant oil rig, and it used to be the Houston Oilers in NFL, and it was an oil rig. But then they did away with it. And now they're the Houston Texans. So it's almost like the XFL, like
Took it back,
took it back. It looks like the Houston Oilers logo, and it's the Houston Roughnecks. So interesting, but
Yeah, there's a
New York Guardians. I saw the name Guardians, but I didn't see the city. Sorry, New York Guardians. There's a New York team, Todd said.
You will love it.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I love football, so maybe that's why. But like, I'm digging this. I hope it catches on.
Yeah, I'm digging it too. I think it's cool.
Yeah, like it's definitely.
I think
something
it's
I'll
cool.
try.
There's like another option people can go without
Exactly.
making it in the NFL. And I also feel like there's going to be a lot more competitiveness and much less politics in this than there will be in the NFL.
I'm just curious how much it. Oh, and these are both 1-0 teams. So the other ones were 0-1. These are both 1-0. They also have like different format. They have it more like the Super Bowl where it's tight and has the play. I know I said the Super Bowl week, I said I hated this setup. But if you're watching, this is how the Super Bowl did it, and I learned to love it because they will show the player stats and stuff to the side. When they have the long stream bar, you have to wait till it rotates. So this is kind of, in my mind, see like they show all the stuff. I kind of dig it. Even though it's more compact, it tells you more information. So I'm okay with it now, even though I ragged on it in the beginning. I'm also going to reposition the camera, guys, because we're getting like close to 20 people occasionally, and I left it open for Michelle, but she is back out like a light and useless to the world. So I'm going to go like this because I'm literally half off the camera for no reason. I did it to include us all, but someone wants to be a piece of no, I'm just yeah, no, I literally am like hanging off the screen because I was trying to get everyone in. But if she ain't coming back, I might as well be comfortable. I'm literally like this, like me and Robbie are like about to hold hands. Yeah, we're literally like holding hands.
Don't worry,
Alan.
I like you, buddy, not that much,
Yeah,
alright?
I don't like.
Yes, there's something I need to tell you.
That's what I was saying before. I was literally joking around. I'm like, yeah, Robbie got me these flowers because we're so close. But it was because we literally were so close.
No, like guys, we are literally
We are literally that close. But yeah, that, I mean,
DC Defenders.
and not for nothing, when I go further that way, it has the gym and all. It looks crappy. Like, see, look how nice it looks now without the gym.
No.
But if I want to get a fourth person, then I got to do it, and I don't mind doing it. But if no one's gonna friggin' sit there, you will love it. Is can you believe she's still sleeping? She literally went back to sleep. It's like Michelle went to bed at like 10 o'clock last night. I'm whispering just in case she's listening. But she went to bed at 10 o'clock last night, slept till 3 o'clock, missed the beginning of Daytona, which never happened, hung out for an hour, fell asleep on stream, and then went back to bed. So, blows my mind. Something's wrong. But, anywho, hey Rob, I'm assuming Jesse saw Birds of Prey. Did you guys read those? I don't know if you did. Since I'm doing oh yeah, I did hear you say that. On the East, there's Tampa Bay Vipers. So there is a Florida team. Tampa Bay Vipers. So, Steph, you have a team over there. I would like to see a reaction to you guys watching Run Lola Run. I've not seen it either. Aaron is saying he would like to see that. I've not seen it either. Run Lola Run. I know isn't it the girl from Fifth Element?
It looks like her, but it's not.
Really?
Actually, maybe.
Is the girl from Run
No,
Lola
that's
Run the girl?
Jovovich.
Yeah, Milia
No.
Jovovich.
No.
Milia Jovovich.
It's Franca Potente.
Oh, my whole life I thought Run Lola Run was Mila Jovovich.
It does look like her.
Or
though.
Jovovich. I guess it is kind of like Jovovich. Mila Jovovich. But yeah, I always thought that was her because it had like an orange-haired girl on the cover, and I thought it was the girl from Fifth Element. Fifth Element.
Little Dallas.
So we got New York Guardians, Tampa Bay Vipers, Seattle Dragons, Houston Rednecks, Dallas Renegades. What I said? Oh, Rednecks, Roughnecks. I was like, in my head, I'm like, I said that wrong, but I'm like, no, I didn't. Dallas Renegades, and who was LA? What were they? What was LA's name? I saw the Dallas Renegades. I don't think I ever saw LA. And then there's 2 other teams. So there is only 8 teams. So I guess they're building. But, so there's 2 teams we don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 2 teams we don't know. I would like to see, I mean, I have done reaction to movies. I was going to, at some point, Michelle wanted to react to Usual Suspects. Michelle's never seen Usual Suspects, and she's never had it spoiled. Somehow, being the lover of movies and TV she is, she's never been spoiled. So I was like, I want you to react to it, and she said she was down. We just haven't gotten around to it yet. So, I did the El Camino movie. I got that on Patreon. I have parts chopped up on YouTube. I also want to do, when Avatar 2 has a trailer, I've never seen the original Avatar movie. Even though it's like the biggest money-making movie of all time, I never watched it. It just, at the time, for some reason, I never caught it. And then it became like an ongoing joke. How I've seen everything. Oh, you're going to take one?
Yeah, well, I want to cut the bottoms of them and put fresh water.
But, yeah, basically, I never got around to it, and it became an ongoing thing now where I'm like, I'm not watching it till the sequel comes out. The sequel is announced, but there isn't a trailer or anything. So I figured if I'm going to watch it, I might as well make an event out of it. So I'm going to watch Avatar 1 on reaction when the trailer for Part 2 comes out. Then I'm going to react to Avatar 1 and go see Avatar 2 in theaters. So that is my plan. So we got the LA Wildcats. Thank you, Mr. Joshua Johnson. I would like Frankie I don't even know how that says. Frankie Potenti? I'm going to say Frankie Potenti or Frank Potenti is in Run Lola Run. You would know her from Blow and the first couple of Bourne. Oh yes, she was Jason Bourne's girlfriend, so to speak, in the Bourne Identity movies. The foreign girl.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. See, I think didn't she have orange hair on the cover of Run Lola Run? Because I think being a younger lad, I saw the orange hair and immediately thought Mila Jovovich from Fifth Element. But that would explain it. I can see who you're talking about. She does have a similar. She is a very skinny model-looking type girl. So I can see that. Watch the vibrations.
Yep.
She was on Bourne Supremacy. You should react to polls. Like Steph, I could do that too. See, maybe I'll do, like, there isn't a whole lot of movies I haven't seen that people care about. So, like I said, big ones I can remember. I've never seen One Flew Over? Who Flew Over? What is it? Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? I don't even know the title. I've never seen that movie with Jack Nicholson. A crazy Academy Award nominated, maybe even won. I don't know, because I've never seen it. But I don't know how. It just never... I've watched 70s movies, 60s movies, 50s movies. I've seen a bunch. I've seen all the classics. I don't know. I've just never seen... I think it's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Never seen it. Never seen Avatar. There's like certain movies that have just escaped me over the years. One Flew Over, says Stephanie. Yeah, like for a second I thought it was Who Flew Over, but it is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Never seen it. Maybe I'll react to that. But yeah, there are movies. Oh, and Mulan. Avatar sucks, just Pocahontas. See, Aaron, I saw Pocahontas. I've never seen the animated Mulan Disney film. I've seen every other animated Disney film. I've never seen Mulan. So the trailers are released, and the movie, I think, comes out next month. I should do a Mulan reaction to the animated before I see the live one, because I'm going to see the live one. Michelle is a massive Disney fan. We now both have we now both have AMC A-list passes, so we can go whenever the hell we want for free, because I paid for them in advance. So Mulan will definitely be one we check out. I should react to the live one, the animated one first. Jessie went to go fix her flowers, and I think she's cooking something, so she's checking on that. Robbie just went to the bathroom. Please react to it. I love Disney. Odds are I will, Joshua. I have been talking about it on many live streams before you started joining us for the live streams. I talked about it a bunch of times. As soon as they announced, holy crap, Seattle just busted a tackle, and they're down to the 20. So they're down to the 20-yard line. Houston's winning by 3, by the way. I missed it. They must have kicked a field goal when I was in the other room or not paying attention. But Seattle is getting downfield. They're at the 20-yard line. Would have been nailed at the 35, but he got an extra 15 after the missed tackle by Houston. 1st and 10 at the 20. Are we doing a run play around the right corner? Barely gained anything, if that. But yeah, probably we'll do Mulan first. Like I said, El Camino's on the Patreon. El Camino, I chopped up into one part. If you guys remember, I think the day I was doing El Camino is when my mom got put in the hospital. So I was in the middle of editing it up and had to go take care of that. And she was in and out for like 3 months. So had a lot going on. By the time I got home and back to like normality, like El Camino was old news and I already had so much of the shows to catch up on. I ended up just throwing it up on Patreon, and there's not all the parts are on YouTube. Maybe one day I'll get around to it, but I feel like I missed the boat and missed the window, and it's up on Patreon if you want to subscribe. So it's one of those things like where I had bigger things to do and wanted to catch up on shows. Like I said, maybe one day I'll do it. But El Camino was the first movie on Patreon. The movies will only be on Patreon because it's way too hard to chop them up, and I'm so busy catching up on shows. If I do movies, it probably will only be on Patreon. Maybe one day I'll chop them up, or maybe I'll do like a best of and one. I'll just do a one-parter best of reactions kind of thing. But it's too long and hard for me to chop up the movies for the channel unless I do like the highlights, which is basically what they're supposed to be anyway. But I find it so hard for me to chop up the highlights in a 10-minute parter. We will have friends visit us in a bit. I've also been live streaming now for a while. I've been on for 4 hours. This is actually exactly, I got on at 2:20. So I am exactly 4 hours in, guys. I was going to say, I'm getting really hungry and I'm getting tired. That would explain it. because we should be the Daytona 500 should be finishing right now based on what I was planning on doing and expecting. They never even had it, and we just started an XFL game. So the beginning of my day started out much differently than where we are now. I thought I'd be almost done live streaming. Instead, we just started XFL. Seattle, wide open, gets downfield, touchdown, Seattle. On a 3rd and 15. On a 3rd and 15, they blew down the sideline. Wait a second. Someone in the chat might have told me, who's watching this game? Someone told me it was Seattle, Houston. Somebody on the announcers just said it's St. Louis Blackhawks. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. I thought it was Seattle. It's St. Louis. I think someone put STL. Oh my God, they did. Someone put STL, St. Louis. And I thought it was Seattle because I was like, how many teams can have STL? When they come back, I gotta change it. Because I literally put XFL Live Seattle versus Houston, and it's St. Louis. So it's Seattle Dragons. So that isn't a Dragon Wings. It is the Blackhawks Wings. Now it makes sense, guys, because I saw a logo that was different. Like Seattle Dragons had a different logo. I gotta go change this. Well, the funny thing is, sorry, I accidentally put Seattle, not St. Louis. Oh, okay. Then I'm not crazy. I just saw STL and assumed. Joshua, you did the same thing as me because I saw, it's not your fault. You're trying to help. I literally didn't even question it. I even saw the Seattle Dragons, and I'm like, there's 8 teams. What are the odds there's another team with the same possible initials? And STL could be St. Louis. Not your fault. I thought the same thing. And I even double-checked, and I'm like, hey, that's funny. They have a different logo than what I saw, but it looked like Dragon Wings, but it's actually Blackhawk Wings. Talk about being way too close. You got STL St. Louis Blackhawks with wings, and you got St. Louis, which could be Seattle, which could be STL, Dragons that have wings. Horrible. SEA is Seattle. Yeah, makes sense. I just thought they were being weird. Makes sense. I'm not going to lie. When I was reading it, I'm like, that's not how I would do it, but I ain't going to argue because there's all these different rules and stuff. But my intuition was correct. I'm just out of curiosity. I'm going to snap back to the Daytona. I'm curious if they've done any updates. They're probably, last I saw, they're still showing the 2019 race. Let's see. And yes, they're still showing that's kind of a cheap move on their part. It was rain delayed, so instead of having like announcers and commentators talk and like explain what's going on, they just replay last year's. I feel like they didn't go. I don't know. I feel like they should have like went into like the people there. So all these people are right now at Daytona, like thousands of fans and commentators and announcers and celebrities, and they're showing the old one. I just can't believe they're still showing the 2019 one. But they're not even acknowledging the fact that it's 2019 anymore. So look at Dobby. This is feeding time for Dobby. Yeah, move this so we can see Dobby. Here, Dobby.
Dobby. Dobby, calm down, Dobby.
Yeah.
Dobby, calm down.
Calm down.
God.
Calm down. You're okay. Those of you who haven't seen Dobby eat, she is a ravenous beast. You're good, don't worry. Dobby is terrified of loud noises and new people. And Michelle is the newest person. And she plays guitar, and then we scream and yell when we're all in the room together. So Dobby is literally terrified right now, thinking like it's her one moment to strike. Who is this? I will say this. I have not seen anybody's name yet that I recognize from the NFL. Some of these guys might be college. I think I've seen a college guy here and there, but nobody I've seen yet playing on the field is an NFL guy that like got traded or like thrown out of the NFL. Like, I was expecting, like, guys that didn't want to retire yet but couldn't get hired on a team in the NFL to be in this. Maybe they are, but I haven't seen him yet. Dobby's about to knock the ball off, so I'm holding it for her. See, I think the fact that I'm helping Dobby is calming her because she's realizing, oh, you're okay with this. Does anybody know any very famous NFL guys that are in XFL? Or, I asked before, but I didn't see it in the chat. Does anyone know what the average XFL player gets paid? Because I'm curious if it's like they're getting really low pay just to get in while it's not famous.
Hi, baby.
Did you see
She
her?
fell in the hole.
And she almost ran into the blanket.
Yeah, I'm curious if XFL players get paid like hundreds of thousands, or they're getting like average salaries because they want to just get in a new sport and get a name for themselves. At least she isn't grabbing bites of food and yeah, Steph's got it right. At least this time she didn't.
Dragging them.
Yeah, she like ate it out of the bowl. Usually she spits it out on the floor and runs away with it.
Why are you
But
doing that?
St. Louis also must have went for the. I don't know. St. Louis, whatever they went for, did not get an extra point because they're 6-3. So the whole time we're saying Seattle and it was St. Louis.
Uh-oh.
Womp womp.
Spilt this.
Yeah, just watch the camera.
Oh. Did I even hear it?
No, I'm saying watch. Well, you're actually in it right now, yeah, because it's wide angle. But I'm just saying don't hit the court or anything. Houston's got the ball at the 50. Wide open guy, and he tripped on his own feet. Might have scored a touchdown, but I don't think he would have. It looked like he would have got tackled either way, but he tripped on his own feet at like the 15. Wide open, though. I don't know what happened. He was covered, and then the guy dipped back. I think he got pump faked. Here we go. Let's see what happens. The guy's on him. Oh, no. That guy, no, I'm looking at a different guy. No, he was like wide open, right in the middle of the coverage. And then he tripped up. What's up, Ryan? And still no race. Yeah, Ryan, I just flipped back, and it don't look good, my friend. Houston might have got spotted. I think they're going to give him the first down because he went head over heels. Houston, first down. I think what I'm going to do, guys, is I think I'll watch the first half of the XFL. If a lot of people jump in, then I'll keep going. But I'm getting tired and hungry, and I've already been on for over 4 hours. So it's not even through the first quarter. I'll stay on for like another hour. I'm assuming by the time an hour is up, it'll be close to the halftime. And then I might call it a night because everyone's bailing out, but I don't blame him. The Daytona, our plan was to do a 4-hour Daytona, and it would have been over now. It would have been either over or close to over. So I was not prepared for doing more than like a 4-hour stream. I ate an early lunch. Had I known, I would have eaten like 2 o'clock. I was just like, I'll eat an early lunch, set up the stream, jump on, and we'll be done by 6:30, and I'll eat dinner. But this totally happened differently. Yeah, rain sucks. NASCAR in the rain would be sick too. I finally found what channel Fox Sports 1 is on my TV, and I can watch the game. There you go, Josh. And you just saw Houston score a touchdown if you did. They literally just scored. Wide receiver Cam Phillips. Don't know who he is. Never heard of him. That's 6 points. Now it's a guessing game. Will they go for 1, 2, or 3 point option? They got the option. What's up, Batman? How are you, sir? Batman, do you just say hello a lot to me, or do you keep jumping in and out? Either way, I don't care. I'm just wondering if you're jumping in and then out and being like, hi, I'm back, hi, I'm back. I don't know, because I feel like I see a lot of highs from you. I'm just curious, though. It don't matter. You can say hi all you want. 1 point, they're going for the 1 point. So they could go for 1, 2, or 3. They're going for the 1 point, the easy. Before we talked about it, if you aren't familiar, 1 point's from 2 yards, 2 points is from, oh no, they are doing 2 points. They backed it up. I thought they were going for the 1. They're going from the 5-yard line for 2 points. Quarterback ran it, and I don't know. He dove in, but they're spotting him short, and I think they're right. The funny part is, I don't know if it's just the fact that they're seeing it good, I have not had a problem with the officiating yet. It's funny to me because, yeah, look, boom, ball not past the plane. Even though it looked like it could have been, I nitpick the NFL all the time because they're wrong all the time. I hope the XFL officiating is so good that people make a comment because all I know is I've watched 2 games and I haven't seen one bad officiating call yet. And some of them are close calls. So, are you liking XFL? Ryan, I'm digging it. I definitely like the option of the 1.2, the 1, 2, 3 point option. I like that. I like there's no extra point because honestly, kicking to me is the most boring part of football. So watch the vibrations.
Yo,
I like that there actually is options and less kicking, and it seems like it moves faster. And there is Ryan. Maybe you know this, Ryan. Oh, you got more? Oh, you got another one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Maybe you know this, Ryan, because we were talking about it when you were away. But at the 2-minute warning, it said there were different rules. It said something to the effect of it's a 5-second runoff, but they don't actually run the clock. So you can't just like get the ball with 2 minutes left and run the clock. It said something to the effect of there's a 5-second runoff between plays, but you can't just run the clock. So it actually makes the last 2 minutes not garbage time. You actually can like see football. You actually see the teams try. So the team losing will get a chance, and the team winning can't just take a knee and run the clock. I don't know exactly what I saw though. Do you like the way Black Mask? Oh, Batman! I didn't want to talk about it in case people didn't see it. That's why earlier I didn't say anything because I don't want spoilers. It's too new a movie. I don't want to talk spoilers in the chat. Black for Birds of Prey. But I'm assuming if I answer, people have probably already read it. I did not like it. That is why I said he was wasted, I think. I feel like not only was he not used as much as he should have in the movie, but I think they wasted it. Oh, and there's pretzels on here. Did Dobby find pretzels on here? Well, it's no spoilers, please. I haven't seen it yet. We're not going to spoil if Harley died or Victor Zaz or Huntress. Yeah, no spoilers. I mean, you guys don't know this, but for those of you who are my normals like Batman and the rest of you, my rule of thumb is I don't give spoilers for movies unless they're like a month old.
Do you know that they changed the name of the movie?
Of what?
Birds of Prey.
No. What do you mean?
It's like it was Birds of Prey and
The emancipation of one Harley
So they like changed the title to be Harley Quinn's Birds of Prey. Well, it was in the theater.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
I guess it didn't do as good at the box office as they thought it was going to.
So they
For some
changed
reason
it?
They thought that was the name's fault. I don't know.
Have you guys heard anything about that? Jesse, I don't know if you guys could hear her on the side, but Jesse's saying that she heard that halfway through its theater run, they changed Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, which is one of the longest movie titles of all time, and doesn't really stem. Harley Quinn is 90% of the movie. I mean, that might be a spoiler, but I'm telling you guys that because people are going in, like myself, thinking it's a Birds of Prey movie. I still love the movie, but people are going in being like, it's not a Birds of Prey movie, it's a Harley Quinn movie. So Jesse's saying they actually changed the title to Harley Quinn Birds of Prey. I didn't hear that. Maybe she saw it on something else, but I didn't hear that, so I'm curious. But yeah, my rule of thumb, guys, no spoilers. So those of you who are in all the time, keep that in mind. Try to be friendly and kind to others. And I don't spoil movies till after a month. I'm like, all right, if you're that big of a fan and you haven't seen the movie within a month, then I'll give you a spoiler alert. But I usually, like before, we were given spoiler alerts for movies that came out 10 years ago. But I'll give you a little spoiler alert if it's like a major plot thing. But I try to wait a month before I do spoilers on new movies. So just rule of thumb. Whatchamacallit? I think I'm going to make a run for the border, Steph says. Houston didn't get the 2. So Houston went for the 2, and they missed it by like an inch. My God, they're showing college football. What does that say? Why does it say 2013? Oh. That's when he last played? got 4 touchdowns. I'm assuming he's a quarterback. Yeah, 26. This guy on Houston played back in 2013 on college, and it was Temple versus SMU, and it was 49-59. So most of these guys are going to be college guys that probably didn't make it to the NFL. I thought there'd be a lot more NFL guys that were like not ready to retire, but wanted to still play football. It looks like most of it is college guys that couldn't cut it in the NFL.
Which I'm actually kind of happy about, because my thing about college ball is I like watching college football a lot more than watching NFL. Only because college football, they still love playing football.
Yes.
It's not for
Money.
millions of dollars
Yeah.
a year. You know what I mean?
It's not about the money. It's about they
Exactly.
have to play at all times to impress.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that turns college football into a much more competitive game.
True.
And a much more driven game, if you will, I guess. As opposed to guys who are collecting their $6 million a year contracts and, okay, I'll see you next season, bye.
I agree with you. The only thing, you're probably more right. I would tend to agree with you, but I feel like football players, even though they get paid millions, know if they perform, they'll get more millions.
Well, no,
but you're all right. They will also.
But I feel like the love that they have for football is not there anymore.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know what I mean?
I would lean more to agree with you. Yeah.
So I think it's cool that these are all college guys who didn't hack it in the NFL or couldn't hack it in the NFL or got hurt or whatever.
That's also why college stats get padded.
Yeah.
Because like Robbie's saying, in college, people will be like, dude, their teams will win by 50 or 60 points. They do that because, like Robbie's saying, college guys want their stats to look good for the NFL, so they get big paychecks. So if they're blowing out other teams, you might have like an NFL caliber quarterback that has horrible stats because if he took his foot off the gas and went easy on teams, no one would see him because people that really pay attention would know he's good, but he wouldn't have the stats he should have, which might affect his paycheck in the NFL. So if you guys ever see like a college football game that's like 50-9 and you're like, well, that's pathetic. Why would they even do that to somebody? It's basically because the football guys that are winning want their stats padded so they look good when they get to the NFL level. But like it's going off what Robbie's saying. They're more competitive because they want to play football. They want to get to that next level. When you're in the NFL, you're basically next step is retirement.
You're there.
Yeah, you're
gonna ride it out for what, maybe 20 years?
Yeah,
maybe.
if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And
if
you're more
a Brett
worried.
Favre or
And if you're making millions, you're more worried about getting injured. So you're more worried about protecting yourself and your money than playing all out and getting to the next level. Jay, I knew from the get-go he was going to die, by the way. Oh. Yes, they changed the title. Yes. Oh, they did change the title. Aaron, you're saying they did. I cannot believe they did.
That makes sense, though, because, if you just say Birds of Prey, no one will assume that's...
no, it makes sense.
Marvel...
DC,
right. I'm sorry.
They should have done it from the beginning.
You're right.
I'm just surprised they chose to do it once. Like Jesse said, I guess it's doing so bad.
Birds of Prey sounds like a horror movie.
And
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a horror movie.
It could have been, but Birds of Prey is actually a comic book series that was all the women of Marvel, DC.
Right.
But that's the problem. The movie isn't the group of women. It's basically Harley Quinn. But they should have just decided that from the beginning. We were talking about this, guys. I don't remember who was in the chat. Steph was probably there. I'm sure a bunch of you, if not all of you, were there. Ryan was probably there. But we talked about this, and I said, it reminds me of Dr. Sleep. Why would you not call it The Shining Part 2, Dr. Sleep? It never mentioned The Shining. Some of the posters referenced scenes from The Shining, but unless you're a massive Shining fan, you're not going to think 30 years later or 35 years later, however long it was, you're not going to think, oh, that must be a sequel to The Shining. You have kids and are generations later. So I always freaked out because I thought Dr. Sleep was a great movie. It did drag and it was long, but it was a good movie and it didn't do nearly as good as it should have. because I feel like most people, I've said this in live streams, people I've talked to have said that they thought Doctor Sleep was a sequel to Doctor Strange. I'm not even kidding you. People thought Doctor Strange, Doctor Sleep was a sequel to Doctor Sleep. That's how unaware people were that it wasn't not a shine, that it had something to do with The Shining. But that's what I was saying about Harley Quinn. Why would you confuse people? You're already like behind the eight ball. You're like in debt tens of millions of dollars in production budget and advertising. Why would you hurt yourself and not call yourself something that's easy for people to understand? I think they thought they were being cute. Like, don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. I think they were being cute. Like, let's make it a ridiculously long name.
The longest name?
I think they still got beat by Don't Be a Menace to South Central. Because it is Birds of Prey, the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn. I think someone said it, and the Don't Be a Menace to South Central isn't even the longest.
It is.
But that isn't even the longest. Don't Be a Menace to South Central, if you look it up, that's not even the longest. There's also the movie, The Man That Went Up a Hill and Came Down a Mountain. But I think someone told me once that there's a movie title that is officially in the books as the longest, and it's not Don't Be a Menace. So I don't know. The average career length of any NFL player is 3 years, I think. Yeah, it's like running backs maybe last 5 years. Quarterbacks last the longest. Right now, in the NFL, you got Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, and Matt Ryan. Eli is retiring this year. Those 6 guys, just off the top of my head, have been either close to 20 years or are at 20 years or past 20 years. And all 6 of them, except for Eli, who just retired, I'm pretty sure they all started around the 2000 or 99 season. So they could last 20 years, but all of them are quarterbacks. Nobody that isn't, maybe if you're a wide receiver, like Larry Fitzgerald right now, might be nearing his 20th season. Larry Fitzgerald's the only guy I could think of that isn't a quarterback that could be approaching a 20th season. I know the running back, actually, Frank Gore. Frank Gore, I think, just hit his 15th season or upwards of that. He's a running back.
Usually running backs retire before quarterbacks do because they get tackled so much.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Running backs have the lowest. I think a running back is lucky if he makes 5. Guys, someone can look that up if they want. But Frank Gore might have the longest record as a running back.
Jerome Bettis was what, 10 years? Maybe.
Yeah, he was a while, and he was a while considering how running backs do.
Yeah.
But I think Frank Gore. Maybe there's
a movie title ever for you.
What is it?
It is
longest movie title.
According to IMDb, the longest movie title ever is Night of the Day of the Dawn of the Son of the Bride of the Return of the Revenge of the Terror of the Attack of the Evil Mutant Hellbound Flesh-Eating Subhumanoid Zombified Living Dead. So that sounds like a C movie.
I've heard that before. I'm not kidding. That is the one they told me. That is the official IMDb longest title. And that is literally the one that was told to me last time because I remembered it was just ridiculous. Like, Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood is a play on all those movies combined. That one is a play on all the horror movies, but they literally, like, Don't Be a Menace could have thrown in 20 more movies too. They literally just did it to have the longest title probably because it's every type of horror movie you could think of. But that is the official one, and that is the one I heard before. But no one's ever heard of it because it was, like Robbie said, it's probably a C-list movie that no one ever even seen or heard of because it was just meant to be the winner of the longest title. So I'm willing to bet, though, if you go by theatrical release, I don't know. I'd be shocked if that was theatrical or released somewhere. But if you go by theatrical, I think Don't Be a Menace might be the longest if you go theatrical. But who knows? Anyway, let's go back. Drivers are back in their cars, by the way. What? He said the drivers are back in the cars for Daytona. I'm going to flip over real quick and look.
Really?
Ryan is saying...
They're running it?
Ryan is saying cars are back, guys are back in. This has got to be the last one, though.
You're watching the 2019 Daytona 500.
So all I see, it's saying weather delay still, and it's showing 2019. They're not giving any sort of update.
Ryan,
Ryan,
we might be behind Ryan though.
no, because I put it back live. I mean, it's live television. There's 42 laps to go. They almost finished the whole Daytona 2019. 42 laps to go. They're 3/4.
Oh, the wreck on
Oh
pit
my God.
road.
Ooh.
Oh, and by the way, this has got to be the first year they're doing stages, because look at 2019 was 200 laps.
Mm-hmm.
So 2019 did it 200 straight laps. This is to answer my own question.
Dixie.
To answer my own question, they're actually
He got smacked.
people were saying Daytona's done in 3 stages now. This must be the first year they're doing it, because 2019 is a straight race.
By the way, guys, you have car racing. Was originally developed for drag racing, but you have car racing in general to thank for extrication tools that fire departments carry to cut people out of car accidents.
Why?
They were originally developed to cut the roll cages on race cars.
Ah, interesting.
Race car tracks were the first people to have them.
Interesting. Ryan, give me an update. He said cars are back out now. Like Ryan saying the drivers are back in their cars, the cars are back out.
It's
Ryan,
not a different channel now, is it?
Ryan, do you think it's on? I'm watching. No, Fox 5. The main Fox wouldn't sideline the main event. They would. I mean, they wouldn't show 2019 if the event started. I'm watching Fox 5 live on cable, and they're not even giving, like, I'm looking at the bottom. They're not even giving like an update. It just says weather delay in the corner, and it says you are watching 2019 Daytona 500, and there are wrecks all over. Oh my God, look at that guy in the yellow. He almost like did a head-on collision knowing he was there. Oh man, he was pitting too, I think.
Yeah, he got sideways, smacked into this guy.
That
See
green.
those flaps? You see the angle that they're on?
Yep.
That's to keep the cars down.
Yeah, I see it. Oh yeah, because it went up and down.
Yeah. That's to keep the cars from rolling.
That green car was pitting, and he got railed from behind on a guy just
We
spinning
didn't watch
outside.
the 2019 Daytona. There's the guy's exhaust. See the
Yeah,
gas
yeah,
spill?
yeah.
That's the guy's gas spill right
That's
there.
hilarious. That's hilarious. And it was like it's like 3/4 of the race is done. I think they were just doing warm-up laps or something. So Ryan said they're on the track.
So Ryan's got to be ahead
Oh,
of us.
Ryan said it showed before and then flipped back to 2019.
Oh.
But he said they're doing warm-up laps right now.
Yeah, look at the bottom.
Oh my God.
If the-
If they started up, we have 180 laps left, and it's almost 7 o'clock. That means if we stuck with it, it'd be on to like midnight. All I know is, even with this plugged in, it's like almost like about to die. Apparently, this thing doesn't charge as fast as this thing dies. Maybe if I die the brightness, I'm gonna kill the brightness so I save some battery.
Do you think using that one on that one might be better?
I'll just die the brightness. I think the brightness is what kills the battery, and honestly, I don't need it. It showed them just before about Fiona Apple needed to make a movie. That's a rant. The movie Precious is long. I've never seen
I
Precious.
haven't either. I haven't watched that.
You've got to watch The Shining, and they watched it, and they didn't find it as good as we did. You've got to watch. I've seen The Shining a million times. The Shining, and they watched it, and they didn't. I don't know what you mean there, Mr. Aaron. The movie Precious is long. Drivers are back in the cars. What were you most excited about? Birds of Prey. I can't talk about it, Batman. Well, because I'd have to go into spoilers, and I'm waiting it out. We'll talk. Give me like 2 more weeks, and we'll talk Birds of Prey. I mean, like, people in the chat have already said they haven't seen it, so no Birds of Prey
Did you
talk.
do a reaction video to that? Like an after
Nah,
reaction?
I stopped doing them because it was taking me all this time, and like 20 people would watch them. It's like no one was watching them, so I stopped. Fiona Apple, the Ty Dillon dream is still alive. So you still have a chance at Ty Dillon winning
$200
NASCAR.
bucks.
I'm sticking with Daytona just because I'm curious, but it's commercial now, so I'm gonna flip over real quick to
Is this
XFL.
backdraft? No. Oh, this is the new Sheriff. Sheriff series.
So we are in.
There's a new like top series out.
They're into the second quarter of the XFL game. You guys, we're caught up in the chat. It's a commercial on Daytona. I'm just gonna go change because I don't want people to like People write in the comments and freak out. I put Seattle Dragons, and it's St. Louis Blackhawks.
So we get to entertain the
Yeah.
people of YouTube.
Jesse and Robbie will entertain
Hello,
you. I just want to
YouTube.
change the title, guys. I put Seattle, and I don't want people will jump in and
I
just
already-
troll.
We already went. Somebody already asked how we met, Jess.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were. Did
We-
you tell them?
Yeah. I said we met at a bar that we both used to go to frequently.
And we were friends. We were friends for about almost 2 years.
I guess.
Almost 2 years. Robbie was so cute. He was so nice. No, seriously, I told you, like, Robbie was always that person there where, like, if none of my close friends were there, I would always, like, find myself gravitating towards him because he was always very talkative. You have, like, really good conversation. I'm not very talkative, and I, like, put my foot in my mouth a lot.
Oh
I'll be
yeah.
like,
I know
how's
that.
the weather? Like, hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I said that already. But yeah, no. I always enjoyed talking to you.
Ryan, yeah, that was me. Okay. So there you go. You get her side of the story.
Robbie was always very sweet. I always just liked talking to him and hanging out with him.
She's older than me, guys.
Damn. I'm a cougar.
Wow.
Panther. Or do they call them pumas? Because I'm 30. I think in your 30s it's a puma, right?
I don't know.
I'm a puma. Not very much though.
No.
You just turned 26.
Yeah, it's like 4 years.
You gotta get yourself a significant other that looks at you. the way
Ladies,
Dobby
get
looks
yourself
at food.
Ladies, get yourself a fireman.
Fireman. Firefighters. Only if you're okay with being alone on Valentine's Day. I gotta do it once. I had to do it once. I'm just kidding. No.
I will never live that down.
It was very important.
It was.
Truly speaking, you know, first responders get criticized a lot, I'm sure, by their significant others for missing things and having to run out on a moment's notice. But if my house was on fire, I would really appreciate someone leaving their significant other on Valentine's Day to come save my house. So,
Aaron, Dr. Sleep wasn't as popular
I didn't
because
see that.
the young kids didn't really get it as far as The Shining went, that it was what I meant. That is what I meant.
I'll tell Jay that when he comes back in.
Fiona
Yeah,
Apple is known for having the longest names for her albums.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fiona Apple's the one that's like, I've been a bad girl. I've been killing until I get murdered.
Who sings it?
Fiona Apple.
Let her sing it.
I should have expected that joke from me. Oh, help me.
Alright, so Jesse's not cut out for the gospel side of things. I'm gonna need
zombies.
I'm gonna need a new spitter soon.
Ew.
What? It's true. Look at that. That thing's
I
full.
don't want to look at it. It's gross.
Looks like iced tea, doesn't it?
It does look like iced tea. Before actually I saw it and I was
the
like,
label's still
I'm
on
like,
it.
how did he, like, why did he pour the iced tea in there? I gave him a glass and I'm like, oh god, it's not iced tea.
No.
It's not iced tea. Okay, so let's take a vote. Who thinks that Robbie should take me to go get a guinea pig on Tuesday?
If any of you vote yes.
I want a guinea pig.
She wants a
And
guinea pig, she wants
I
an
want
owl, she
to-
wants a puppy.
Well, who doesn't? I'm settling for a guinea pig. I feel like that's the easiest, simplest of animals to acquire. And I want to name him Chief Chirpa.
Ryan, get her to drink it. Ha ha ha.
Ew, no!
Chug, chug, chug.
Ugh. I don't
So,
even know
funny
what it
story of
smells
a
like.
buddy of mine
went on a date with a girl,
Oh no, this is already
and
bad.
he used to use Coke cans as a spitter, and he had a brand new truck at the time, and he goes to pick this girl up, and she's like, "I'm so thirsty, thanks," and chugs his spitter and pukes all over the inside of his
God.
2-week-old truck.
That's, oh.
One of the worst I've seen with that reminded me of that story.
That's not iced tea, just
Yes,
so you
yes.
know.
The good thing, I'm not kidding you. Like I might have thought it because I keep mixing.
I
Because
said
you
to
saw
him,
the other
oh,
day,
yeah, you
I poured the
did.
raspberry tea in the water bottles. I would have known though. 'Cause
Once,
I'm
if
using
we
a
kill
cup.
if we kill that thing, I'll use that as a spitter. That's good for like a couple days.
Oh, God. No, you notice I throw them out, right?
What reminded me of the story he just told was I think I've said this in live stream before. Right now, there's an injury in Houston. Houston must have scored a touchdown when I was away.
Race is delayed till tomorrow, according to Ryan.
Oh,
Started raining again.
oh my God.
All right, guys.
I was just about to switch back, so good thing I changed it to St. Louis then. I changed the title to St. Louis, but I also just changed it back to Daytona 500. God, be right back, guys. I literally thought Daytona was gonna start, so I'm like, I'm gonna flip the thumbnail back to Daytona.
The person that made the comment about Dr. Sleep was saying that the younger kids didn't understand it being.
Oh,
sequel.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to tell the story first because there's a commercial timeout, injury timeout in the XFL game. But yeah, Robbie's story. There was a kid. Might have said it in the live stream before, but I don't think you even heard this. There was a kid that used to go to the arcade 15 years ago, and he was this fat white kid who would rap, and everyone called him Fitty because of 50 Cent. But he was this fat white kid, glasses, nerdy as shit, but he could actually rap really well. So they all called him Fitty, and like it's like a ghetto-ish type area, like right off I mean, you guys don't know the towns, but it's like a ghetto-ish area, but like a lot of white trash basically. So this kid is a rapping type, fat, nerdy kid,
Tucker.
and they would always mess with him though because they'd try to pretend like, oh yeah, you're one of the crew, but they'd always pick on him. And long story short, they always would drink beer out back and they were all underage, and he would always beg to do it with them and they would never let him. So one day they were like, oh, we feel bad, so we'll let you. Lo and behold, he didn't know, but they had all took turns pissing in a 40. And they literally filled the 40
That's
up and
fucking
cracked it.
terrible.
Oh, and they just got the 2 points. Oh no, and he dropped the ball.
Fumble.
I don't know. I don't think they're counting it as a fumble. I think it was I don't know. Maybe it was an incomplete pass. Gotta see the replay. Let's see the replay before I finish. But it's pass, caught. I think they're gonna say it's incomplete because he didn't have control. Oh no, he's down. Either way, I think he's down. And then the ground calls the fumble. So it's not a fumble, but it's a matter of whether or not it's a score. I don't think it was, honestly. But yeah, they basically took turns.
See, that's the type of shit that creates serial killers.
Exactly. Like bullying that like makes you go on a killing spree.
Yeah.
But they literally all took turns, filled a 40. So mind you, not only is he drinking piss, but he's drinking like the white trash of the city's piss. Like not just like, oh, and I just accidentally drank some urine. Like these are like the biggest scumbags of the town that all pissed into a bottle together and he drank it. But he knew enough where he took like a gulp and immediately spit it all out. But he had basically some had to have gone down because you don't just like get it in your mouth first. You like swallow some. So he had to have drank half of the town's scumbag piss. But the other day,
That man was
I'm gonna
that
prove
man.
that does not change a man because I'm not kidding you. This man came in the arcade about a month ago,
Really?
missing half his teeth with his head shaved, and he had no glasses, so I almost didn't recognize him. And eventually I realized he told me he was in prison for the last 10 years.
For stealing people.
For stealing. No, for stealing though. He was robbing somebody and went to jail for 10 years and was missing all his teeth, and he said that he got the shit beat out of him and had all his teeth knocked out in prison and was constantly raped. That's what he told me.
No.
And I'm laughing about it, but like I just can't believe that is reality. I swear to God. He came in and he was like, "Do you remember me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Fitty." And he goes, "You fucking remember me?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I can't believe you remember me." And he's like, I don't have my glasses and my head shaved." And I'm like, "Dude, I could see it in your face." And I'm like, "Where you been?" And he's like, "I just got out of prison. Can you give me a few bucks?" And I'm like, what?
Can you
And he's
give
like,
me a
and I'm
few
not
bucks?
kidding. And I'm like, tell me why you don't have money. And he goes, well, I got out of prison because of this, and they knocked all my teeth out. And he's like, I was raped a few times, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, here's $2. Go get a sandwich or something. I was like, and he's like, do you think you could spare another buck? I'm like, here, take all my money. Like, because nothing could be worse than the story I just heard of you. So, my
Hey,
point being is
You
don't
ever
drink
watch Orange is
piss.
the New Black, you know that shit is real.
Don't drink piss. That is rough. Jay, chug, chug, chug. What is Ryan saying? Get here, get her to drink it.
The
We already
spinner.
said that.
Oh, the spitter. Is anybody in the chat drinking? I did not go get liquor, and I didn't plan
Does
to be out.
nobody want me to get a guinea pig? Like what?
What
the
happened to it? What was that
fuck?
about?
Of course you don't.
I said.
The
who
answer is no,
thinks
gentlemen
that
and
Robbie
ladies.
should take me to go get a guinea pig on Tuesday? And no one said yes.
I didn't see anything about a guinea pig.
I said it.
But I
That's because
didn't
no
see-
one cares,
but I didn't
Jess.
see
That's
anybody's-
what I'm saying.
but no one
They
commented.
all have
wants me to
way
get a
more
guinea
important
pig.
things to talk about than you and your guinea pig.
Oh, and Joshua Johnson
Oh,
saying
man.
it's 4 p.m. tomorrow. If you guys didn't read that, I don't know if you did.
Okay.
4 p.m. tomorrow. So Daytona
That's so weird.
is off.
Why would
and
they
it's
make
on-
like the
I know.
work a 9 to 5 at least?
I was gonna say, people work 9 to 5. Why would you make it at 4? I guess it's a time scheduling issue. Like,
They're
I guess
in
the
case
news.
This happens again.
Well, because like the news and everything starts at 8,
Oh,
I
right,
guess.
yeah.
So they got a 4-hour window. They start at 8. But still, now like you're gonna lose half your audience from being just at work. Most people don't get home till 5:30, 6 o'clock. You're missing half the race. But then again, maybe they're thinking most people don't watch the whole race. They kind of just pop it on. The funny thing is, now that I think of it, I can live stream it. I can live stream the first 2 hours.
Right. 'cause
I
you-
get home from my first job. Normally it's a 9 to 5, but Mondays and Tuesdays I try to get home early so I could get stuff done before the arcade. So I technically could live stream the first like hour and a half because I got to be on the road by 5:30. But I could technically stream the first hour and a half of the game home. I just don't know if I want to because I'd literally be doing 9 to 5. Like 9 to 4 to jump on the live stream for an hour and a half to jump. It'd be like I would literally not stop moving for almost 24 hours. So that I probably do not want to do, but I'm off tomorrow, Ryan says. Good for you. Who's drinking in the
Lucky.
chat? Is anyone
Monday,
drinking?
having Monday off is awesome.
That's it, Michelle.
Well, tomorrow's President's Day. So
Michelle has off Monday, which is
Right.
hilarious. Michelle is sleeping for 500 hours this
Ryan's
weekend.
not in America. Right?
She's in Scotland. He's
Yeah.
in Scotland. I just think it's funny that like you'd think like, oh, well, I got a long day at work tomorrow. Like she could sleep all day tomorrow too. Michelle gets Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. So Michelle gets like a 3-day weekend all the time and just sleeps the entire time. I never really have a day off. Even today's Sunday. Sundays are usually like the only day I possibly have a chance. And I had to get up and do like 2-3 hour job this morning. And then I do this, but this isn't a job. This is fun. But I typically never even have one day off. But I'm used to it. That is life. That is life. It is. By the way, nothing has happened in the Houston-St. Louis game. St. Louis has the ball. 3rd and 5. About to cross midfield. And it may look like a first down. I think he got it. And there is a woman ref. So there are women refs in XFL. Ray said there was. Okay, Robbie. I'm sorry to do this to you, but you should get her a guinea pig.
Yay!
Who said that?
Ryan from
Yeah,
Scotland.
Kick him off the chat.
Ryan.
Bye.
Ryan.
Ow.
You got him so
That's
angry,
happened.
he broke his toe on the table. What did your
We have
foot
matching
slide?
toes then.
What did your foot
Yeah.
slide? I was going to say, it looked like you tried to dig in and slid out. I'm
Do
like,
you remember?
Robbie wasn't kicking because some people might think you kicked in outrage. I think he was positioning himself and slipped. Because I was like, that was way too
Ryan, I
weird.
thought we were friends, dude. We were doing the NASCAR
We've
thing
been friends
for you.
longer.
I wasn't even here for the comment, but Robbie,
I really
I mean,
want an Abyssinian guinea pig. They're like longish hair and they got little cowlicks in their hair and they're fluffy and they're cute. And I want to take them with me everywhere in a little guinea pig pouch. And I want to name him Chief Chirpa.
I don't. Jesse's got big
That
plans
was
for this guinea pig.
Ghibli was supposed to be named Future, but then everyone talked me into naming something different. So
I am not a
chose
fan.
because he looked like a little
Me neither.
warrior.
They're big rats.
Yeah,
That's
I-
all they are.
I'm not a
That's
fan
because
of
you've
rodent
never
types.
actually played with like a really.
I
big
used to
rat.
have
No,
like
I-
3 of them.
No, I mean, in all
That's
honesty,
horrible.
I don't like that they die. They got very short life
That's
expectancy.
true. They do.
I don't like
Like, the
because
oldest guinea pig is like 7.
that's what I'm saying. Like I like to me,
But that's still pretty.
when
common.
you're a kid, I get it. When you're a little kid, I get guinea pigs and hamsters and stuff. But when you're older, you like get emotionally attached to things. And to get like an animal that you know is gonna die in like less than a decade, it's like kind of like sad. Like I even struggle to want to get another cat after my cat dies because they don't live that. They live into the teens or 20s, and that's a short amount of time to me. So I like.
Well, people died too. So.
Yeah, but at least people have a shot at living past me. like I want you to at least have a chance at outliving me. Dogs and guinea pigs and cats have no chance at outliving me.
They bring so much joy in them.
I mean, at least by natural causes. I mean, I could get hit by a car.
We could get
but I mean-
him a little jersey.
I know you could do a lot of things, and then it dies, and then you're sad and then have all this equipment for this dead thing that you can't have. Now you have habit trails and all
Oh,
these
there's
balls
his
and
cage.
toys. Yeah, like, oh, I got 10
I
pounds
gotta
of.
throw his cage away. That's
10
another
pounds of
day.
shredded-
Fine.
For you for Valentine's Day, and then you're gonna have to love it.
I got 10 pounds of shred. You know how many people I know have like shredded like wood from leftover rabbits and guinea pigs because they never got born and they just have bags of shit laying around because you buy extra supplies and then when it dies you're like, I'm not gonna get another one, and now you have all this. Like, we do so many jobs and people throw out like tons of cat litter.
That's great. So we
Well,
can
we
just
use it.
get
That's why-
free stuff.
But that's what I'm saying. I use the cat. Like I'll get unused bags of cat litter all the time on jobs. I do house clean outs and stuff, and I reuse it because I have cats. But it's shocking. I probably get hundreds of pounds of litter and cedar shavings and like everything you can imagine because people like that are selling their houses have to get rid of shit they don't use, and most of the time shit they don't use is leftover equipment and debris from pets they had that they stored in their basement, thinking maybe one day we'll get another.
Maybe
And
one
then
day.
20 years later, they didn't, and they got to sell their house, and they got rabbit shit everywhere. Yeah, STL player down. Happy to see some of you are watching. Joshua Johnson, I saw that. Good to see you're watching along with me. But yeah, St. Louis has a player down, and it's 4th and 2. 5 minutes left in the half.
Oh, he hurt.
He is not feeling
So,
well.
do you remember maybe a month ago when I went on that job with you? And
Yeah,
Dad?
see, Ryan said get a turtle. They live forever.
Oh my God, turtles are so cute. I wanted the tortoise. Remember,
see,
I
they're-
wanted tortoises.
But see, that is a good
I
point.
wanted to get an army of tortoises.
That is one of the few pets you can get that could outlive you, but
Yeah.
they're boring as shit.
Yeah, what do you get?
Did
Hey,
you watch
little
him
Johnny,
swim?
come here. Come on,
Like-
buddy.
Watch 'em
Come on.
swim.
Like Rocky Balboa had
Like-
Cuff and Link.
like-
Do you know? Remember?
Like,
Rocky Balboa had Cuff and Link. They were turtles. He had Cuff and Link. And then at one point in the saga, one of them dies. I can't remember which one, but he's like, "Hey, Cuff." I think he's like, "Hey, Cuff," but there's no Link because Link died.
Oh,
But it's like
that's
30 or 40
terrible.
years later because his turtles lived forever. So they literally reference it. And then he's got
My
Buckus,
friend
who was his dog.
turtles.
He had Buckus the dog, the giant like boxer was Buckus. And I'm assuming he was after the football player.
On little islands, this Sunday.
And Buckus was a football player from the time the movie was made. So it has to be after Dick
Did you
Buckus.
ever watch
Can you imagine being named that? That is a real man. There is a man, if you guys don't know this, there is a real man who played a professional football named Dick Buttkiss. Dick Buttkiss. And it was his real birth name, and he was a NFL player.
Would have
And,
hate to go to public high
Oh
school
my
with
God.
that name.
and then he went back. Maybe that's why he got so tough to be a football player. He probably was beaten up so
Like a
much
boy named
that he
Sue.
became, yeah, like a boy named Sue, the Johnny Cash song.
My name is
He got
Sue.
picked on so much he had to be tough. Maybe that's what happened with Dick Buttkiss. But later on, Dick
Good job.
Butkus,
I'm so proud. You know Johnny Cash.
not only was he an NFL player, but later on after he retired, he became a commentator and a movie and a TV actor.
Really?
So Dick Butkus, correct me if I'm wrong, people, but I think that Dick Butkus was in something like Mr. Belvedere or some show. Some famous sitcom from the early 80s. I feel like Dick Buttkiss was a part of. But you guys let me know what your knowledge of Dick Buttkiss is. Talk about, I mean, yeah, like my father told me Dad used to get picked on all the time. His last name was
Really?
Master Peter. So he said he used to pick on him all the time because his last name was Master Peter. And they would say like, oh, you're the master of the Peters, and people called Dicks Peters. People don't do that nowadays, so that wouldn't probably happen. But back when he was younger, Dicks were like slang for Peters was Dicks. So he got ridiculed because it was Master Peter, master of the Peters, master of the Dicks. Changed our name to Masters, so we're all Masters. My channel's ViewMasters. That's where it comes from if you didn't know. So we got ViewMasters, but our last name, I was born a Masters,
Yeah,
Jesse was born a Masters.
I got made fun of.
For Masters?
No, for being fat.
Oh, for being fat. Yeah,
That's so
I was going to
funny.
say. Oh, no, yeah, I was picked on in high school for being fat, but I was never.
I got picked on for being fat too.
But you weren't, I feel like you were earlier, right? Because you were kind of skinny in high school, I feel like.
In high school, yeah.
Yeah. So she was picked on. Well, I was fat in middle school, too.
Ray's friends used to call me the Juggernaut.
Yeah, oh my God, that's right.
That was my
Jesse,
nickname.
her, Ray's,
the Juggernaut from comic books.
I don't know if Ray's in the chat right now, but Ray had some horrible
They used to
friends.
get really
When I was
mad
growing
at
up,
Redder.
They, mind you, me and Jesse are 8 years apart. My brother's 2 years older than me. So Ray is 10 years, almost to the day. They're 3 days apart, 10 years almost to the day apart. I'm 8 years older than Jesse. But Ray's friends were such shitheads. When I was younger, I was fat. Ray was skinny his whole life. Ray has never gained more than like 120 pounds. He's been a rail. Even when he was fat, he was a rail.
Mean
But
boys.
he had, I know.
They would
I'm,
also let me play video games too.
yeah,
which was
like
fun.
I'm friends with these people, but they were mean bullies. But I'm friends with these people now. But they would call me Jelly Rolls J.
That's why I was laughing before. I didn't
and
want
and
to
they,
say
and
it.
cottage cheese. They would because I was pasty white, like white as a ghost, and I was called Jelly Rolls J. Even if in my yearbook people signed my yearbook to Jelly Rolls J. Literally, I can show you my yearbooks. In my yearbooks,
Did you
people
take
signed
your
it.
yearbooks out?
Yeah, I was showing
So
Michelle.
I was looking at mine from I think middle school, and there's some things written in there. I'm like, where the fuck? Like, who
Yeah.
is this?
Well, I was
And
showing
what
her
does
yours.
this mean?
I was showing her yours
There's
because
something
Brendan
like that.
Geyser's a
Huh?
senior when you're a freshman. Brendan Geyser's in
Really?
your yearbook. So she knows the Geysers. So I,
No, it was like my middle school. It wasn't my high school.
yeah, middle school. He was like, oh, 8th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brendan Geyser was in 8th grade when you just got there. So I was showing her your yearbook because I'm like, look, he looks exactly the same. But going back to whatever the hell I was saying.
Jelly Rolls J.
Yeah, Jelly Rolls J and cottage cheese because I was white as it goes because I never left my house. I would go from school to my house and I was in front of the television or playing video games and filling my face with junk food all the time. I later on in life became a weightlifter and I ran track in high school and stuff like that. But they would call me Jelly Rolls J and cottage, and Jesse was the Juggernaut. So they literally would have nicknames for us being fat. But
Ryan, I'm scared to put his name into Google. Buttkiss.
oh, Dick Buttkiss? Yeah, Dick
I
Buttkiss.
knew a girl years ago whose name was Sharon Peters. You can imagine how that went.
Sharon Peters.
Sup, man?
Sharon Peters. What's up, Batman? I knew it. Oh, that was the one you just read. I'm scared to put this. All right, we're all caught up. I thought there was more comments than that. Houston's got the ball, guys. There's about 3 minutes left in the half, and Houston looks like they're trying to run some clock. Catch made. I think it's a first down. Yes, it looks like so. First down, and they're in field goal range. But yeah, guys, that is a little tale for my life and Jesse's life. We were chubby kids. I literally, up until junior year, I was a fat kid. Junior year, and then Jesse goes, I want ice cream.
Everybody makes fun of big guys until it's time to do big guys.
Yeah, exactly. So, but like, I think it was junior year, I was like, I gotta lose weight. And I started running, and then by senior year, I was a varsity track and cross country, like basically like one of the best on the team. So I think my weighing so much, when I lost like 60 pounds. So I think I was so used to carrying that weight around that I became like lightning quick. And I could literally do 5-minute miles with ease. I think my fastest mile was like 4 minutes, 30 seconds or something, which is like Olympic runners do like under 4 minutes. But like 4:30, I was like, I literally could compete with like some of the best high schools around. I wasn't like scholarship material or anything, but I went from being a fat kid to like 120-pound like track star. But then when I went to college, I started lifting weights, and I've been more about weights than anything ever since.
Man, I was really looking forward to the race today. Yeah, I was too, buddy.
Yeah, I know, Ryan. We were talking about it.
Bummed.
Robbie's the reason why I said I'd do it. You were saying you'd watch because you're all about it, and then this happened. 42-0 versus 29-0. They're showing the Wilder Fury. Guys, that is one that cannot be rained out. Next Saturday, 9 o'clock, Wilder Fury live, but I probably won't jump on until like the night because I don't really watch the preliminary fights, and the main event doesn't start till like 11:30 midnight.
Really?
Yeah, every time there's like a big fight. Actually, wait, this is boxing though. It might be different. You guys let me know. Is it like UFC? Because the main events start at 9 on UFC, and the actual main event fight doesn't start till 12 because they have like 6 fights before that are ones I don't care about. Sometimes there's a couple of good ones. But I'm wondering, is there like, how does boxing work nowadays? Does that fight start at 9, or is there preliminary fights? Because it might be just that fight.
Yeah.
That actually, honestly, now that
it's HBO though. Excuse me, pay-per-view.
So that's
So
what I'm
it's
thinking.
pay-per-view, so you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Like
They might have one or
even
two.
bars have to pay for it.
They
So-
might have 1 or 2, but
Yeah.
it probably isn't as long as UFC.
All right.
You going?
Yeah, probably.
Robbie might have to get going. There ain't no Daytona, and I said I would probably quit at the half. We got like 3 minutes left. You want to hang out till the half and we'll call it quits?
Sure.
We're going to hang out till the half, guys, and then we're going to call it quits. Because I'm down to do XFL, but I've literally been live streaming for 6 hours. I am starving, and I'm just tired. So I'm digging it. I like XFL. Actually, we've done one full game because we watched the second half of Dallas and the first half of Houston. So we've basically seen a full XFL game on top of seeing highlights, the president's speech, and all that.
Yeah, the
Daytona
entire
stuff.
pre-race Daytona.
Yeah. So it just hit the 2-minute warning. We're gonna watch out the first half. Then Robbie's gonna hit it. I'm gonna go eat and call it a night. What are your rankings of all 8 DCEU movies? Man, I was looking for which are the 8? Batman, do me a favor and list the 8 for me because I don't want to rank them without thinking because I'll literally miss a few and then have to redo my ranking. I know them all, but write them down for me so I can see them. Houston touchdown. Yep, first and goal, Houston touchdown. I gotta say, guys, the most exciting thing to me is seeing if they go for 1, 2, or 3 points. Like, cause everything is like football, except that. Like, I don't know.
I was hoping there'd be less showboating.
Yeah.
I'm old school football, guys. Like, I don't know. I hate the showboating. Like, the whole team runs over if they get an interception.
I honestly think
like,
I think in this they probably want it more to
yeah,
bring
probably
attention.
more entertainment.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know. I was like, you ever look at like old football games with running back? What was his full name? We're going way back.
What's he? Oh. 70s.
John Riggins.
Oh, Riggins.
The Diesel.
I know
Yeah,
Riggins.
70s, 80s.
John Riggins. The funny thing is that my dad actually brings him up, even not even being a football fan. Dad brings up John Riggins all the time.
Yeah.
John Riggins. I think he he's from Jersey. I think
he
he's
was
from
a
Elizabeth, that's why.
Buffalo Bill to begin with, and then he went to the Jets.
I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty sure my dad brings him up now that I think about it. I think he went to Elizabeth, which is where my dad grew up and went to high school. I think John Riggins played there.
Yeah, he was like the first running back that they gave a nickname to. Right, so it was like John the Diesel Riggins, and then after, like, he's the one that started that whole craze of nicknames.
70s?
I believe late 70s.
Late 70s. Okay. I was
Maybe
gonna say
early 80s. I can look them up.
that would make sense because my dad graduated high school in '79, so he would have probably. I'm pretty sure he went to high school with John Riggins, who Robbie's talking about. They're doing 1-point attempts. And not happening. What happened there, guys? Why were they doing a 1-point attempt from the 20-yard line? Joshua Johnson, are you still watching? Because I know you're
Skins.
watching.
He started as the Jets and went to the Skins.
To the Skins.
So he was John Riggins, American former football running back, played professionally in the National Football League, was known for his powerful running style, productivity well into the later years of his career.
John Riggins.
In 1983, at age 34, he rushed an NFL single-season record, 24 touchdowns, and again led the league in rushing touchdowns the following season at age 35. Although he had only one Pro Bowl appearance in his career, Riggins had his greatest success in the postseason and was named the most valuable player of the Super Bowl. I don't know how to read Roman numerals. Where he scored 1 touchdown and rushed for 166 yards in a 27-17 win for the Washington Redskins over the Miami Dolphins. Riggins was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1992. Was 6'2", 230 pounds. He was born August.
That's a long time to go. With all the shit he did, that's a long time to go without getting into the Hall of Fame.
He was born August 4th in Seneca, Kansas. He's a Kansas boy.
Steph is going. Oh, you guys are going to watch Life on Mars? Steph and Ryan, Life on Mars. Check it out. I think that's halfway through the season. Is Jay Skills still here? You guys have. Ryan and Steph, have either of you seen it, or are you watching along? Like, my brother's watching along with me. I think Ryan, I think you said you're watching along with me, or is that Jay Skills? I think Jay Skills is the one that recommended it. So that means Ryan, I think you're the one watching it along with me. My brother is. Steph, are you watching it along? Or you seen it already? Jay Skills is watching it, but he's the one that requested it.
He told the Supreme Court Justice to loosen up.
For what? What was he in the court?
In the 1985 National Press Club Salute to Congress in Washington, D.C., Riggins drunkenly told Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor to loosen up Sandy Baby because she was too uptight.
Oh my God, that's pretty funny.
Well,
When the two met at dinner, Riggins then fell asleep under the table.
Oh my God.
under the table?
Still here.
He
I
gave
really
her a
can't wait
dozen
Riggins
roses.
for you to get to
sounds like
season
his fun
2.
part of it.
The next episode is another good one. Jay Skills, you thought episode, I don't want to, I'm pretty sure you said this, but didn't you say episode 4, the one I just watched, was your favorite of the whole series? Because I really liked it, but that scares me a little because they didn't explain a whole lot. So if that's your favorite one, then I'm thinking that there's not like a crazy mind-blowing episode. Because I, like most shows like Lost and stuff like that, have like, when it's dealing with issues like this where you don't know what's going on, there's like, every season has like a mind blower. So that last episode was great as like a cop drama, but I'm kind of frightened for the fact that there might not be a crazy mind blower.
Was it?
Talking about Lost on Mars, TV show. TV show.
He apparently is an actor.
John Riggins?
In 1994, he began acting lessons and starred in off-Broadway production of Midsummer Night's Dream. His television credits include Guiding Light, Law and Order: Criminal Intent, and One Tree Hill.
Really? So I probably saw him.
He must have been like a gap, like in one episode. Like,
we were talking earlier about how people were asking me. I get a lot of requests to see Gilmore Girls, guys. I've never seen it. I was telling them earlier because they were asking why I started Spaced. I was telling them Steph. And I was saying, my brother, along with many other people, have Gilmore Girls in their top shows of all time. I was a huge fan of One Tree Hill, which apparently John Riggins was in, which is weird that we talked about it earlier, and 90210. Don't ask me why, but One Tree Hill and 90210. I didn't watch Dawson's Creek. Did you see Dawson's Creek? Ever watch that?
Yeah.
I never watched that either.
Mm-hmm.
The only, what would you call those kind of shows? Like teenage soap operas or like teeny bopper shows? I don't even know. What kind of classification?
Teenage rom-com.
I also never seen Buffy or Angel, and everyone's.
Really?
I've never seen them.
Buffy's great.
People all the time are like, dude, you haven't seen, you gotta watch Buffy, but there's like
Buffy's
a lot of
really good.
seasons and a lot of
obviously
episodes.
Angel's the spin-off.
There's hundreds of episodes of them though, and I'm like, one day I plan on it, But it's like, that's such a commitment. Like, Adventure Time
I think you
scares
should
me.
watch Dr.
He's
Who
apparently
first.
like
Yeah, like, that's another big commitment, though.
still he commentates for NFL too on satellite radio.
Like, Adventure Time is so intimidating because it's 9 seasons with 20 plus episodes a season. I'm literally almost done with season 1, and they are shorter, so I do 2 or 3 a week. But right now, I'm just about to finish season 1, and I'm doing 3 episodes a week. And I started like months ago. Granted, I did take like a month or 2 off when I got the strike on my channel. So actually, that means I took 3 months off because I took as much as the strike was. So 3 months I took off. But I've been doing Adventure Time for like a half a year, and I just finished season 1. Granted, like I said, 3 months off. So I basically could do a season every 3 months. I do a season. That's 9 seasons. That means I'll be doing Adventure Time for like 3 years or like over 2 years before I finish it.
Really?
Because I do, and that's doing 3 episodes a week. That's all I'm doing, like extra episodes. But that's why I'm like thinking like Buffy has to be hundreds of episodes, and they're hour long and long seasons. Like that's back when when seasons of television were 20 plus episodes. Nowadays seasons are like 8 to 12 episodes.
Well, that was a big thing with the NCIS. That's it. When they first started NCIS, the producers like known for like multi-year running shows,
Yeah.
and a lot of the actors wound up dying off like towards the middle because the show's been on since I was in middle school. So like literally it's been on I think since I was in 8th grade.
Yeah.
So like for at least 10 years.
What?
Who's the charger?
It's at 2%. We're gonna finish as soon as it's over. 5
So-
minutes.
Zombies
least-
need to be killed.
Yeah, at least 10 years, and then like a lot of the actors you would like kill off because they wanted to go do other shows after they got famous,
Yeah.
and like, but that producer's like known for producing shows that last 10, 15, 20 years. It's crazy.
The what you call it? Ryan is saying he calls them high school dramas. I guess that's a good way to put it.
See,
still-
I call them Mean Girls.
Mean Girls shows?
All the popular girls used to watch them.
See, Mean Girls didn't exist when I watched them, so like I'm
I
pretty
was
sure
forced to watch Mean Girls
Mean Girl-
because
Great movie.
my sister. Well, I have an older sister. She's 5 years older than me. So most chick flicks I've seen, not by
Great
choice.
Movie. I was dating this guy at the time when it came out in the movie theaters, and we went to the mall with at least like 3 or 4 of his friends, and they were all like, I guess there's like, I was like, we need to see Mean Girls, and they're like, nothing else is playing, like fine, we'll just go see me, and they all loved it.
I didn't think it was bad. I thought Tina Fey was great.
I liked
she
Herbie.
wrote it and directed it. Remember? Tina Fey did the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Out of Lindsay Lohan movies, I liked Herbie.
Herbie.
Steph said I have seen Life on Mars. Ashes to Ashes is the spinoff. She saw that too. Yeah, it's
I
up
didn't even
there.
know they had a spin-off.
It's hard to say, really. I mean, this is Jay Skills talking about episode 4 of Life on Mars. He's saying, because I said, is it really your favorite? He said it's up there, but it's hard to say, really. There's one that isn't so good coming up. I think it's episode 6. But season 2 is jam-packed with awesome episodes. Jay Skills, when do they start getting into what's happening? Just so I'm aware if I should... Because each episode I'm getting, like, excited, like, all right, we're going to find something out. When do they start tapping into what's going on? Because I feel like if that's not going to start happening until season 2, I will like I'm almost like getting my hopes up each episode because I'm like, all right, they got to be getting into it now. It's halftime, guys. St. Louis it's 6-21. Houston's winning. So, but I'll finish up the comments and then Robbie's going to hit it and we're going to go. But yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not getting my hopes up every episode if I got a while to wait. Like, I just feel like every episode is great, but it feels self-contained, and I'm so confused with what's happening with the whole him falling asleep and that TV thing with the creepy girl and stuff. It's so weird. Did you ever watch Party of 5? Jack from Lost was in it. Jay Skills, I didn't watch it religiously, but I think it was on around the time of One Tree Hill. Whatever it was, maybe it was around when 90210 was on, but whatever show it was,
I think 90210 was
yeah, maybe it was that. Because I would catch episodes all the time. I know all the characters. The girl from, like, Not Another Teen Movie was in it and stuff when she was a little kid.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, I love Not Another Teen Movie.
I love it, and I love it because it's spoofed on Friday Night Lights.
Yes, exactly.
Pink
And a lot of movies. It had, like,
I
a lot of
love
John
Friday
Hughes.
Night Lights.
Did a lot of
Friday-
John Hughes stuff.
Yeah, Friday Night Lights is probably one of my favorite comedies of all time.
There is a TV show here in the UK that is still running from 1960. Oh my God, Ryan, what's it
They
called?
made fun of Varsity Blues too. Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
Varsity Blues? I don't know.
Ryan is saying there's a show in the UK started in 1960 and is still running. They're at episode 9,995. That is what it's at right now.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Varsity Blues. Yeah.
I'd call Gilmore Girls a lighthearted drama. That's the half. Ryan, I'm all caught up in the chat. We're going to leave. I just want to know, Ryan, what's that show called? They're almost hitting Coronation Street. Coronation Street in the UK started in 1960, still running. They're about to hit their 10,000th episode. Like, I know like talk shows and news shows and stuff.
Yeah, like the
that
Johnny
hit.
Carson
Yeah,
show.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they've like changed hosts.
Yeah.
And they were like on every day. Like an actual show. What is it about? Is it a news show or something? Or is it like an actual like sitcom? Because I've never, that would be the longest running sitcom I ever heard. Like we were just saying. Like there's a show, Good Morning America. It's been on since I was a kid in the 80s. But they've changed the host 500 times. But it's still
Right,
Good
or
Morning
like
America.
SNL.
Yeah, exactly. Saturday Night Live. That's been on for, I think, going on almost 50 years, coming up on 50 years maybe. So, but they've had different cast members constantly. So, curious what it's about. But it's worth the wait, and there are plenty of other hints to come before then. That's Jay Skills say. Oh, did you ever watch Party of Five? Gilmore Girls. Could you please ask Robbie his opinion on aluminum wiring, as he is a volunteer firefighter?
On aluminum wiring.
He's saying to wire up a house. He said
Oh.
some people use aluminum wiring. He said, what is your opinion as a firefighter?
I mean, wiring's wiring as far as we're concerned. Like,
Is it more conductive or likely to burst into flames and burn a house down, I guess he's saying?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is like houses or buildings under construction. You don't want like live power. Like if they're renovating a house, you don't want them to rip the walls down and still have the power connected, because obviously like the sheetrock does a lot in holding a fire. So, like if you have open framing, you really don't want power to that building, because something can go bad. Short can go bad. And
So you're saying sheetrock is good.
sheetrock's great. Yeah, sheetrock really help. I mean, sheetrock. If it's 5/8 inch sheetrock, it'll hold a fire for upwards of 30 minutes.
Oh.
So
Is that why they use sheetrock?
Yep.
Oh, really? I did not know that, and I build houses, or used to at least.
So but like as far as what wiring is safer than another wire, it's not really what the wiring is surrounded by as much as who's the electrician that's putting everything together. Because that's the important part, if you have like stuff hardwired that's not wired to a breaker or things like that, that's when things get dangerous, or you overload an outlet. That's really common around here. People plug a Christmas tree in and all the light strands are all plugged together into one power strip. Power strips are horrible. They conduct a lot of heat. But like as far as what the wiring's surrounded by, there isn't really a difference as far as fire load. Is one gonna burn or protect better than the other? Typically around here, you'll see aluminum wire, like aluminum coating over wires in commercial buildings. It's not really in housing too much. We're starting to see it in housing, but as far as it's not like gonna burn your house down,
Good enough for you, Daniel?
Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
I think that I actually learned something too. Thank you, he says. Real quick, we're just going to finish these three up, and then we're good to go, guys. Ryan and Jay Skills are just talking about that show, and they said it's the longest running television soap in UK history, Coronation Street, focuses on the everyday lives of working class people in Manchester, England. And he said it's like a soap opera. So I guess it's on every day. Aren't soap operas on like Monday through Friday?
I think so.
So it's like, I mean, it's on 5 times a week, which definitely pads up its episodes. But the fact that it's been running for going on that means it's going on for 60 years. That's crazy. And then all they said left was Jay Skills was saying, Ryan, have you ever seen The Street? Because they're both from UK. He said, have you ever seen The Street? Ryan said, I haven't. And Jay Skills says, it's very good. But on that note, guys, we are going to call it a night. Robbie's got to get out of here. I've been on we've all been on for a while. So we will talk to you in the next one. Check out the Patreon videos if you guys haven't. I'll do more on Friday. And this week I'll be chopping stuff up. I'm trying to think if there's anything special. The Wilder Fury fight next Saturday. I don't know when I'll start it, but I'll definitely do the main event. So Wilder Fury next Saturday is the next thing I can remember. Besides that, Curb Your Enthusiasm tonight, but I probably won't get it out till tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But see you guys. Great stream as always. Jay Skills, Ryan, Daniel D, Steph. I don't know if Batman is still here, but whoever else that I may have missed.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night. I shall turn you off after I old man limp over here because I bent over too long and now I'm crippled. Toodles. Peace.